Hello once again and welcome to the PokerStars Arena. This week we play host to another 109 Sunday Million PKO with a brand new structure. 9,959 entries in today's tournament, a prize pool of over $1 million. Day 2 is just getting underway with 85 players remaining, competing for that Sunday Million badge and a first place prize of over $52,000 plus bounties. We're going to be following all the action tonight down to a winner. Cards Up coverage begins right now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How you guys doing? My name is Nicholas Walsh. I'll be your host for tonight, and joined by me today is the one and only Felix Schneiders, a.k.a. xflixx. How are you doing today, Flix?
Hi, Nick. I'm doing fine. I'm really excited for this week's Sunday Million and to do commentary with you. And hi to the chat. I'm especially excited because we got one member of my community, of our community, which is Knüppel. He's a German legend, and we'll talk more about him, I think. And he's still in with 5 big blinds, so I'm excited to see where this goes.
5 bigs in a dream.
Yeah, 5 bigs in a dream.
Absolutely.
And I'll be super excited to do commentary with you up until the end, until we have a winner in this prestigious tournament.
Yes, thank you so much for joining me today, guys. Yeah, so the action has already kicked off, guys. We're going to jump straight across to table A right here. Let's take a look. Kicked off very, very, very sharpish there, but we are going to be following along with all the action today. We're actually on table A here with our chip leader, Leo Sear, 25, sitting currently with 17 million in a pot here with the full boat right here. 9's full on the river. We missed the beginning of this hand. Leo Sear, 25, is playing from Brazil today. 3.2 million in PokerStars earning and has 2 scoop titles. So definitely a player who is dangerous. They have chips and they know their way around a poker table, Flix.
And they make full houses. So that also helps.
That definitely helps as well. Absolutely. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to jumping on Knüppel's table, see if he can actually spin something up. He's just described as a German legend. That's what Felix says. Just a German legend. Yes. We love to hear that. And yeah, for those of you that don't know, obviously he was streaming very frequently with a very well-known streamer called Kanossi as well. And like you said, day 2 with 5 big blinds and a dream.
Yes, exactly. Knüppel is just not only a good poker player, he's also like a really, really wonderful person. He's just a man of the people. You just have to love him. So if you meet him, he's very special. He's just very funny. He's just all in all like a super good guy. So
awesome.
You just gotta like Knüppel. And he's also streaming.
All right, so we see the King Jack off here, opening from the cutoff. Seems pretty reasonable, especially with the small blind sitting out here.
Yeah, and Cedric actually timing out on the small blind with the King 9 suited. Would have loved to see some action, but we didn't. Oh, some good hands clashing now.
Oh, damn.
Oh, this could get messy, by the way.
Oh, this could get really messy. Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm pretty sure that Ace-Jack offsuit is... Oh, it's folding. I was thinking maybe it's thinking about a call because of the huge bounty.
Yeah, the bounty opportunity. King's in a very good spot here, but can't win the bounty.
Oh, nope. King's hold. How's that possible?
I know. What's going on? Has there been an update recently? Has something changed? I don't know what's going on here.
Well, Ace-Jack folded, so we know that one ace was out of the deck. But I was actually curious why Ace-Jack offsuit wasn't considering a call. It was like a very quick fold.
Yeah, I mean, so I think if we were playing a straight freeze out and this wasn't a PKO, I think it's probably a lot closer around at this point in the tournament. What do you think, Ace-Jack? But then with the bounty value in there, I mean, I'm thinking probably it's going to go along quite often.
Yeah.
Oh, and right out of the gates, 8-7 getting a double here as well, immediately after losing with the ace-queen.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, the bounties decrease in value the further the tournament progresses, of course. Even though they look bigger and they look nicer because you want to get them because of the pure value. Like in terms of, stack depth, when you relate them to the chips, they're worth less. But still, I think a lot of people are just going for it. So I'm really curious to see how that turns out with Ace-Jack being folded there. I wouldn't have expected that for sure.
So one of the questions that I actually had lined up just before, because I thought we'd have a bit more time before the action kicked off, was, which do you prefer playing, Flix? Are you a big fan of the PKO format, or are you somebody that you still kind of appreciate just the more freeze-out sort of style? I know these days there's a ton more PKOs available. They're filling up the lobbies. Which is your preferred format, or does it kind of change from day to day?
Yeah, it has changed a lot. So in the beginning, when I started with tournament poker, I was getting into PKOs when nobody really knew how to play them, and when there wasn't a lot of content available on them. I really enjoyed them so much because I thought like I could figure out a lot about them, and they were really a lot of fun. I think they also my love for PKOs also increased when I saw that so many people, are still making so many horrendous mistakes by either calling too wide or shoving too loose, or being too tight sometimes also happens, of course, but usually people are too loose in my experience. And that was a lot of fun. But then, like, once you get, a taste of the variance that's possible with PKOs, you sort of like feel, oh, I could actually get some of that just regular freeze out again. So
Yeah. Okay.
I actually by now I appreciate both.
Yeah.
Like, what about you?
No, I kind of feel the same way. You know, I'm not a huge MTT guy in the first place, but I think it really goes either way. When you have those PKO days where you get lots and lots of knockouts. Sorry, just really quickly, I think we're probably going to see some players collide here. 2 overcards and the king high flush draw, of course, going to give him slightly more equity than the ace jack off here. It's one of those really, really unique situations that we find crops up from time to time. How do you feel about a check raise here, Flix? I mean, I think this is kind of well, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, we got it. So he's actually a favorite. That's cool. And more outs.
Too many outs.
Too many.
Too many outs.
Too many.
All right, so
when you get
GG's.
even more outs on the turn, they never get there. They never do.
Exactly. So yeah, GG's to our last bust out there. He's going to take home $381.70 and a few bounties there as well. Managed to take home $879 in bounties as well as his score.
And the rich get richer.
The rich get richer.
Leo's here is just winning pots. It's insane. I mean, sometimes that's what sometimes can be really frustrating about tournament poker. I mean, in that hand, like, things just play out the way they play out.
Yeah.
I think there is no way in the world that you're not going broke on this. This could go either way: 3-bet pre-flop or check raise flop or check call.
Sure.
Probably at some point you got to risk all the chips. So nothing to do there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say I think a lot of people prefer or they like a check raise in that situation. I don't know about a check jam necessarily. I didn't quite see what the sort of pot SPR was in that scenario, but certainly gonna quite happy to go broke. So if the chips are going to go in, if he check raises not all in, then the other player is going to ship with the ace jack almost every time, and then I think it's a pretty straightforward all in scenario regardless. So just as you say, plays itself.
I think like in a situation where the board comes jack 6 deuce with 2 spades, it doesn't look very strong if you check jam or late. It's probably just always going to be like some sort of top pair type hand or better.
Yeah.
Maybe some sort of like flush draw. And if you're playing against a player that knows this, maybe he might make a hero call. But in that particular instance, he's probably just going for it, trying to fold out everything that all the ace highs that might just fold right away.
Right.
So we got another hand here, another clash. Ace king against pocket jacks. Now Cedric trying to get chips back from Leo Sear.
All right, here we go. Off to the races.
Needs a jack. And no jack. Insane. Leo Sear going on a run.
Yeah, seriously picking up some chips already, and we have another bust out, guys. So the same kind of deal as before. $381.70 is the take home, but $773.44 in bounty value there as well. So, doing pretty good from a 109 buy-in there. That's already more than 10 buy-ins right there. So it's doing pretty good once you get to this stage. Sorry, that's what I was going to say earlier, Flix, was if I am going to play MTTs, I'll play a mix of both. But when the PKOs are going great and you get loads of knockouts, you're like, this is so cool because you can just win your buy-in back and you don't have to. And then you're just always putting yourself at risk to try and win bounties and you're never getting there. And you're like, well, if this was a freeze out, I'd probably be doing a lot better. So.
Yes, of course. I mean, the bounties do give you this extra dopamine kick, obviously. It's a lot nicer to play them if you actually run good with bounties. You can get back your buy-in or even more than that. And once you go on a roll, it's insane, like what's possible to win in a PKO, and it's a lot of fun, of course. And like I think the most fun part is to do the math later and to see like what sort of hands could have been a call or should have not been a call, where you think snap call, but then after you do the math, you think like, no, it's not a call because of this and this and that.
Right.
So many things to consider in a PKO. Like it gets messy. Like that's why I love it. Like the more complex a game gets, obviously, the more mistakes can be made.
Yeah.
And this is the thing with PKOs, but it can also go like the less fun it can be because you're always doubting yourself. Was that correct? Was that not correct? Like, can I actually go this wide or not?
Yeah, I completely, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and actually,
Yeah.
I guess the majority of my experience actually studying, sort of the bounty adjustments or making adjustment for bounty calls is actually my experience playing Grand Tour, which is now Neymar Jr.'s kickoff, right? So again, it's actually much more complicated in the MTT version because the ICM exist, as you progress into the tournament. So it's not just purely you're just playing for bounties. We have another all in here, guys. Kings.
Another all in.
This time Barry.
On the flop.
And there you go. Back to normality. Kings getting cracked. They're down to 1.5 million for Andre Volkan as well. Not ideal. Not ideal. But I think one of the things that cropped up a lot though is I was doing a lot of work in ICMizer because there's so much push fold in a game that's that fast, and then you can also take into account the bounty value as well. Another all in, same player.
Wow, needs a 5.
Okay.
And again, like giving chips back and forth between the two. Nothing happened.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw they just leave and they come straight back. Easy game. Yeah, no, not a problem at all. But what I was going to say was, when you're doing work like that, and you're looking at sort of the chip value or the dollar value of those lines, is there ever a bottom limit to what like a spot that you would take? So you go, hey, it turns out I can shove 10-5 of spades here, and it's like 0.01% profitable or something like that. It's going to make 0.01 chips, or it's going to make you like 5 cents or something. Is there a dollar value where you say, I'm actually just not going to bother with this low value stuff. I'm just gonna play slightly tighter than what is sort of theoretically appropriate? Or are you thinking, players probably aren't calling often enough when I'm going all in these situations, so I'll probably end up making more? Like, what's your philosophy when it comes to that?
Yeah, it's a good question actually. What I was instantly thinking of when you mentioned this is probably that I would even in a freeze out, I would probably skip the very small margin if it's possible to get some better spots. But in a PKO, if I can get a small margin like a small margin spot where I can win a knockout, I think the implications for the future game is also super important. Like, once you build a stack, you can pressure so many shorter stacks. You can go for so many more bounties. So I always keep that in mind. So I think like, if I can get a small edged bounty, I'll go for it all the time, no matter what the edge, even if it's probably 0 EV. I'll probably go for it because I think like if my stack gets bigger, I can pressure more. I can do a lot more things that I otherwise couldn't.
Yeah.
Because there's no worse thing than getting short stacked in a PKO.
Yeah.
I mean, in a freeze out, it's fine to be short stacked in a freeze out. It's just normality, But in a PKO, it just sucks. You don't have full equity. You have to be a lot tighter.
Yeah.
And that's what actually, when I did some numbers, that really scared me off. It's like, it shows me how tight you actually have to be in some spots when you shove as a short stack versus how loose you can be in a freeze out. It's insane.
Yeah. No, that was actually one of the things that really stuck out to me when I started to do more ICMizer stuff in that regard. And some of the adjustments were just, I mean, situations where you have them covered by one chip and you're like almost shoving any 2 cards, and then all of a sudden you're folding hands as strong as 8-7 suited, which is just like a monster push and a freeze out or something like that, because they're just like, they're going to look you up with king high every time, so you got to be folding like this every time. It's a fascinating thing. Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. Yeah, that's what I love actually. I think it's the perfect way to evolve, for poker to evolve, to be honest. Even though a lot of people are going to be screaming, I just want my freeze outs back, and even I do that from time to time. Even I enjoy like a regular freeze out. But I think like this is the form of evolution that really works in practice, to be honest. Like, this is the sort of like thing that I love to see.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, and also, if we can justify gambling extra hard, then it's cool. That makes it even more fun, right? So everyone's like, oh my gosh, can't believe you went all in with such a crazy hand and you knocked me out of this tournament. Now you're the chip leader. You're like, hey, I did the numbers. It's marginally profitable. It was okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, don't ask my community about Queen Deuce offsuit ever. We have this as a command in my pet. I did like a double KO at the final table. I tried to go for a double KO. I called with Queen Deuce offsuit. Now it's a running gag because they still can't believe I made that call. So.
Oh, mate, that's so funny.
All right, nothing happening here. Queen Jack high wins. And pocket tens for Gabriel. Shoves UTG. That's something, that's going to be interesting. It's just barely more than it's 11 big blinds, so it's like close to 11 big blinds. But I would be thinking, what sort of hands would I be calling in different positions with a lot of people behind? So I'm never sure about these spots. These are the toughest, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and like as I said, the sort of ICM implications of actually progressing in the tournament and just actually winning generic cash, as opposed to bounty, definitely starts to come into play here, and it's so interesting how quickly those things change.
True. Oh, there's a club on the flop.
Oh,
Nope.
nope.
Just the chop. Feels like king queen suited should have won. One club on the flop. Bring it.
I mean, yeah, that's some straight bounty stuff, isn't it? I mean, we've spoken about it a lot because we've done a lot of these. Well, for a long time, the Sunday Million was the KO stuff, the KO or the PKO stuff was special editions only. And now obviously it's just the way things are done. We have another all in here, guys. It's a huge flop for the king queen with the queen of hearts.
No
and
five.
Doraggio is KO'd there, guys. Sorry, they're going fast and thick right now, guys. We've already lost so many players. So Doraggio leaves after 2 bullets with $458.52 and picks up 1,254 something in bounties. Not too shabby.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, such like a hand like 5-6 suited looks so beautiful. I think in a freeze out you might actually consider opening it, but once you got covered by somebody who's in a big blind, who's such a big stack like Leo's here,
yeah,
I think a lot of people will shy away from opening too wide in spots like these.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, huge flop for king 6 of spades though.
Oh,
and it's clean.
And there's the king.
Full double for David.
King queen suited for Ilyukevich.
Yeah.
Puppy avatar. What's the thing with puppy avatars? What's your read on puppy avatars?
Oh, we obviously have a strong feelings about cat avatars on this channel,
Yes, I know.
But the puppy avatars, I don't know. What's your read, buddy?
I'm not sure. It could go both ways. I think some people could just be, recreational players that just love to put a pic of their puppy up. But then again, I think it might be like a fake tell. Like
it might be a meta thing. It might be like a meta read, like like when people, like people try and give themselves names that tilt your opponents and stuff like that.
Yes. Well, they just want to look cute, so you don't call them light, so you can get away with a lot more bluffs. I don't know.
Oh man, I mean, wait.
That's a cute puppy. I'm gonna fold.
I was gonna say this looks like a spot where Leos here could do a lot here. Ace-8 of spades in this situation, when you got the guy covered like this, you can definitely do a whole bunch of things. Pocket 7's looking really nice as a push here, though. I don't know about you, Flix, but
yeah, I think this is something I'm not sure about either. Like I always think how it's so tough to estimate how loose people are opening from early position, especially when there's a big stack on the table.
Yeah.
And how much fold equity you have, especially when you're covered. But I mean, it can go both ways. I don't mind either in this spot. But it just looks like a good hand to jam with.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of made me feel when we saw the king 6 shoving into small blind, small blind versus big blind just now and got the double. So David got the double with king 6 of spades. I kind of feel like it's the same spot as that, where like you're saying, like that's one of the moments when you have to really adjust your range because the big blind will just call you all day for the bounty, right? And I feel like king 6 is already getting into the range where you're actually expected to be called by a lot worse. King 6 of spades is just such a pretty hand when you're just going blind v blind pushing, and I think it's definitely strong enough at that point. As opposed to, like we were saying, you might always shove 8-7 of spades there if it was a knockout or something, or if it was just a regular freeze out. But it's a cool one, and playing pocket 7 slow like this is why it's so hard to do, right? Like
yeah, it's true. By the way, love the way how Gabriel plays this hand here.
Me too.
He just trapped max dead money in the middle, and yeah, he's gonna get paid unless Leo spikes an ace or an 8.
All right, well played, sir. Well played.
Good play, getting rewarded.
Yeah, that was very, very nice. He recognized that was a board where he was very, very, very rarely going to be beat, and he wanted to inspire some more action from the players behind him, and it worked out great. All that dead money, he managed to get Andre Volkan to put in so much more in that situation than he would have done had he played it faster. And another all-in. Will he gamble here with the king 7 of diamonds?
Those are the interesting spots that I'm always curious about. Huge bounty, but it looks bigger than it probably is in reality with a 5 million chips in total.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, I mean, this is like the magical mark, the 20 big blind mark, where you still probably shouldn't be calling too wide.
Right. I feel exactly the same about that. Yeah, that's a very, very interesting one. I mean, I don't know about you, but in these situations, I just all I want to do is just go home and just put it in the computer and just give me the answer. I want to know. I want to know. And you're in the middle of a session and you're just like, okay, be responsible, just label it for later, and then go back and like you can just do a whole stack of this stuff later on, and just trying to remember all the details from what you picked up, you know.
Yeah, and then I forgot about it, and then I'm like, no matter, I'm just gonna, it's just gonna go by the fields next time. It's okay.
There's just so many spots. You're like, I've studied this loads. I feel really confident. Then you put it in, you're like, oh, what, really? Oh, I'm not sure if I'll ever truly understand the complexity of knockout poker.
Yeah, me neither. It's insane. But it's probably just this magical 20 big blind mark that generates enough fold equity, so you actually get some folds in a freeze out. You can get fold equity even with a 15 or a 12 big blind shove sometimes, but this is rarely going to happen in a PKO. Right. So you need more chips to have that kind of fold equity still. Oh, that's going to be ace jack getting folded. I can't believe it.
That's the second time we've seen that fold from that player in that position. So yeah, interesting.
Maybe he doesn't like ace jack, or he has like, he's done the numbers and he knows exactly this is not going to be. Yeah, again, like I mean the bounty is small, so to be fair, it's just $143.
Yeah. So this is such an interesting flop, right? Because he's king jack has the gutter, but also the jack of spades is a really cool card to turn into a bluff on later streets. But I'm not sure if Rukas is deep enough where he's going to want to go too crazy, depending on the sizing that he puts in here, right? Yeah. 600K, he might decide to come along for one street and then see if he can get away with something later on, but definitely getting a little bit shallow pretty quick here.
It's pretty interesting that he just, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's a bad board for ace king, obviously, but still he fires the c-bet, and yeah, gets it done.
It's all Gucci.
So we got pocket sevens. But that's probably not going to get any action.
Seems like not the worst board for sevens here.
Nope, looks good.
I don't think you need to go big here at all. I wouldn't mind just like a really small, like quarter pot sizing, something like that. I mean, you get value from the deuce and the three, and also the deuce and the three aren't really likely to try and like do anything wacky on later streets. They're just going to try and call down and get to shit on very frequently. So rather than putting in half pot there, I think something closer to a quarter would make sense to me. I don't know what you think, Felix.
Yeah. Same boat. I mean, you're also crushing a board like this with your opening range, and against the big blind, I think you'll get so many folds that it's going to be fine to bet small here.
Yeah.
King queen doesn't get any action. And that's also something to consider, like ace-6 offsuit, small or big blind. Would you make the call there for a $500 bounty with 4 million chips or 3.6 million chips? It's tough.
Yeah. It's definitely getting into that range. So guys, as you can see from up above me, just here, we are down to 57. So we are going to start seeing some pay jumps very, very soon.
It's not even been 20 minutes, even a little bit more than 20 minutes, and we've lost like close to a third of the field. Yeah,
it's nuts, isn't it? So we started today, guys, with 85. If you're just joining us, the next pay jump is at 47. So if we lose another 10 players, we'll be having another pay jump. It's actually another $100 or so. It's a little bit more than $100, so that's actually a nice little jump there. Obviously, that's not including bounties as well. But yeah, I mean, PKO life, huh? PKOs, just you get through it real quick, you know.
Yep. This is also something that intrigues me. Like, is it good to still have a min-raising range here with ace-6 suited, or do you just want to jam with that stack size and just not allow the big blind to realize their equity on your bounty?
Yeah,
it's tough.
I mean, and you're putting yourself in a situation where the biggest stack of the table is in position against you on the button, so you know they can just come along with a whole bunch of stuff and put you in a world of pain for sure.
Yeah.
And, you know, you could also kind of justify it even further by saying, because we've got the big blind covered, you know, the jam is actually the best way to try and get all the chips in against that one particular player. Although I don't imagine that a short stack is going to be calling particularly wide there. But, you know, there's a lot of reasons why you might just want to play that as a pure push. I think you're absolutely right.
This is interesting. So I think Takashi, should jam.
Yeah, I think so too.
Pretty sure Leosia might make the call. Yes, he does.
Ooh.
So diamonds against
clubs.
Opportunities. And you know what they say. Everybody loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
We can try.
We can try. Okay, we'll get the next one, guys. We'll get the next one.
Okay.
Everyone loves a chop pot. We'll do it.
I tried last time. I failed miserably. I think, we're gonna get there at some point.
Good evening to everybody. By the way, we've had a lot of you guys saying hi. We've been chatting away, but thank you very much for joining us. My mom's actually in the chat. Hello, Mom. John Edwards is here as well. Hello, hello. My mom's a big fan of the stream, Felix. You know, she was never much of a poker fan, but I feel like I've converted her over after all these years. You know.
That's so nice. That's so cool. Yeah. Shout outs. Greetings to your mom.
Needs more practice.
Yeah, definitely needs more practice.
Yeah. Okay. We'll lean into it next time, guys. That was a bit half-hearted, but we'll do better next time. Okay.
That's the first time. Give us a break, guys. I mean, we have to synchronize here.
I'll do the. I'll say. I'll do the. You know what they say, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Deal.
I think it's probably just I wasn't actually. I was ready for it, but I wasn't ready for it. So Gabriel chipping up now with 11 million and opening his range again, like making it a little bit wider. It works. Flops an open-ended straight draw against the big blind who flops bottom pair. Now this is going to be an interesting card.
I mean, SPR less than 1 here. And he's got the straight draw that he can just ship if he wants. I wouldn't say the 10 is the best card to really have a bluff here, but when SPR is less than 1, you can't really go wrong, you know what I mean? Because you can definitely get a lot of folds in this situation too, and it's not a lot more just to get the rest in the middle and hope for folds and try and generate some fold equity here. So I can appreciate this. The 10 is obviously just one of, like, if he has a 9 or he has a, you know, or indeed a 10 or even a 3, you know, he might really decide to get sticky in this situation, but we'll see how it goes.
And also the bet on the flop was so small that there could still be some, you know, gut shots or even ace highs that didn't dare to jam pre-flop.
Yep, absolutely agree.
Gets the fold maybe.
Gets a call, and the queen 3 gets a full double up to 6 million.
Wow.
Rukas calling with the 3. Very, very spicy. Love to see that.
Yeah, some guts by Rukas. Took him some time, but worked well. And now it's going to be the fight of the big stacks.
Yep. 8, 9 of hearts in the big blind, looking really pretty. And obviously, having that coverage, as we've been saying all along, is really, really sweet here. You know, there's just so much more potential value there. I mean, 8, 9 of hearts is already a hand that it's lots of potential, but having the additional potential to win $922.25 in bounties here is a really nice added incentive when you're coming along with hands like this, trying to flop straights, trying to make flushes.
I love the sizing actually. On a board like this, you can just size so incredibly small, and there's literally not much a lot of hands can do against that sizing.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, if you actually have some bluffs that look like that, right, then you can also literally do that with trip aces on the flop, right? You know, you can. Yeah. It's like for a long time it was like, right, I've got standard size, always 1/3 or always 1/2 or whatever back we used to say back in the day. But then if you don't have these other sizings, then as soon as you start betting super small on these boards, they're like, well, he just always has trips. Like, you know, like why else would he size down so much, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it works so well. Like, it's such a sizing that just, even though it's so small, you would think that a lot of hands would just immediately call, but they just can't because it's just puke inducing. You know?
The puke equity is serious, you know?
Yes.
All right, pocket kings again. He does have coverage here, guys, so the kings are looking to win a bounty, 497.45.
Yes, now here's the Knüppel support crew in the chat. I can see a lot of Knüppel hyped.
These guys are all finished. These guys are all finished. They don't know. They don't know. Die Knüppelmacht is coming for them.
Love it. So we need a 9. That's actually a 9 of clubs, but it won't work.
All right, we have another KO, guys. So Andrew Volkin there leaves us in 52nd place, $458 and $944 in bounties as well. GG, sir.
GG.
That 9 is so sweaty for those kings. Oh my gosh, any paired
Yeah.
board. Any paired
Yes.
board.
This is interesting as well. Never know what to do with a hand like ace-10 suited. Looks so beautiful, but what do you want to do? You want to 3-bet? You want to call? I mean, you probably have to call against a big stack like this. But there's a lot of stuff that can happen behind you.
Yeah, that's that definitely it feels uncomfortable when there's so many more players to act. I can just squeeze it up here, and then you're really in no man's land because you haven't really represented your hand, and it's very, very awkward.
Oh, actually, Queen Jack offsuit making the best hand now on the Queen 7-8. 2-5s checking to the ace-10 of clubs. See if we can see a stab here on this board. Nope, getting checked around. Now the 5s pick up a straight draw. Maybe they'll do something with it. But Takashi might also just go all in. No, he decides to check again.
Now, I think there's action on the other table, guys. I'm not sure if we're going to see much going on here. I don't want to cut away just yet, but there is a situation with Knuppel on our other table.
Yeah, we got to check that.
Okay, let's swap, guys. Swap. All right, so Knuppel blind v blind has the coverage, covering Pasha blind v blind.
Now you should jam here. I'm pretty sure this is a jam.
So I've got some notes here from our team. Knuppel tripled up very early on. I mean, of course he did. And he's built up a decent stack.
Good.
And yeah, here we go. Pocket kings. This is the hand that we are looking
nice.
for. Wow, 9-10
I
of
was
spades.
actually a little bit amazed. He didn't jam the king 8 offsuit.
I was going to say I thought that was a really clean jam spot for sure. I thought we would have seen pull the trigger there.
But that's Knuppel. I don't want to argue with Knuppel because he's proven me wrong so many times.
All right, so 9-10 of spades all in. Great spot for kings. $158 in bounties is available here.
Mats Björn just leaving him some chips behind, probably for a pay jump. Just to be able to control the time when the money goes in.
That's right. Well, 47 is the pay jump, guys. I did mention that just now. So 47, 47th place will get about another 130, 140 bucks in cash prizes if they can survive a bit longer. So we're going to see some time banking here.
Yeah. What do you think of time banking online is so easy, and it is just not really something that people would be looking at or be like amazed at. But in a live event, like if you sit there with your hand just thinking, it gets awkward.
Yeah, it is awkward, and also depending on what the format is, you know, there's not necessarily a punishment, right? So he is time banking right now. He is wasting time in order to try and maybe get a pay jump here by default. But he's not going to get those chips back. What a sweat. Look at the flop. Look at the turn. He's done it.
Too many outs.
Too many outs. Too many outs, and that is a KO. So Mats Bjorn is eliminated in 48th place. So, like I said, not going to see that pay jump. And he is going to take home $458.52 with $267 in bounties. So about 4, 5, 6, about 7-ish, a little bit more than 7 times his initial buy-in. But yeah, like I was saying, Flix, you know, like when people are using their time bank online, at least you know that their time bank isn't going to be replenished the next time that they want to try and go back and do that, right? But they're in a live setting, people just time wasting all day without, you know, if there's not actually any sort of time bank in place.
Yeah.
But you know, there you go.
Another hand, ace-4 suited, and Pasha with queens, but this could go either way. Oh, Knuppel actually folding s4 suited. There we go. You know, Knuppel actually plays sort of tight, I know, and sometimes he can get really loose when he thinks the spot is right. So it's like, I think his play is probably totally different from mine. So I really love to see how Knuppel is gonna play.
He's just got, you know, like use the force. You know, he's better at picking the moments.
Yes, I think so too. And definitely, especially in live poker, because Knuppel is just coming from a huge score at our Grind Live 3 event.
Oh yes.
He made third place in that for 6.6K in a 220 euro main event that we played.
Nice.
They made a 3-way deal, which was really nice. A 4-way deal actually. And yeah, every single time I see him, whether it's live or online, he's making some deep runs. He's doing it.
Oh man, I love to watch him play as well. Honestly, some of those streams just unreal, unreal. The excitement and the joy and the passion that he feels for poker is so cool. And pocket queens, gonna get it in, and we do see a fold. Blinds are going up once again. 175, 350K. This is such a weird level. I hate this level. I've decided I hate this level.
Yeah. Again, we got kings. So many times. Everybody's got kings.
Oh man, yeah. I mean,
So love the chat. I am the numbers. I am the center.
So blinds have just gone up here, guys, and Vishnia is looking a lot more shallow here. Going to play the button. King's probably just coming in with the small 3-bet, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But ace and in the fold.
Again, I appreciate that size because, like we were talking about the previous, sizing way down on ultra dry boards where you're just going to have so many more strong hands. Like, if you can actually mix in the smaller 3-bet there as a bluff and recognize that you're putting a lot of pressure on 4.4 million with that size, then you can afford to do it with bluffs as well, and it's a a more effective way for you to bluff, assuming that you're doing it in a way which is balanced and you're not just only ever turning up there with kings when you're 3-betting small or whatever. But it's really, really cool.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, I decided to stay home, by the way. This is the Star Wars collection in my bag, just so you know, Zephyr. And there seems to be some Star Wars fans in the chat, so appreciate that. I decided to not go to the studio today, so I stayed home, and this is my home collection.
Nice. You put together a Death Star at some point, right?
Yes, we did. I think it's somewhere up there. I can show you one side.
Awesome. Love that. So cool.
And I actually wanted to get there's huge ones, like a huge Star Destroyer and a huge AT-80 I want to get next.
Nice.
But there's they're pretty pricey.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I mean, I think a Star Destroyer would be way up there on my list if I was going to buy some, because that's got to be a good 10-hour project or something to put it together, right? Maybe more.
It's been I think it's like 4 or 5 streams it took me to build this. So I actually streamed it, but it's 3 years, like 2 or 3 years ago now. So it's pretty.
So similar spot here again, Flix. Like blind v blind. I mean, just a straight fold King 6, I think is probably a mistake. But like you said, he just feels out those moments. He just knows when to take them. I think probably you could get away with just straight jamming that, or a raise at least. I think would be reasonable. Just having the blocker there, I think. But very, very cool. And he's doing everything right. He's already tripled, and he's already back up to 10 mil. He's doing all right.
He's avoiding those close spots where I'm probably just gonna go bust. He's just staying in. So I really like it. I like to watch him. Sometimes I really like to watch people that play totally different from your own playing style, because I think you can, even though sometimes you find things that you would never do or you would do totally different, you can still learn a lot from how other people approach the game. I think it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Knüppel opens, and I think this is going to get the job done. Unless Tiltless wants to see a flop with a 7-4 offsuit. Maybe he does.
Potentially.
Nope.
Speaking of Star Wars, Flix, did you enjoy Obi-Wan?
Oh yes, I did.
Yeah.
I think it was very it was different of what was expected. So the first 4 episodes felt a little bit off, and I thought everybody in the Star Wars universe, I think they said there's no way they can fill the plot so that it actually makes sense in the end again. But I think the last 2 episodes really killed it. I think they turned it around. I'm not sure. Did you see it?
I did. I haven't watched the final episode yet, but I did enjoy the penultimate one much more so than the others. I felt like it was really slow to begin with, and I was I was trying to figure out where the plot was going to come from, and it just felt like, I don't know how you guys are going to wrap this in so many episodes. But the last one I watched, I really enjoyed. Ace 9 of hearts here, all in, guys. King 10 of clubs. Could gamble here for a bounty, I suppose, but I think probably a fold is better in my book. I don't know what you think, Felix.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the numbers. So $25 with the bounty, so that's 10, 20, a little bit. That's 18 times the starting bounty. So what's 5 million in starting stacks? What is the starting stack? 50K?
I don't know.
50K, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So that's 10. That's 100 times the starting stack. Is that right? 50K? No, 500. 5 million. I can't do the numbers. I'm not good at math. So
I'm terrible at math.
I think the numbers. No, I think the bounty is too small.
Oh man, and Knoopel folding pocket eights here as well. Very interesting. Looks like he would have got a lot of action.
That is definitely interesting. Yeah.
Oh, and he picked his moment well.
He knew he was gonna lose.
He just knew. He knew he was going to be getting in 3 ways. He went, I can't be bothered with that.
He felt it.
He just feels it. It feels the force, mate.
He does. Oh, we got ace queen offsuit open raising here. And ace 8 offsuit in the big blind. This is actually interesting. Might consider jamming as well pre-flop. And just for the fold equity, but it's against the hijack open, so.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you got people covered like that, you can really get away with a lot. You can get away with, if as soon as you have an ace in your hand and you've got somebody covered, you get away with a lot of stuff that people might not usually understand or see.
Yeah, the thing that always gets me about bounty tournaments is like, okay, so I can jam a lot wider because of the bounty, but then again, also because the people are, if somebody is playing correctly, if he's covered, he knows that he shouldn't be opening too wide, so he's opening tighter. So then again, I can't get away with too much shoving because he's opening tighter. So that fucks with my head.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, there's a lot of leveling when it comes to that stuff, right? Like, would he really be shoving that wide here in a bounty tournament? And then people just show up with total garbage, and you're like really surprised, and you're like, well, maybe I just overthink everything. Maybe I've been too tight today. Yeah, it is a tricky one to figure out.
So we got Dagobert Duck open jamming. It's actually funny. We had like a funny table talk at Grind Live 3 at the main event. At the feature table, there was like a guy from Czech Republic. He's really funny, and he called everything by a different name. So when you make a small raise, he calls it a Mickey Mouse raise. If you fold, he's gonna say Dagobert Duck fold because you save money. So
nice.
He always puts like he puts like Disney characters.
That's great.
So min raise is a Mickey Mouse raise, and folding is Dagobert Duck move or Dagobert Duck fold.
Wow.
And if you're feeling lucky, you can make a Gustav Ganz call. I don't know if that's.
I don't. That one doesn't translate for me, but I still appreciate the sentiment. Pasha.
I think the name. Yeah, Pasha's got aces.
Sorry.
The name in English is different. What's the guy that's always lucky in the Disney comics? The duck. There's the duck guy who's always lucky.
Scrooge McDuck.
No, that's Scrooge McDuck.
Donald Duck.
That's him. No, Donald Duck. Not Donald Duck. Is it the not the nephew? Is it his brother who's got this insane ability to be lucky all the time? Daffy Duck?
Oh, Daffy Duck, maybe.
I'll look it up.
I mean, I've just got fond memories of Scrooge McDuck, diving into a pool of money.
Yes.
And swimming through the money.
Gladstone Gander, chat knows. There we go.
Gladstone Gander. Oh wow, yeah, geez, yeah, that was completely gone from my brain until just now. So anyway, guys, we saw the aces with the flat here pre-flop. Looks like they didn't get a c-bet on the flop though, so they flatted pre and then they led turn and gonna take it down. We call him Goosegeluk in Netherlands. Goosegeluk.
They have weird names.
Yeah, lekker man, lekker. Lekker.
Gladstone Gander. Oh my god. And it's Scrooge McDuck. Actually, it's not Dagobert Duck. It's Scrooge McDuck for you guys, right?
Yeah.
So in German, it's Dagobert.
I see. Okay.
Weird name.
Pro tip: don't jump into a pool of metal coins. It hurts. I mean, you're just doing it wrong. I mean, I've seen many historical documentations of Scrooge McDuck successfully diving into a pool, and he seemed to love it. So.
Yes. We got aces from Knüppel. This is gonna be good to watch.
He's managed to fade all the spots where we would have got all tangled up and lost a bunch of chips, and he just keeps getting aces and kings. It's really that easy.
Yeah.
Don't know if he's going to get much action here though. I like the open from King 7 though. I think that's still nice from there.
Mm-hmm. This is a full round of probably not anything happening. Maybe 10-9 offsuit doing something.
Yeah, I think blind v blind we could see something, but he is very shallow. I mean, this is definitely one of those spots where 9-10 could be a push blind v blind if we were playing freeze out. But
freeze out, yes.
Yeah, but in the context of the PKO, probably. I mean, I'm not even sure how often you want to be limping here because the big blind is so incentivized just to raise. You know,
Yes.
like there's so
Just
many
jam,
reasons.
right?
I mean, you could always assume that you're going to limp call, but when you're this shallow, by the time you've called a 3 big blind ISO or even 2.5 or whatever, you're committing such a huge amount of your stack. It's very difficult to play this hand well post flop. After you've played it as a limp call at this very shallow stack depth.
Yes, for sure. And also, I think a lot of people exploit this. I mean, by now it gotten to the point where people start limping strong hands again.
Yeah.
In spots like these.
Right.
So it totally makes sense. But in general, I mean, you're gonna catch more oftentimes. You're just gonna catch the occasional limp from a marginal hand and just get the fold.
Yeah. Yep.
And we got Ace King from Megarata.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon King 10 probably should be calling here a lot of the time because the open from Margarita here is going to be huge, and they do get the chips in the middle. King 10 at risk with a gut shot and elimination. All right, GG to you, sir. Let's get over to table A. Going to try and follow the action back over here. That table is now closing, but congratulations to our last bust outs. Takahashi.
Really is the best word. Like, congratulations is the best word for a poker player because nobody else understands. Like, every time I bust from a poker tournament and other non-poker players tell you, well, you should be happy you just got like 5th, or you should be happy you won like $5,000. I'm like, yes, but I was so close to winning, like, getting the title.
It's so hard to have those conversations with non-poker players, you know, and then they're like, oh, see, that's why you have a gambling problem. You're like, no, it's not like that. It just I just could have done better. That's all. I'm happy. Everything's gonna be fine.
I will kill set. Actually, it makes trips, not a set. So funny. Sometimes I recognize names at these final tables that I've played with years and years back in a cash game setting. I will kill set. I think he's been around for years, and I've played cash games with him probably like 10 years ago or something. So it's
Awesome.
always funny to see.
Okay, yeah. So we have had that last table close, which means that Knoopel has now joined our table here with our previous chip leader, Leos here. Let me just take a look at the standings. So Leos here now currently in 5th in chips, but still looking pretty good. Eric Bolas now our chip leader with 30 million chips. Another Brazilian. In fact, there are 4 Brazilians in the top 5 as we speak. So, man, those Brazilians, man, they know what they're doing these days. It's pretty crazy. Yes. It's pretty terrifying.
Vamos.
And
Knoopel just calling with pocket jacks. That's pretty interesting. I was expecting a squeeze for sure, or even a jam. And it looks like, so far, he's not going to get the pot, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think Knoopel is going to put any more money into this pot. I couldn't imagine him calling this.
No, and I feel like given the action as well, like I think your opponents are just going to have tons of clubs in that situation. Like there are certain spots where you're like, actually, I'm not really sure if this makes sense. I feel like I could still find a call here without a club. But when you lead that turn and it comes the club on the river and they're still betting, like I just think they're going to have a lot of high cards, especially being one of the initial openers from earlier position.
So I wonder how Knoopel is going to play King Queen, or maybe he's not. No, he's not. It's a tough spot, to be fair. Small blind against under the gun with King Queen.
Yeah. He is a man of mystery, though.
Yes, he definitely is. Now Leo instead makes top and bottom, continues his run. Was there a flop that Leo didn't hit so far? I can't remember. I just cannot remember
I mean,
one.
but so they did come into today as the chip leader. We saw them swing down to 15 million or something like that, I think. So there was a few, but I think they were basically all pre-flop all-ins. Whenever he's seen the flop, he's hitting them pretty good.
Making it pricey for Casey.
Yeah, I mean
that shot.
that's real pricey. John Delano in the chat. Nick, is your arm recovered from holding up that heavy-looking tower? Only just. Yes, I have returned from Pisa, and the mandatory leaning tower of Pisa shot had to go in there at some point.
Oh, you were there.
Yeah, so I was in
Nice.
I was in Tuscany for a friend's wedding this past weekend, but oh, John, I've only just barely recovered from the wedding, buddy. It was wild, but it was lovely. It's a very beautiful part of the world.
I was gonna say this is something part of the world that I really want to explore. I've never been, so I think it's insane.
In the last 2 months, I went to a wedding in Positano, which is more like the Amalfi Coast.
Oh yes.
And then got to go to Tuscany as well. Obviously, that's much more inland and sort of to the west or whatever. And yeah, I have to say Italy might be one of my new favorite places. Honestly, it's just the food is so good. The lifestyle is so beautiful. The weather is so beautiful. Especially Positano, I think, was just like blowing my mind how beautiful it was. It was really, it's just something out of a painting, and you're like, yeah, these kinds of places don't exist anymore. They're too touristy or blah blah blah. But
yeah,
still very very authentic. And sure enough, here we go. This is exactly what we're talking about here, Flix. The limp being exploited, 9-10 off as well. Exactly the same combo.
Yeah.
And sure enough, 6-7 just going to town there, which I absolutely love to see. That's the poker that we like.
Yep. This looks interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of like these Instagram places, where you just know, well, these photos exist, but you imagine them to be probably a little bit less like this when you actually see them. But,
exactly.
I mean,
yeah, that's exactly it. You go and you're like, oh, I'm sure there's some pretty places, but there's probably like a big ugly Hilton that they built in the 60s that's like on the other side of the hill, and they just don't even live. Everything is still owned by families and stuff. Like the original families who like made the hotel, like from back in the day. So if you ever get the chance, man, definitely go. It really is special.
I'll probably take some time off, like a month or so, and tour Italy with the car. I think that's sort of like my dream.
Yeah, man, that sounds great. It's just a shame you're not a drinker, though. Some of that wine, oh my days, and they're good at that, Flix. They're really good at that.
They are
wine country, wine country.
Yes, of course. So we got some sort of pieces of the flop bottom pair against the gut shot with the backdoor flush draw, but 10 deuce taking all the clubs away.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, not to talk about pizza, of course. I mean, the pizza will be
Yeah, actually, when we went to Positano, we flew into Naples, into Napoli. So got the full pizza experience there, and then when you're in Tuscany, then you get the full pasta experience. And so yeah, we really did the rounds. It was pretty cool.
That's insane. It's actually Neapolitan. That's actually not Neapolitan pizza, right?
Yeah,
that's the one with the small crust, with the thin crust.
That's that's the super famous one. Yeah, that you get in Napoli.
Oh, damn, I'm getting hungry already.
Oh mate, I wish I hadn't said anything now. Yeah, it was a bad choice. we're gonna have to take a lunch break in a second, guys. It's all good.
Yes.
All right, so we are down to 36, guys. So we're actually getting through it pretty quickly here. Let me just give you guys a quick update. So if you've just joined us, this is the 109 Sunday Million, 1 million guaranteed progressive KO 2-day event with a new structure. Currently, if you bust out, you'll be guaranteed something in the region of $590 US. The next pay jump is at 32, so we're 4 away from a pay jump here.
Again, ace jack getting folded. It's insane. Like, okay, I'm not gonna say anything. I think
we've been doing it wrong this whole time. We've been learning it. We've been learning it wrong.
Ace jack offsuit is. I mean, it's not a bad hand. It's a tough hand. It's a tough hand. I gotta admit. Marshall jamming with the kings, and I think this is a close spot, I think. Depends on the bounty. I can see the bounty. $700 bucks. Okay, there we go.
717, yeah, and it looks like the kings are going to be really clean here. Yep,
Yeah.
and that's it. Full double for Pasha there with kings. Not too shabby. That's what you're looking for when you got kings.
Mm-hmm.
And straight into the frying pan again. Pocket queens. Now ace 10 of spades, really, really awkward from this position. Does decide to 3-bet. These are two pretty big stacks as well.
Yeah. It's probably gonna work. I don't. Well, I'll not. No, it's queens. I saw king queen for some reason. Like, well, this is gonna work. No, it's not gonna work. Oh, queen's actually just calling. Interesting.
Yeah, calling, trying to fade an ace or a king. Here comes king high.
That worked well.
Yeah.
They're still gonna call one, I think.
I mean, if you're gonna play queen slow, I think there's no chance you can get away from the flop here.
No, I will kill set as actually. I mean, he's the range advantage, so he can definitely fire another bullet. I wouldn't mind it. Doesn't have to be big, even probably like 3 million or something. 3.5. No, he checks. That's easy.
Or you just do that instead. That's fine too, I guess.
Yeah, just hit.
Oh man, yeah.
Well, he asked for it by slow playing queens. That's what you get.
Oh man, yeah. He's in such good shape on the turn too, but yeah, there you have it. Don't do it. Don't be like that. You know the call here is wrong. Yes. All right, good fold. All right, he played it slow, but he got away from it. Okay, and there you go. All right, gang. So we're going on a break. All right, so that's our first break, everyone, and we are down to 35 players in this Sunday Million KO special. That means we are 34 places away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $52,000 plus bounties, of course. Don't forget about that. Currently, Chipilzinho from Brazil is leading the pack with 28 million chips. Going to go on a 5-minute break, and we'll get back to the action in just a moment. So, Flix, my friend, tell me more about GRND number 3, Grind Live 3. What is that the official title? Grind Live?
Grind Live, yeah, we call it Grind Live. It's been amazing. You should definitely come next time. Grind Live 4 is already planned for November, and I mean, we got inspired. I gotta say, I got inspired by different events like Lex Live. Obviously, Lex Live was a huge inspiration. Lex Live, we've been at both, right?
I think we've been to every Lex Live so far, I believe. And actually, just before we came on air, we were trying to remember the last time that we've done commentary together. We actually did commentary live from Lex Live 1, which was in Namur, Belgium. The first time round, and I was like, yeah, wow, blast from the past. That was like 5 years ago or something now, wasn't it? It was crazy.
Yeah, exactly, and it's the first time we met, actually, in person, I think.
That's right.
It was a blast. I mean, Lex Live was a blast, so that's something I always had in the back of my mind. In the future, I want to have something like this for our community, for the German community as well. And then all of a sudden, like the Herz Damen Club, I don't know if you've heard about them.
I'm well aware of them. Yeah, with
female poker players in the German community. They got together to build a poker community club, and they had that event in Grand Casino Asch, and that was amazing. That was just such a great vibe. It was like, we have this casino which has like a downtowny Vegas vibe, like a Golden Nugget vibe, and the staff is so friendly, and they're so nice, and they're so accommodating. And I thought, like, this is the perfect partner to try and have our own event there. And then that's what we did. The second version was, like, the first version was a small one in Cologne, where I just held like a little keynote about variants, and we played a little poker tournament with just 100 people. Well, I mean, I mean, it's insane if you say 100 people are showing up just to, play poker with you, or it's insane if you think about it. And then Grind Live 2 was already packed with around 300 people. And Grind Live 3 was next level. I mean, we had like a stream running 24/7, pretty much, or like 12 to 14 hours a day.
Love that.
We could cover all the events. We could switch I took my camera with me to my live table. It was people were just so friendly and so happy. It's the perfect. I mean, you know the deal. It's the perfect thing to just try out live poker and at an event like this. If you're not familiar with live poker, you can get scared. People are like, casino players are usually just, they're in a different mood. It's a different vibe.
Yeah.
But if you know people and you can connect with them, it's much easier to do your first thing of live poker, right?
No, you're absolutely right, and I echo everything that you say in that regard. And how many people do we know that went to Lex Live or whatever for the first time, and that was their first experience, and then just came out of it with such a positive attitude towards the game? And we all need to do our part to try and, you know, get more people playing poker, because it is a fantastic game, and it, you know, when treated with respect and responsibility, can be a lot of fun, and something that, you know, is very rewarding as you progress and become a better player. And actually getting into your first live tournament is extremely important in order to sort of enjoy that aspect of it, if you're coming strictly from playing online or maybe not playing at all. But I absolutely will come to the next one. I think I said to myself I was definitely going to go this year. And then, as I said, I've just been traveling so much recently for all these, like, we had this sort of crazy wedding season where everybody wanted to get married after 2 years of lockdown and all this stuff like that. So, it's been pretty hectic, and I'm absolutely ready to show up to the next one.
Absolutely.
So next event's in November. It's coming up that early.
Yeah,
cool.
16th to 20th November. We already set up the dates at the beginning of the year because we knew we wanted to have these, and we just want to grow these and just make them even better every single time and try to find something new. And the most funny aspect about it is actually, if I come to think of it, that we also try to include everybody that's not in the poker world or from the poker community, like partners and friends and family that come along just to take a peek and just have a watch. They're just invited to join our fun sit and go table or play some fun games alongside, which is, I mean, at Lex Live, the community sit and goes were one of the best.
That was by far, that was so good. And just well made. Just like you're walking around, you're like, hey, I'm not sure if I've met you yet. And then everyone exchanges their screen names. Like, oh yeah, of course, I hang out with you all the time. I just didn't know I didn't put a name to a username. And then you're like, hey, we're going to do like a 9-handed thing, $50 in, $40 in, $20 in, whatever it was. And that was definitely a lot of fun. All right, guys, so the action is kicking off again. Just before we wrap up this segment, obviously, guys, hit up Felix on social media, and he will keep you up to date with all of the cool stuff he's doing. Prolific content creator, this guy. Honestly, can get some claps in the chat.
Thank you.
All right, back to the action here. Ace King is going to open right out of the gates here.
There's some numbers coming in from my moderators. Actually, we had 1,400 runners in total.
That's incredible! Wow, that's really jumped up. That's that's really impressive, dude. That's so cool.
We close to doubled the amount of money that was played for after the second Grand Prix event.
All right, and then November. Here we go. Let's get it on. Sounds great.
Yep. Everybody come for November, even though we're German. Everybody's more than welcome to come and hang out. But I mean, the casino is international, so they know their ways around. So don't worry, you'll be in good hands with us.
Awesome.
So 3-5 suited for Leo. Makes an open. Big stacks clashing now.
Yup, and both players with a gut shot. Just looking at some prizes here, guys. So as I said, the next pay jump isn't until 31st, excuse me. Currently, players are guaranteed $590.20, and then of course any bounties that they've accrued so far. But 31st place, excuse me, is going to be a pay jump to 827. So a pretty considerable jump there.
Good check raise, by the way, by Yarik. I really like that play.
Yeah.
And he got the job done.
Yeah.
He's not afraid of making a play against the big stack. I think that takes some guts. Like if you're up against another big stack in a situation so deep in the tournament, to follow up on a check raise like that, I think that's.
Yeah, I think he picks a really nice combo as well. He's blocking the straight. He's blocking like some of like this sort of like 9-10, that kind of thing, where you're going to have like a pair and a gut shot. And of course he has the gut shot as backup as well. So if he does get looked up by a second pair or top pair plays it a little bit slower, still the opportunity to make the nuts. I think generally speaking, you're going to see a lot of check raises, sort of GTO check raises with gut shots, and very frequently it might even be like the worst gut shot available on the table or something like that. But in this case, when you're sort of blocking some of the combinations that would feel more comfortable opening from the button, I think that's really nice too, because they're just not going to have as many of the combos that want to continue versus a check raise in that situation.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, we see Ace Jack being played finally. It's an open under the gun.
Yep, and hopefully going to win too. Or I mean, I feel like we're just going to start getting some serious confirmation bias here, Felix.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Ace Jack. You raise, get folds. There you go. That's how you do it. That's how you play. That's the pro line. That's the pro line.
And Ace Jack suited. Let's see what happens with this one.
Yeah.
Oh, this is how you play Ace Jack, you know. Just raise, everybody folds.
Life would be so much easier if you could just raise fold, you know.
But to be honest, you're not mad if you're not getting called. When
No,
you
no,
raise,
yeah,
right?
exactly. I totally feel the vibe there for sure.
Knüppel in the big blind. Yeah, Knüppel was definitely running hot. But I don't like I can't always credit it to running hot for Knüppel anymore. I mean, there's something about his playing style. It works. It just works. I don't know why, but it works.
Just feels the force.
Yeah.
Casey UTG here with like 15 bigs. Ugh. Yeah, I kind of don't blame him for that, to be honest, especially with some of the bigger stacks in, you know, to his left and to his right here, not in the big blind, but also I will kill set having position against him. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit on the too tightish side, but I can really appreciate how awkward it can be to play ace-10 in that position, and then with all of the additional sort of negative aspects of being covered by so many players at the table. So I can get behind that.
I mean, my coaches always told me ace-10 offsuit probably from the early position is going to be a 0 EV open in most situations anyways.
Yeah.
So depending on the stacks behind you, especially when they cover you, it's probably perfectly fine
Sure.
to just fold. And it's probably too many chips to jam. So I think that's the other consideration.
Sure. Yeah, I can definitely get behind that.
And even though it feels wrong, the only option that is left is just folding.
Oh man, look at this spot, guys. 9-4 off. I
Wow.
feel like this is a little bit OOL. I don't know, but
it works.
It works. Easy game. Love it though. I absolutely love how out of line that is.
I mean, it's nice. It's just playing. This is something that I've realized is really very, very prominent in MTT poker. That's really confused me when I switched from cash games to MTT poker. Is plays like these in cash games, it would be like totally minus EV, making no money at all. In a spot like this, or like long-term minus EV, probably against most players, not all. But in a situation like this with stack sizes, can work. And
A full double.
Wow. Leo losing a hand. I haven't seen this.
Yeah, I mean, I think blind v blind, you can see what he was doing there. It seems like a pretty reasonable jam, just running into the dominator.
Yeah.
So yeah, fair play. No, I know what you're saying, Felix. Actually, I have a friend who played cash for a very long time, and he started to date a girl who was very successful in MTT poker, and he used to watch her, you know, playing a Sunday session, and he's like, I just don't understand what's going on here. Like, you know, like I'm just never going to open this hand from this position, and I'm never going to be 3-betting a hand as weak as this from this position because, you know, it's just straight dollar EV, you know, and you know. And then as you say, like in tournament poker, like you can just pick these spots and they're just so potent and so powerful. And if you're picking those spots better than other players, the sort of future game value of you just finding those like cheeky little spots and the sort of snowball effect that can have moving into the later stage of the tournament is so completely at odds with the sort of actual just straight dollar EV of doing anything in a cash game where you're playing very, very straightforward and you're playing according to hand strength very frequently, you know?
Yeah. Understanding in MTT poker that it's not about the chips that have the chips have different value at each stage of the tournament. That's the key thing to understand. And once you get your head around this, it's getting a little bit easier, but it's still super complex. I always thought like tournament poker, nah, that's not complex. That's just random 20 big blind, 30 big blind, jamming, 3-betting, whatnot, clicking buttons. But it actually is quite complex. Indeed.
Depends if I'm winning in MTTs or not, because then I can feel either way. You know, like when you're winning MTTs, you're like, you know, it's very complex. It's extremely, you know, it really might be the most skilled form of poker. And then you're losing, and you're like, it's all 20 big blind, just shoving, and you know, everyone's just gambling. You know, really, at the end of the day, there's so much variance.
Exactly. But speaking of which, I mean, there is, to be honest, if you compare the two, there is no better feeling than winning a tournament. I mean,
sure, I completely agree. Yeah,
it's just like if you win a tournament, it doesn't matter how small it is. Just a $1 tournament, a $5 tournament. Winning a tournament just feels great. No doubt about that. And it feels better than any cash game pot in the world could give you as a feeling, I think.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. There's a story, you know.
Yes, yes. Oh, we got another hand here. Queens for Yarrick, and Leo has Jack 10 suited.
Yep, Jack 10 suited. Definitely people can get sticky in these situations.
Yeah, and I also wonder what the best play here is with 20 bigs or coming from 25 big blinds, opening a hand like this. Do you want to see a flop? Do you not want to see a flop? It's a really tough spot, I think. Yeah, it's a really, really tough one. He does see a flop. And I mean, this
yeah, it's one of those flops,
might
isn't it?
not end well.
Yeah.
But at least you also have a backdoor flush draw, so the numbers are not that bad for him.
Yeah, I mean, and just a reminder, guys, so Leo Sear was our start of day 2 chip leader as well. So definitely been swinging a lot as we've entered into day 2. I'm not sure if Jack 10 is going to be able to get away. I mean, having queens with the Queen of Club here is Queen of Clubs is so nice. You know, you really can just justifiably just get the rest of the chips in the middle, and there's not too much you're going to be that concerned about at this stage. That's it. That's for all of it.
Yeah.
It's also a hard turn as well because he could just be doing this with Ace King with the Ace of Clubs or Ace King Queen with the King of Clubs or something like that too. So it's pretty much impossible to get away with once you've called pre. And sure enough, our start of day chip leader has been eliminated now, and he exits today's tournament in 34th place, taking home $590 and 4,293 in bounties. 4K in bounties.
So in total, he made more than 9th place prize money.
Isn't that nuts? That's crazy. Yeah, congratulations to you, sir. Obviously, probably hoping he would have gone further with the chip lead, but still, that is quite the accomplishment for finishing in 34th place, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the one hand, I feel bad for Leo with that run that he started with. Of course, you always know how that feels when it turns around and then all of a sudden you bust in a single hand. But then again, you know, in a hand like this, it gives me confidence back that, you know, sometimes in a hand like this, I would defend and I would go broke and I would think like, do I have to defend? But if a good player like this defends a hand like this, I'm fine.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think once you've hit that flop, there's so many reasons for you to want to continue on that turn. I mean, obviously the club does create more flushes, but it also creates a lot more opportunity for people to semi-bluff with hands that they would have 3-bet. So it's very, very tricky, and I think probably it's fine on in general.
It's one of those spots where you know you're not going to be happy when it goes in, but you probably just have to do it once you decide to go with a hand pre-flop, right?
Yeah.
Also, Plexo Twitch, I'm waiting for your unban request. Bring it. He's still banned in my chat. Well, it's probably for a reason because my mods are very, very good at this.
Have you ever done like the unban request streams before, Flix? I always thought that was a funny concept, but never actually did it myself.
I've done a couple, and they're quite funny. I always enjoy it when there's more people involved. Like I get a couple of guests on my stream for this, because then they can also decide. And like, that doesn't sound right. I think I would just ban him for life. And I sometimes I had guests on my stream and I did these, and I let them decide. You know, what do you think?
Oh, okay.
And they're like,
yeah,
banned.
I feel like I'm pretty loosey goosey. I don't think I'm too hot with the ban hammer, but when it happens, it's usually for a good reason. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. You know, I think on Twitch it's tough because obviously chat, it's internet, and sometimes you don't know how people mean what they say.
Sure.
Because you don't have the emotions, you have only emojis. But
so
we got an all-in here for Knüppel. And Knüppel holds.
There you go. That's a huge spot for him there, guys. Very congratulations. So Gabriel is eliminated there as we switch to feed B once again. So Gabriel left this tournament with $590 in prizes and $1,794 in bounty. So again, people taking home some pretty decent cash now.
And Knüppel now in a very, very comfortable position with 30 bigs.
Yeah,
I like to see that.
That was a huge flip for him there. I mean, I realize it's not a flip. He was dominating. It was a huge all-in that he definitely needed to win because that was going to cripple him if that wasn't the case. So congratulations to Knüppel. Now, now sitting pretty.
And again, Ace-Jack getting hammered one more time. Like Ace-Jack is not the hand. It's just not the hand. We don't love Ace-Jack. There's no. I think we should make I think I should make an Ace-Jack, a love for Ace-Jack club, because Ace-Jack is such a. Nobody likes Ace-Jack. They must be really sad. Like every Ace-Jack in the world must be really sad. They need a club.
Yeah, Ace-Jack is. Yeah. We've been doing it wrong this whole time, Flix. Doing it wrong.
Yes, for sure.
If you can raise and take it down pre, that's the only way you play it. Otherwise, you just fold it. Just let it go every time.
Also, you just play if you know that you're going to win. That's when you play ace jack.
That's
Better
right.
to win.
So we are down to 32 players, guys. As I said, 31 is a pay jump, so we're one away from a pay jump to $827.98 per elimination. And then there were 32.
So funny, Nick. Like the last, I've done Sunday Million commentary now. It's the third time I think in the last couple months I've done Sunday Million commentary, and every single time we've been having a member of the grind community somewhere in the mix. Like we had Brownie who actually made second place, and the last time we had a guy Andreas who was just going rampant, going for every bounty. He was winning every all in. And now we got Knüppel, so it's sick to watch.
Yeah,
like,
that is really fun. It's a good vibe, and you know. There you go. You're just your content is just so fire. You're just sending people to final tables 24/7, Flix. You know, that's what a great teacher you are.
That's what we do here at the grind community, of course. So you got to join.
All right. So.
No, actually, Knüppel is teaching. I think Knüppel should be teaching me, not I shouldn't be teaching him. Because Knüppel, like, it's Knüppel.
Love it. Love it.
But it goes the other way around as well. When Knüppel watches my stream, he goes like, why did you play it like that? I would have never played it like that. We always get into discussions like this. It's cool. I love it.
He goes, I think your mistake was just calling with ace-jack pre-flop. It's a clear fold every single time.
I will definitely ask Knüppel about ace-jack after this. I need some ace-jack content.
Komplette Scheiße-Hand.
Yeah, that sounds just about right.
That sounds like something he would say, right?
Yeah. Scheißhand.
Komplette Scheißhand.
Yeah. Actually, what you say, what Knossi used to say is just Schmutz.
Schmutz.
Which is dirt.
Yeah.
Schmutz.
Schmutz.
Ace-jack is Schmutz. Knüppel with the mighty 9-3 offsuit.
The mighty 9-3 offsuit.
Well, you know, on the other hand, I've seen Knüppel pull some crazy bluffs, especially against Lex. There's one legendary clip where he bluffs Lex, I think.
I think I've seen that one, yeah.
Huge pot, so...
What was he
He's
screaming?
Definitely capable.
He was screaming Team Pro or something. Team Pro, Team Pro. What was he saying at the time? He was something like that.
Yeah, it's a legendary clip.
Such a good clip.
So let's see what happens now with the king queen off in the big blind. I don't think Knüppel is going to do anything here, but I could imagine Gambler jamming preflop.
I was gonna say I think the jam is pretty sweet here, to be honest. Especially, I mean. Again, you can justify so much as soon as you can win a bounty, right? There's just so much additional justification for playing a little bit more of an aggressive game. Plus, you know, it's only I think they're about 10 big blinds effective here, right? So,
absolutely.
Yeah, come on. Oh,
but this looks even nicer. I mean, this also probably gives Oku another incentive to bluff, but he doesn't.
I was going to say the Queen of Clubs actually probably is a decent card to go ahead and fire again once he's flatted pre. He's going to have a lot of 4s and 3s and gut shots and all that kind of stuff that will come along from on the first bet.
Yeah, I think I would have definitely jammed the turn. I would have at least considered jamming the turn in Oku's shoes, but then again, he dodged one.
Just absolutely blasted into top 2 pair. Yeah, exactly. That's right. But I'm actually still in your boat. Yeah, I think I probably would have been tempted there.
But that's the thing. Maybe we're missing something. Maybe we're missing the forest. You know, those players are feeling something we're not feeling.
We've become too cerebral, Felix. You know, we have to go back to our roots.
Yes, I think so. Like some way. Oh, tough one. But I think Knüppel gets away from this.
Yeah, I think this probably is a fold. It's fold in my book, I think.
Yeah, he can't even take a bounty. He's covered, so. We got another player with a huge stack here and under the gun, Johnny Silva with 21 million. That's quite a bit.
21 milli, 7-4 off. I mean, yeah, we got Mowgli up here in the big blind, though, with the 24 milli, so can't get too out of line here, really, if I was in gambler's shoes. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind him opening 7-4 off if both players had, 5 million, 9 million, something like that. I think that'd be pretty reasonable.
Yeah, if you can put some pressure on them. Oh, gutsy raise from Casey. I don't think it's going to get through.
Wow.
Oh, it is.
Wow.
I would have not expected that.
I mean, I was expecting at least a call there for sure. King
Yes,
10, King 10 in position seems like a monstrous hand to play there.
Even a good spot to jam, I think.
Yeah,
I mean,
potentially.
you have still a lot of fold equity.
Potentially,
And
yeah.
Drokos with the king queen suited, Casey with queen jack off on the button, which I would fold if I were in his shoes. Oh no, he thinks otherwise.
Yeah, very interesting here now. Ace-9 of spades in the small blind here too. Ooh, that's a big flop for queen jack here, especially with the jack of clubs. That does add a considerable amount of equity to the back door. With they actually give him the opportunity to bet now too. That's kind of crazy.
That's a good card on the turn for Drokos. No draws getting there.
Yep.
And with the big blind not being in play, I think it's very important that the big blind is not in this pot, because the big blind could have most of the 8x.
Yep.
And with small blind leading out, I think Drokos can feel quite comfortable now. And Casey's still getting a sort of decent price for his open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really good good price to try and make your straight. Obviously, the paired board can be a little bit scary in the situations where you've got somebody opening from earlier position, but I'm kind of surprised they fold here too. If you're going to come along with queen jack, this is pretty much the best spot you're going to find, and there's so much dead money in there already. I mean, I think you're probably making money just calling and just playing purely to hit the ace or the 9.
Yeah,
I think your pot
also
odds.
you have position, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the price that he gets there probably is already exceeds, and that's a big pot for king queen there. Very nice hand.
Nice.
But
that plan by Drokos actually worked out. He got money from a hand that he otherwise wouldn't have.
Yeah.
You know, he just checked the flop, and that way he got some action.
So I think the queen jack just has better than the correct price to call, just purely to make the straight. But then also having the jack of clubs is quite interesting too, because if it does fall as a club and both players slow down on the river, you can definitely try and represent a flush with that blocker in your hand too. So they're a really interesting one there for sure.
Nine's getting outdrawn by the queen 6 in the big blind. Now Drokos on a roll, hitting top pair. He's going for the check call. That queen, that king he probably doesn't like, but I don't think the 9s are gonna like it as well. So most likely gonna be another check.
9s just have showdown here, really. So not sure if they're gonna want to turn their hand into a bluff. Never mind, we take it back.
It works.
And it works.
Okay.
Just snaps it in there. Easy game.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
It worked. It just worked. I can't argue against that.
Absolutely.
And now 9-7 suited. He's getting frisky.
Yeah, I mean he's got so many chippies here.
Yeah.
A whole lot of chippies.
A lot of garbage, and queen 10 actually is the best hand. Can you imagine that?
Okay, Mowgli has the hand to open here. He's 10 off. Shorty on the button here as well. That's definitely worth considering, but still a lot of big stacks behind him here, so it's a bit of a weird one. I think I'd probably still be in there from this position at least.
Yep. And Knüppel in the big blind with 9 deuce suited.
Feel the force, Knüppel.
Yeah. Nah, he's not feeling it. Definitely not feeling it.
It's one of those spots where you're probably supposed to defend any suited hand, right? It's probably one of those, but also that's always assuming that you're going to play perfectly from out of position, and it's a very difficult hand to play well in many cases, especially when the chips are becoming so valuable in this sort of later stage of the tournament.
Oh, this is a good spot for Chiblizinho. Chiblizinho going for the jam. Needs a 10. Or a jack and a king. No, that's it. Doubles up Oku. Again, a full round of garbage. Except for Knüppel and Gambler. So those two might clash again. Or maybe... no. Oh, there you go. You know, Knüppel doesn't play these hands. He doesn't play these hands. And you know what? Maybe he's even right to not play these hands in this situation.
Potentially.
Gambler in the small blind.
I've been seeing a lot of really cool stuff from our very own Ben CB as well, talking about looking at ranges where they've been ICM adjusted. Have you seen some of that stuff he's been posting? Like, really, really, really interesting how even halfway through a tournament with 50% of the field eliminated, how much the actual ICM ranges have been adjusted at that stage. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah. How much tighter you're actually supposed to be.
Yeah.
I've talked to Ben about this because Ben and I had our own little course that we made, and in that course we were actually talking about that concept because I told him that sometimes I feel like I'm opening too loose because I'm sticking to my ranges.
Yeah.
And then he goes, well, yeah, because you're supposed to open a lot tighter even at the earlier stages of the tournament.
Right.
And because I had this feeling like I like opening those hands, no doubt about that, because I'm used to it from cash games.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense to be opening ace-10 offsuit and ace-deuce suited and stuff like that, or even 7-6 suited on the button. But in a tournament context, it probably doesn't, especially since, as I just said, I think to realize that the chip value is never just the chip value. It's like a situational chip value.
Yeah, right.
It's very, very specific. And everything can be different in a lot of different tournament stages. So definitely super complex, interesting.
I can definitely identify with that very strongly. Like, when you first start out playing, whatever ranges you have, people give you super simplified ranges, and they're like, oh yeah, between 15 and 20 big blinds is what you're going to do. And then the more you play, the more experience you have, you start thinking to yourself, why does it feel like this is just a little bit too generalized? Like, why, I feel like I'm doing as I'm told, I'm following the range, but there's something about this that doesn't feel right. And then sure enough, you actually get your hands on something a little bit more advanced and a little bit more complex, and then they're going, yeah, okay, exactly, I knew that this was wrong, I knew it felt wrong. And I think that's a really, really cool way to sort of like gauge your progress going through poker, right? Because you start to have a feeling about certain combinations in certain positions, as opposed to just trying to follow the textbook, so to speak.
Yeah. I think the moment when you realize that something that you have learned is probably not right in a certain situation that you want to apply it, is when you can already see that something is going to happen that you don't like somebody 3-betting you, somebody defending, somebody calling your raise. And if you can already foresee that, then you know that working it backwards, probably the problem is that you're working with not a correct range, or something needs to be adjusted with that range.
Yeah.
Super interesting.
Yeah. Really, really cool stuff.
I mean, poker is still so complex. I mean, I've been playing this game for I don't know how many years, over 15 years or so, and I'm still learning new stuff every single day. It's insane.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Ace Jack. What are you going to do, KZ?
Oh yes, Ace Jack.
I mean, I'm jamming Ace Jack here. That's what I'm doing with it.
There we go.
That's how you do it. Again, okay, get it pre-flop. The pre-flop Ace Jacks. That's how we're doing these.
Either you're open raising, everybody folds, or you're open jamming. So there's no other way to play Ace Jack. There's exactly 2 ways to play Ace Jack.
Fold or jam. There you go. From now on, guys, this is the new meta. The Ace Jack meta is real.
I love the chat. EBMon, I wish I can adjust my range when I'm all in. Yes, I wish. I wish to.
Cipersino.
He's kind of like in the playing field. He loves to play some hands here. Definitely, you can feel it.
Yeah,
Putting
sure.
9-7 suited under the gun, defending 8-6 off.
What's up, Pumplex? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I mean, happy to play this hand here. 6-4 off. I actually like this combo as an open, though. You know, especially into a shorter stack. I think you're gonna do really well with these kinds of super disguised combos. Probably a little bit wider than what is standard. But even then, oh man, the trippy sevens. Knuppel just has the flush draw on the turn here and just does not want to put any more chips in the middle. Then he rivers the really disguised chips anyway, the trips anyway.
I think Chibi was probably bluffing it. Yes, I was going to say
it feels like he wanted to do something eventually, yeah. Do not just flat. Do not just flat this hand. Knuppel, do not just flat this hand. You cannot just flat this hand.
I think he might. I wouldn't be surprised if he does.
How did I know, Flix? How did I know he was going to do that? I really feel like I've gotten to know Knuppel a lot better during this session already, you know? Knuppel, come on, buddy. Come on, mate. There's like no action on any street, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I don't know. What is Queen's full? I'm just worried about Queen's full.
The thing is, if you ask him why he did that, he's going to say, well, I knew he was bluffing.
I wasn't going to get any more value, so I just didn't bother. I just didn't want to.
Yeah. I knew he was bluffing.
That's funny.
Oh, Jack 3 suited. Actually flopping a flush right away. Check raising Chibilzenio.
Yeah, he does have the 9 of clubs there. Might convince him to stick around and try and make the flush himself, but obviously a bit of a tricky one.
Yeah. And he does make the call. We'll see a turn.
I'm making it like 6 million on the turn here from Gambler.
Let's see if you're right. Chad taking the over or the under.
Yeah, closer to 4.
No more action.
Well, no more.
That was more than enough, getting another check raise in against the 9 of clubs. So I think that was good for Gambler.
Mm-hmm. Wow, no action. Easiest game ever, Casey.
King Queen suited.
King Queen suited, very pretty.
Yeah, wanted to see a flop, but nobody would let him.
Yeah, big blind special. Man, a lot of trash now here as well. 8-7 off, 7 deuce off, 4 tray off. Ugh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if Casey limps here, if I was John Silva, I'd probably go ahead and pump it up here as well. Just you can be so aggressive in this position once players limp. Like very few players are really playing that position. Like they're not balancing their limps as well as they should be. Basically, so, you know, you're just gonna do so well.
And even when they do, even when they have decent hands, like 10-4 offsuit still has decent equity against all the good hands that they might limp with.
Yeah.
And you still have that bounty equity in place, so it's just such a profitable spot.
Yeah. Okay, ace queen here.
You know, the funny thing is when I'm watching the table, I'm always looking into John Silva's situation because that's the spot I'm looking at when I'm streaming myself. So when I'm playing I got ace queen. Nice.
You're always going to put yourself in their shoes because that's where you're used to sitting. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not sure if ace queen's going to get too much action here. I mean, you know, like I said earlier, versus the straight min raise, big blind can defend, you know, pretty wide, but it's a big chunk of their stack. Oh dear.
That's an interesting flop.
Oh dear, Cut shot at the backdoor diamonds might convince him to come along. Look at the size on the flop, Flix. They're so small.
Yay! And he picks it up. Maybe we'll see a jam. And we see a jam. And a snap call, obviously. So he needs a diamond or a 4.
All right.
He will be bamboozled. He's bamboozled.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about the defend there pre-flop with the 3 deuce of diamonds? It's like...
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were just talking about, right? With ICM coming into play, probably you don't want to be defending as wide anymore. Yeah. And 3 deuce suited probably doesn't make the cut. On the other hand, 3 deuce suited makes some very disguised hands, but you're not gonna get past flop or turn most of the time because you're short stack.
Yeah, you're way too short
So
there.
that's trouble.
So we did see Oku eliminated just then, and that was 27th place. That's $827.98 for the prize and $991 for the elimination. Congratulations. We're down to 25 players now, ladies and gents.
But then again, I think, given the way he played it, I don't mind the jam on the turn. I think it's a good play because, you know, you get to fold out all the hands that just c-bet the flop on an ace-high board.
Sure.
That didn't hit, so I think that was fine.
Yeah.
That's something you can see a lot in the past couple of months or even years. The bet sizing getting even smaller, like the min bet, just the min bet on the flop, you know, in a tournament stage like this, because it's so effective. Just as we talked about on like an ace export, just betting so insanely small that nobody really knows what to do against this, or what the best play is.
Yeah, it is. It is really interesting. I mean, I've been doing a lot of work about, like, you know, when you turn flushes, like leading really, really small, you know, in situations on boards where you know opponents just won't fire again, you know, as a bluff very frequently, and kind of picking those textures where you know that they're, if you go small enough, you'll still get them to come along with some draws and stuff like that, but also, you know, spots where you know that they're unlikely to fire a second bullet as a bluff, so you need to try and build the pot against made hands already that might slow down just to try and protect. Very, very cool spots. And the 10 of spades gets the 100% red mark here.
And a gut shot straight flush draw. Just wanted to put it out there.
Street flash. It's got some street flash potential.
Oh, yes, yes. Street flash.
Street flash, John Delano. Very good.
I was wondering, I think even Joe and James said it the other day or the other time, like a street flash, and I was like wondering why do you guys say that? Because in German we say that, like, a lot of people that don't know how to play poker usually say street flash, or like street for a straight. It's street for a straight or flash for a flush. So it's very German. It's a very German thing to say.
Doesn't John, you probably know what this. I mean, Tom will know what the situation is as well, but. If you guys can remind me what the street flash thing came from, and we should actually get some animations here going as well. I need to get access to the animations again.
Street flash. No, that's a different song. That sounds like that.
Okay.
Ace Jack, by the way. We got Drokos with the ace jack.
Yeah, and just look at this. There's no chance he's winning this pot. He should know better by now. Has he been watching the stream?
Mm-hmm.
A player was typing street flash during a straight flush hand. Okay, cool. It was that straightforward then. Yeah.
Then it definitely was a German player for sure. 100%. 100%.
All right. Ace Jack gonna fire here. I don't think we're gonna be losing two overcards in the flush draw. Queen Jack of Hearts here, really pretty turn for this combo. Ace 6 probably doesn't want any more of this though.
Oh, this is how you play Ace Jack, Nick. This is how you play.
the non-hard offsuit Jack. Yeah, absolutely beautiful.
You hit that one out that gives you more action, that gets you paid.
Like, absolutely genius level play now. Yeah.
I don't think Virginia will get out of this hand. He's probably calling.
Yeah. No, I think this size is really nice though too. I think you're gonna get calls from 7s and maybe some pocket 8s and pocket 9s and stuff like that too. So, yeah, I think that's kind of juicy.
Nice hand by Drokos. That's how you play Ace Jack.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Watch and learn, chat.
Watch and learn. This is how you do it. Okay, gambler with the ace 10 off here. Might be tempted to open up from position. I would be surprised if they're going to be that tight. King 4 of clubs isn't the worst hand to 3-bet here with, but it's also a very awkward stack depth to be putting in 3-bet non-all-ins here, I think. And yeah, I don't know. We keep banging on about it, you guys, but you know, when there's an incentive for opponents to be more sticky to try and win, I don't know if I like the flat here though, Felix. This seems a bit weird.
Casey definitely is on the loser side with the calls pre-flop. We've seen quite a bit of flatting from him.
Yeah.
So
I think this gets you in a lot of trouble a lot of the time.
yeah,
I mean,
it's tough to play.
the button open's going to be really wide. It's just a hand with very poor playability. It's very difficult to realize the equity of your hand from out of position here. And this board is just one of those perfect examples of what I'm talking about, right? It's just so hard to continue to realize, you know, if you're calling with King 4 of clubs, what? The stop and go jam. The stop and go overbet jam. Okay, Casey, I take it back. You had a plan. You had a plan, and you just leaned into it, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
That's what I'm saying. These days, I'm never like judging. I'm always like trying to learn. Okay, here's the way to play King 4 suited if you flat. So if you have a plan, all is good. Who am I to judge? He's there in the top final 3 tables of the Sunday Million.
Amen.
So
Amen. 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 I'm just discussing, Casey. Okay, there was no judgment. I'm just discussing, and you proved me wrong. So there you go.
I love it. I love it. But yeah, John definitely mad because he would have flopped trips. But you know what they say: if you would have won the hand, you should have called. Of course, that's how it works.
And so you guys can't see what I see, but I'm just been looking at the tournament lobby here, and the swings that we've been seeing. You know, like a lot of people still obviously hunting those bounties super hard. You know, a lot of the players that were at the top now at the bottom, or you know, they've made their way up. We had a player here, Stratogen, who's currently in 22nd place. That was chip leader there for a second after 3 bullets. And yeah, as Flix was talking about earlier, just the craziness of the PKO situation, you know.
Yeah. And Casey chipping up again.
Yeah. Average by aggregation. Great name, by the way. Are you playing till the winner or a field of N players? No. Yeah, we're playing down to the winner today. We're going to crown a Sunday Million champion at some stage this evening. Little blind v blind action here. I wouldn't mind a shove. I think that's really nice, especially when you got 61 million, right? How easy is that when you got 61 million?
Is he the chip leader? Do we have the chip leader at the table now?
He is the chip leader. Yeah, absolutely. So Eric Bolus there, guys, recently joined our table with 63 million chips. Currently has $3,000 in bounties and is well up there. He's got about 13. He's got about 10 million more than second place at the moment.
I just can't resist but make this one. Eric has huge balls. I couldn't help myself.
Does anybody actually recognize the cartoon here?
No, I was wondering
by Eric's name. I think I remember. Can anybody else in the chat pick that one out?
Eddie?
Yeah, that was my guess. There was a Nickelodeon show. Was it Nickelodeon, guys, or was it Cartoon Network called Ed, and Eddie?
Oh, quiet, everybody! We got ace jack offsuit again. Now we gotta learn.
Yarrick, you should have known better than this, buddy. He's definitely gonna gamble. He's gonna punt for the bounty here for sure. It was Cartoon Network, yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah. And we get a call.
Make the call.
Oh, it's a good flop.
Jack. Or a 5 or a 10. No.
Okay.
Okay, this is not the way to play ace jack. Sorry. I was mistaken.
Yeah, John Delano. I remember watching that cartoon back in the day. Cartoon Network did some really, really cool stuff for a long time, and then they used to have in the evenings they would have Adult Swim, and they'd have like all like the sort of like adult like animes and like, you know, like really, really weird sort of like, you know, there was one called Harvey Birdman and stuff like that. Does anybody remember that? Adult Swim.
No.
Samurai Jack, they used to show that too. That was dope. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have like every episode of Samurai Jack on my Prime somewhere.
I know Scooby-Doo. That's the one I know.
Robot Chicken. Yeah, thank you. Stuff like that. Yeah. Space Ghost was really good. I think that was like the first time I ever saw anime. Like I think I was watching like Ghost in the Shell and stuff like that on late night on Cartoon Network. Harvey Birdman was a lawyer. That's right. Yeah, that was the whole thing.
I think a lot of stuff that you guys know, probably I know too, but under a different name.
Yeah,
I don't
possibly.
know, because they might have changed the name in German television.
Yeah, yeah. Aqua Teen Hunger Force as well. That was a banger, and I was way too young to be watching that shit. So I thought it was pretty cool at the time.
Ren and Stimpy, I know. I remember that.
Did we see Ace King check this flop? Oh, yeah, cool.
Yes,
So
they checked. They checked.
just slowing it all the way down here. Very interesting. I think probably the turn is the time to start betting, though. Wouldn't mind something slightly over half pot here. Yeah, something like that's good. If you're gonna miss the flop C bet, I think you got to go big on the turn. King
So
Frog.
we got some interesting hints coming up again.
Yeah, King Frog is asking about pay jumps, guys. So we currently are down to 24. The next pay jump is 23. So whoever can survive one more will ladder to $1,161.54. So we're getting into it now.
Now let's see if Knüppel opens 6 deuce offsuit.
I mean, he's just feeling it out. Just feeling it out.
I think he's just getting food or something.
What about your time bank? Protect your time bank. Silva has the Grafton, you're right. The Sam Grafton, 9-10 suited.
I'm not sure if he's going to get to see a flop, though. Yeah, he's probably not.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't want to get exploited here, so we might see a call, but, oh, man. These are some really, really tricky spots, though, right, Flix? I mean, getting 3-bet in that position. King, Queen, you can definitely see where he's at with the call pre, but, I mean, SPR is so awkward now once you've called that 3-bet size. You know, it's just over 1. It can be very, very difficult to get away from certain setups.
I love the size by Yarrick. I think it's really good.
Very, very, very good. Very good.
Gets the job done.
Mm-hmm. You're going to find out really quick if he's going to have that kind of stuff. If he's going to have Broadway stuff that he's going to let go, or he's going to actually have some sets or some top pairs and stuff. And you don't have to commit any more than that. Like, I honestly think you're going to get away with so much in that spot. It's like there are certain situations where if you bet small, you're inviting very wide floats. But when SPR is that low and they realize how much of a chunk of their stack that is and how often you're just going to shove turn, you're queuing yourself up for a shove turn very easily by using the smaller size. And you're applying more pressure in this situation than if you were to bet really small and then stacks were much deeper where people can afford to float with just 2 overcards or something like that to try and turn their hand into a bluff or whatever.
True. Also in a spot like this, he doesn't have to fear about the small to medium, like the medium to higher pocket pairs, because those are mostly jamming pre-flop and not calling. So he's very likely to just get it done with a small c-bet, I think, in a spot like this.
Yeah, very cool.
Really good. So the deuce is gonna win.
The deuces that never loses.
Well, I could have gone for a value bet there. You think? Maybe.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think once you've seen so little action, I feel like you're probably going to be running into some high cards that might still call on the paired board. So I don't think it's. I mean, if anybody ever, if anybody proposes a situation where there's thin value, I'm usually all there for it 100%. You know what I mean? Because it's those are the little moments that actually are maybe potentially even more important than some of the bigger pots that you play that are just more straight sort of setup hands. Like there's spots where you're just going to run kings into aces and vice versa and all that, and they might cost you a lot of chips on the day, but really your edge is going to come from a lot of those thinner value bets that other people aren't seeing. And the sort of aggregation of chips like that are actually probably going to what are more meaningful to your overall bottom line.
Yes, it's the sort of bets that you get that some other players won't get, that make or break your win rate or separate you from the others.
Yep, absolutely. You got to find value where other people don't see it.
Yes. Like you got to probably approach. Like that's also good life advice. I just came to realize. You got to try to find a value where other people don't see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, I'm not sure how much people are sweating the $200 pay jump. Obviously, it's all part of it, right? Everyone should take it seriously, right? Because it's all part of your year and how you're going to do playing poker this year. But yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely starting to get into the sort of segment where we're going to see players playing a little bit more closer to chip EV, and they're going to be gambling a little bit less just for straight bounties. You know, if they feel like it's going to cost them their tournament life, there's a lot more to come, and there's a lot more money stacked up at top here that they can win by progressing in the tournament, as opposed to just trying to win a few, you know, $700 here and there or whatever's available.
Yep, absolutely agree. So blind battle.
Yeah, I think I prefer Queen 5 as a steal here, actually, because it's not really a great hand to limp call with. I think limp folding it is also probably reasonable too. I think for a long time there was sort of this this mentality of like, you never want to limp with the intention of folding, but by limping with a wider range in these situations, it does give you more scope to limp with traps and stuff like that a little bit more often too, because you're going to balance out a lot of the cool stuff that you might want to trap in this particular setup. By calling and limping and folding with those hands.
Yeah.
I feel like Queen 5 probably is going to be just a limp fold there a lot of the time. Maybe once you get to Queen 9 off, you're going to want to steal that a little bit more frequently.
Oh, Yarrick actually folding the King Queen offsuit, an early position, and Drokos folding Ace-3, and everybody folding, like playable hands.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that was a raise. I didn't see that. Okay, my bad.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I didn't spot that either.
I thought he was in the big blind, actually.
I was going to say Ace-3 of hearts here. Seems like a good one, but I didn't see the gambler open. Eric, I would steal here, buddy. I would go crazy. You got look at all your chips, mate. Look at all the chips. Jack 3 of hearts. It's like the prettiest hand ever when you got 60 million. Sure.
Yeah, why not? True. Put the pressure on.
You know, generally it's been feeling a little bit like people have tightened up here, so I think you probably can afford to go kind of crazy. And
yeah,
I mean, you're definitely gonna confuse some people with that combo as well, right? You know, people aren't gonna be putting you on 2-pair with Jack 3 that often as well, and that might work in your favor to win a bounty too.
For sure. So this could get interesting. I was actually thinking Knüppel is going to open, but Chibrizinho is opening. Probably making Gambler.
I was going to say
something.
I was going to say the 3-bet or something would be cool here. I mean, that's a lot of chips though.
This is the perfect example of a suited ace making better aces fold, while still maintaining some good equity when called.
Right, exactly.
Right. Wow.
Yeah. Ace 4 suited, Ace 5 suited. They're just some of those weird ones that you're just going to see going in there a lot as a jam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is something like I love to see this, especially Nick. I don't know about you, but when I see cards up final tables, I love to see situations like this, because this is what you usually don't see. You don't see what you actually fold out.
Right.
Like when you jam Ace 4 suited, all of a sudden Ace 6, Ace 9 they fold.
Yeah.
Now you remember, oh, that's the reason I'm actually jamming these hands in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as a learning aid as well, that's really beneficial, because when you start to play poker, you're very literal. You know, you're very literal in the way that you think about hand strengths and stuff like that, and then you're not taking into account how beneficial it can be to make stronger hands that actually have dominated to fold. Obviously, Ace 6, Ace 4 is a little bit closer to a chop more often, but you know, if you're getting Ace 9 to fold there, if you're getting Ace 10 to fold there, and stuff like that, like. It's really, really difficult to visualize how much value you're winning when you're making more aggressive lines like that, and to see it happen in real time, I think is one of the great benefits of having cards up, for sure.
That's the tricky thing about poker. You never get to know what your opponent actually folded unless they show, or unless you get to do something like this. So you never know what the effect of your actual play really is. You just know the things in theory. You just theorize about the things, but this is actually giving you some practical views of the situation that you only know in theory.
Yep. Lash Vegas in the chat says, can we revisit Babylon 5, most underrated 90s series? Babylon 5 was an unbelievably good show. It was so good, and it just didn't get nearly enough love. If you guys have never done the Babylon 5 thing, you missed out. You can, I think at one point I had like every episode on VHS or something like that. That's how that's how long ago it was. Yeah, and it was just in a huge like carrier bag just full of VHS and like all the movies and stuff like that too.
I know the name, but I've never seen it. Like, what sort of reminds it? Is it like sort of?
It was kind of like Star. It was a Star Trek. It was a Star Trek kind of thing. Yeah, it was more Star Trek than Star Wars. But we have an all-in guys pocket nines here. Eric Bolas probably wants to get away from ace-10 here at this point. It's quite a lot of action at this stage, and of course getting a call with queens.
And the stars nuts.
Casey is eliminated. R.I.P. guys. Casey eliminated in 23rd place, 1,161. So just made the pay jump there, and managed to take home $1,442 in bounties. And we are going to another break, guys. All right, so break number 2. As I said just now, 22 players remain in this Sunday Million KO special, which means we are only 21 places away from crowning our new champion, who will walk away with over $52,000 plus all the bounties they can take on the way. Currently, Eric Bolas, who was just on our table just now, is leading the pack with 61 million chips. 5-minute break, and we'll get back to the action. Yeah, so basically Babylon 5 was like a yeah, it was kind of in the same vein as Star Trek or whatever, but rather than it being a space starship or whatever, it was sort of a space station that was in between like two like warring factions. It was very cool. I think back on it with very fond memories. But I feel like it was pretty good in the visual effects department, but it might be one of those things where you go back and watch it and you're like, wow, this is so hokey. I can't even handle it. I'm not sure.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
There's a lot of TV series that when you watch them now, you will think like, how was I ever able to actually,
take it seriously,
enjoy this or take it seriously, because it looks insane. The only thing that I must say, and I'm not, of course I'm a fanboy, but I mean, if I watch the Star Wars movies, it's different. It's like everything they set up is so neat and so nice, like with all the little like they did the first like 4 to 6 they did with like little miniatures of things, not with any I mean, obviously no computer animated things were available, but like doing this with it just still looks so real, that's insane. So I love to see that for sure.
Yeah, so like I think at some point I could really confuse myself because I went back to go watch some Star Wars. And I remember thinking, it's been a while. It's been sort of like, it's like retro and, whatever. And I went back and I was like, wow, these effects are so good for what they were. And then I realized that I was watching one of the remastered versions and they'd obviously like digitally enhanced. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So I had to go back and find the other version of the originals. And I was like, okay, I'm still enjoying this for the reasons that I enjoyed it before. It's very, very, very member berries, if you guys get the reference. But yeah, absolutely. It's definitely fun to go back. What would you say is your favorite Star Wars?
It's always tough. It's, I think, pretty close between Empire Strikes Back and Rogue One. Actually became one of my favorites.
Rogue One was my favorite of the new ones for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Solo was okay as well to a certain degree, but yeah, I don't know. I was having a conversation with one of our producers, Chris Cohen, who's a big Star Wars fan. Wonderful human being as well. I'm not sure if you're watching, Chris, but I love you. And yeah, he was sort of saying, there's some stuff that he's seen recently. Like we were talking about Boba Fett, and he was sort of saying, yeah, it wasn't great, and there was things that I didn't like about it. But I just like to revisit the universe. I just like to, even if the plot isn't the greatest thing in the world, I just like to sort of like revisit this. I just like to sort of immerse myself in the universe, and even if it's just secondary, I still like to kind of like jump in and take part.
Yes, exactly. And I think, I mean, for my part, I was super amazed and super pleased with Book of Boba Fett, but that probably comes from the fact that I'm pleased with a lot of the series on a different basis than other people that like Star Wars, because I'm always thinking of poker. Because I think, like, if you've watched, a lot of people that watch Star Wars or that like Star Wars probably haven't seen either Clone Wars or Star Wars Rebels, which are the animated series. Right. And if you've watched those series, you get a lot more of a sense of what it means, what these producers have actually set up in real life. like you don't get to, like in Boba Fett, for instance, I don't know, the character of Cad Bane, like the bounty hunter. He's just an insane character.
Right.
He's gotten so much love from the Star Wars fans.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't know or don't really realize what it means to have a bad guy like that come into real life. It's just, it pleased me so much to see him.
Yeah, no,
So
I can't remember who suggested it, but I was suggested to watch a lot of the animated series, and I'm a big animated series guy anyway. But I think I didn't enjoy the animation style. You know, there was something about that I feel like I couldn't get past, so I wasn't really feeling like I was getting there with them. But that's what everyone says, is you got to watch those to really understand the connection between the lore and. You know, I think seeing Cad Bane was probably one of the coolest parts of the whole that whole season anyway.
Absolutely.
So that was fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I also think, like, especially with pretty similar to Game of Thrones, I think nobody is ever dead in Star Wars, in the Star Wars universe, you know. So just like putting it out there for like whatever it's worth.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure.
Speaking of Game of Thrones, isn't there supposed to be a new one coming out soon?
Yeah, I think there's a new series planned, right?
Yeah, I thought so. Like House of Fire or something. House of Blood and
House of the Dragon or House of Dragon,
something like that. Come on, Chad, help me out.
Yeah.
All right, we're back in the action now, guys. If you have just joined us, we are watching the 109 Sunday Million, 1 million guaranteed progressive KO with the new structure, guys. The new structure that they put into place very recently. We're down to 22 players. Everyone is currently guaranteed at least $1,161, and then all the bounties they can take too. Obviously, first place and second place are going to be the same, but first place will have the benefit of taking home those extra bounty chips when they win that heads up. So let me know if you guys got any questions in the chat, as always. And yeah, thank you for sticking with us. House of the Dragon. Thank you.
Top pair for students, 2 overcards for Jukovic, and Zemi has second pair and a backdoor flush draw, so I think everybody will stick around.
Yep, it is looking pretty.
Zemi in a tough spot. I mean, he has to commit a lot of his stack to see another card, but I think he'll be okay to do it. Ooh. That's a tough one now.
Wow.
He's sort of, in German you say verschlimmbessert. Is there an English word like similar to congratulances? Oh, he jams, yeah.
Verschlimmbessert?
To get better, but it actually got worse. Like it got worse, it got better, but it also got worse. At the same time.
I love that. No, I've never heard that one before.
And he's out. Can't blame him for the play. I mean, he just improved to a pair and a flush draw. And this is the unexploitable move. He does get a7 to fold with the gem, so that's good.
All right, so changing tables, guys. Back over to table B here. Going to try and follow Knuppel.
Knuppel got a little short now.
See how he's getting on.
10 big blinds, and he has a hand. Wow, just on time. We just got some action on Knuppel.
Just in time. Yeah, we'd love to see our guy go far here, so we'll stick around this table and see what we can see.
Yeah, I think Knuppel is going to jam this one. But it's Knuppel. You never know. Huge bounty on Knuppel's head now. So he might get a call. No, he's not.
Yeah, 4-5 of hearts is very tempting there, right? It's one of those hands you love to gamble with. You know, 8-7 of hearts, that kind of thing. Really, really pretty hands to just go for bounties.
You're going to be live with your cards mostly, but yeah.
Yeah. It's like you said, though, you know, getting kind of leveled where you go, well, it's like, you know, I'm probably not going to be dominated that often, but then also is he really going to be shoving as light as I'd like him to shove in this situation because he knows that I've got him covered, and the level.
Yes, absolutely. And now we see Gambler defending with the Queen Jack suited, flopping a gut shot. king high, and the backdoor flush draw for Drokos. Drokos actually sounds like a character from Game of Thrones.
Yeah. I was just thinking the same thing.
And Gambler makes a straight. But I think it's going to get tough to get paid.
Wow.
If I could have wished for a run out, yes, that would have been it.
Yeah, that's pretty savage, isn't it?
Sick river.
Oh,
Sick
man.
river.
This is definitely one of those spots as well where you know that you can just go huge because you're either going to get paid or you're not. You know, like he's going to have like 2 pair plus or he's just going to have air, so you might as well go big. Gambler actually leads into him here. Do you ever just absolutely rip it in here, Flix?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, just the overbet jam and just pray he calls for the chop.
if there ever is a spot, I think this is it. Probably, right?
This is what they look like, right? Okay, decides to go for half the stack instead. I mean, I feel like I actually still prefer this because it's still outrageous. You're still raising an outrageous amount of chips, but you will actually get looked up, and he does get the call. So 46 million now for Drokos here, and we are down to 19 players. Not after that hand specifically, but that's where we're at right now, guys. And yeah, Drokos just finds the right size there on the river. I think maybe like the overbet all in. I think maybe the all in is a bit too ambitious. I think actually what he did is probably slightly better. But I'm a fan.
Especially in a stage like this in a tournament, you probably don't want to go all in because people will make some tighter laydowns than they usually would.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, Queen 10 taking it down.
This is probably going to get through without any action, is my assumption.
Yeah, I was going to say ace-8 off is probably the only one that might come along, but still, it's not a great spot for queen for ace-8 off really in the small blind there.
Yeah.
However, pocket nines here for Knuppel.
Knuppel.
I mean,
has pocket nines.
I feel like I'm just going to be ripping this a lot of the time, just putting it straight all in here.
But let's see what Knuppel's plan is here.
But we never really know what Knuppel's plan is.
So Knuppel makes a raise.
I mean, he's actually got a couple decent candidates that might come along with him that he has dominated here. So just always finding the right move every single time, Felix. There you go, ace-3, getting the action. Yeah, I love to see it.
He's got a gut shot. Let's see what he does on the flop. C-bet gets it done.
Easy game, yeah. Up to 13 million.
Oh, we got aces for Gambler. And most likely action from Eric in the big blind. Unless Drokos gets creative.
Yeah, I mean, Queen 10 seems pretty reasonable. Especially when you're facing the absolute min. Too much.
I mean, you love to flop a set with aces, but you also know that there's just not much to get action from, right?
Yeah.
So tough.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in some ways, I actually would prefer to just size up with aces here and just really try and punish the flush draw. And, you know, flush draw and a gut shot, like just really, really specific stuff that, you know, they're not going to have a ton of, but you're basically going to get very little action even from second and third pair there anyway, right?
Yeah.
So you might as well just go big on the flop and just hope that he's got a draw that looks really nice to him and he can, you know, you can milk that specifically because there's not a ton else that you're going to be getting, you know, action from. I mean, if you go small enough, obviously they might still come along with one pair, but I don't know. What do you think? Maybe, I guess what I'm saying is I think you probably get max value from the draws by going a bit bigger rather than just trying to get a crying call from one pair on the flop and then you know, hoping they
even
they
one
turn
pair on
two.
the flop might just call one bullet. So I think sizing up might be a good idea, or checking. probably even for that matter.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, there's definitely some combos that you would check there for sure that you can sort of believably sell. Knuppel, big blind, 8-7 off.
Nope, no defend.
Not interested. Eric Bolis with ace queen off. Seems like a pretty much mandatory open at this stage. Not sure if they're going to get much action though.
Like I don't see Knuppel playing this hand.
Ace 7 off. I mean, it is.
I would be surprised.
It is the Spraggy. It is the Spraggy.
It is the Spraggy. Oh yes, of course.
And I don't know. I feel like Knuppel might be swayed by that once in a while. Oh my days! Oh. Queen 4 off, going for it here. I know what I'm going to do in this spot.
Gambler picking the wrong timing.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a hand with a 4 in his hand. That's why he's called the Gambler 4-4-4-4.
Yeah, he's got less than 20 bigs to get in the hand with, though, so...
Wasn't it Phil Hellmuth with the Queen 4 that called all in?
Yeah.
So it's the Hellmuth, so he probably pulls a Hellmuth here.
Yeah.
No, he's not calling. No.
He's been watching too much poker news.
Knuppel on the button with the ace-3. Let's see. I would be surprised if he plays an ace on the button. Knuppel doesn't play a hand like that on the button. No.
I mean, so far it just feels a lot like Knuppel's more of a tight as right kind of guy, you know, which is
it works.
That's fine for me.
I mean, we've talked about this, you know, Master Ben CB told us ourselves you need to be tighter when ICM kicks in, and Knuppel just follows. So
Master Ben.
Maybe he's doing it all right.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually don't hate that fold, honestly. I think you might catch me doing something similar, especially in the context of a PKO.
Yeah.
You know, ace 2 off, ace 3 off are just not high value propositions, really, even from that position. So I can appreciate that for sure.
Yeah, and also with your stack size, you're gonna get pressured a lot by small and big blind in a situation like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Why even bother opening?
Yeah, yeah.
I think I'm just gonna quickly leave you for the toilet. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, buddy. Okay, we see a c-bet there from the 4-3 suited, taking it down on the ace-high board. Sorry, guys. Confusing you there. 1 second. That's more like it. Sorry about that. Pocket sixes do decide to come along here. Queen 10 suited, pretty standard open, I would say. But sixes are going to be good enough to try and play for a set mine here. Oh, and speaking of sets, that is what that looks like. Is Stapes in Vegas right now? I believe Stapes is in Vegas right now. He might just be in LA as well. Hopefully we'll be seeing Stapes relatively soon, though. He was gonna be heading in this direction to do some stand up. Oh man, a jack would be pretty savage here, right?
A set of sixes for John. Haven't seen a set in a while.
Yeah, he's putting on the pressure. Gambler after that 3-bet with the queen 4 off here, gonna really lay into him here. Just makes the call, and that is a full boat. And a quick check from queen 10. I mean, at this point, you're just shoving, right? You're hoping for the best.
Yeah. But maybe you're even going small to try and get value from a king, but I'm not sure. Then again, like gambler bet twice if I.
Yep. So he opened and then he led twice. But yeah, it's interesting because I guess the ace is never going to miss the opportunity to bet 3 streets there, I guess. So
yeah,
he is going to just have some king X and maybe queens, and I don't know. Queens doesn't really make a lot of sense, I would say, for 2 streets. But yeah, definitely a tricky one once you get to that stage and they don't continue. You're like kind of like, I'm not really sure what I'm up against anymore at this stage.
Yeah.
Plenty of gut shots that have missed.
Also, I like the second barrel from gambler. I mean, he probably gets a lot of folds from like king X and then other hands that just peeled the flop once, right?
Yep.
And gambler still not afraid to make some loose opens with that stack.
Yeah. I mean, sitting around 10 big blinds effective right now. You know, I mean, A7 suited, pretty reasonable hand to open for sure. But he hasn't been deterred. He hasn't really been deterred. You know, so. And
now, wow.
Yeah, I mean,
what is happening now? This is.
Look at the size of this 3-bet as well. It's just so punishing. Like, he doesn't have to go big here at all, and he's just going to get away with absolute murder. Like, he could easily just get 8-7 of diamonds to fold here, and he probably will. You know, so having these really cool sort of blocker, suited king, suited king X, suited ace X 3-bets that are just super tiny, you're just going to get away with absolute murder. But look at the flop, Flix.
That's insane.
That's definitely not the flop that A7 of diamonds wants to get away from, and he's putting it all in first act. This is really interesting because you can get hands like ace queen, ace king to fold by just leading here, so you will actually clean up a lot of your equity.
Eric might even consider a call because he has a gut shot, a backdoor flush draw, 1-over card, so it's not that bad.
All right, guys, we've reached that time now. 500,000, 1 million. So much easier math now. And 12.573251 human calculator for gambler. 13.573251 big blinds.
And ace jack on the button. That's how you play ace jack. There you go.
He's done it again. He's done it again.
Yep. Teaching us.
Yeah.
And another round of garbage at the table. Yes, the starting stack was 50K. It's now 50K for the Sunday Million with the new structure.
New structure, absolutely. 10-5 of spades. Doesn't wanna get his hands dirty. Wants to just keep it as a fold there.
Yeah, you can feel. I think I feel the tension is rising with final 2 tables, getting closer, and like people getting a lot tighter now, except for Gambler and Eric.
Yeah, I mean Eric has a good excuse though. He's got 60 million, so he's all good. But yeah, I definitely starting to feel more of a vibe. Yeah, I like this deal here as well. 3.5 is an interesting size to use too. What's your size there around 45 big blinds effective, Flix? Is it 4? Are you going a little bit bigger than that as a steal?
I think I'm definitely going big, but I think I like 3.5. I think it's just like the threshold. 4x, I think I've seen a lot of people recently going 4x, and I think Ben even said that in one of his classes that going bigger small blind versus big blind out of position is so valuable just to get that fold and to put so much pressure on the big blind.
Right.
Take away that. I mean, it's really when you put yourself in that shoe, how tough it is to actually play from out of position on any given board.
Yeah.
if whether you hit a piece of the board or if you don't, it's just too tough.
Right.
Just great power you hand to the big blind all the time.
Yeah, I think
Taking away that power is great.
I think 3.5 or 4 when you're at 40 is cool. Once you get to like 25, it should be closer to 3, and then under 20, it should be like 2.5 or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, or a limp if you like. But
Sure.
yeah, I think making it bigger and making it less incentivized for the big blind to play his position against you. Oh wow.
Ooh, that's a nice turn.
I mean, not that it changed a lot, but at least if Eric now hits a queen, he still will be no good. And he starts to bet.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, I do think that's an interesting bet. I mean, obviously on this turn when you're unblocking, the hearts and all that kind of stuff, I think that there's still things that might check to turn that you can still get value from for sure, but also I think a lot of times you're going to just turn your hand into a bluff here kind of thing unnecessarily too, so.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not quite clear. That's also something in poker that's really a powerful thing. You never quite know what the reason for your bet is. It's not like it used to be like, is it value or is it a bluff?
Yeah.
And then there's these things that are in betweens, you're just betting to protect yourself from situations on the river that might arise,
right,
or to deny equity. There's a whole lot of different reasons now come into play after all the complexity of the game has flourished, sort of. And I think there's more to betting than just value and bluff. But yeah.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
It's tough. Like sometimes you don't know why people start betting. Also, when I see them in live poker, especially people in live poker, they don't have their reasons. They sometimes just when you ask them why did you make that, they'll probably just go, "I felt it was the right play." That's all they can say.
Ace Queen of Spades going to be all in here for 15 milli. 15.385718 big blinds.
Can't imagine a call from Yarik. I think this is just a little too much. But it's a huge bounty. I mean, 1.1k. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, I think I like the fold as well.
Yeah, King 10 offsuit is just too often dominated. King Jack, King Queen, Ace King, those types of hands.
So we're down to 18 guys. 18 players remain. Currently, everyone is guaranteed at least $1,161. We are on a page up now. 17th place will get about $500 more than 18th. So we are on a page up here, and then they start to get a little bit more serious as we get down to the final table, of course.
Smoke Robinson asking if we ever should slow down, or if we would ever slow down in the final tables of a tournament, or stick with the same game plan that got you there. It's an interesting question. Nick, what's your take?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you should always be adjusting at all times. I think there's very few times in poker when you ever just want to say, I have a game plan and I'm sticking to it. You should want to look at every single opportunity, and you want to give every opportunity the respect that it deserves to try and make every hand as profitable, or lose as little as you possibly can in really bad spots, and win as much as you possibly can in good spots. And we've been talking about it all throughout today's stream as well, the ICM implications of getting down to the final few tables. It is pretty incredible how much tighter you should be playing compared to what a conventional sort of hand range might suggest. That might be more appropriate at the very start of a tournament, for example. So yes, absolutely, but it's not so much that I would think to slow down. There's plenty of situations late game where I'd like to speed up. Like if I was in Eric Bolus's position here as the chip leader, I'm going to be playing a much, much more aggressive, wider game. I'm going to be opening a much wider range to try and apply pressure to the shorter stacks. And so really it could go either direction. It's less to do with slowing down or speeding up, and it's more just just making adjustments to try and maximize your opportunity to win.
Absolutely agree. So to sum things up for you, Smoke Robinson, the answer is it depends. That's
that's always poker. Yeah, I mean,
but you're right. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I always get a lot of that stuff in my Discord and just on social media in general. Like, hey, I've been really struggling to play small blind versus big blind, and I'm like, yep, we all do. It really sucks. It's like yeah, and they're like, Could you give me some rule of thumb? Can you give me a rule of thumb about how I could be better in small blind versus big blind? It's just like you just got to learn the spots. You just have to learn.
Yeah.
You have to learn the ranges, and you need to really try and feel out what the best lines are on different textures. And it's so complicated. If it was something that where you could have a rule of thumb, then it probably just wouldn't be an interesting game to play.
Yeah. But sometimes, if somebody asks, I'm struggling with that and that spot, and some more experienced player says, well, we all do, that actually should give him some, like, sort of, how do you say, some sort of, like, relief to actually say, oh, even the better players, the good players are struggling with spots like these. So it's not like I need to have them figure it out, because I think a lot of people struggle with the fact that they think they have to figure things out, but you can't. It's poker. I mean, it's just like in life. You have to figure things out as you progress, and that's part of the game. It's part of the progress. So yeah, I think
I think a more constructive approach would be to find spots that you are struggling with, and then share them on the appropriate Discord or whatever, some sort of a public forum. Like Flix and I have these communities that are largely completely free advice and free or at least a free platform where you can share your ideas and thoughts, and other people can try and give you their kind of insight and their take on things. And that's probably a better way to go about doing it, because there's probably a few spots that you really struggle with that feel like you're always getting punished in. But maybe you're stronger in other, on other flop textures or something like that. You feel those a bit better. So sharing like that is probably, sharing like that is probably a better way to improve, rather than just trying to generalize what are very, very difficult positions to play.
Absolutely.
Blind v blind, 5-3 off versus pocket tens. Eric Bolas obviously has done really well to accumulate chips, but thus far, I'm not sure if we've seen them really taking the aggro lines. Having said that, they did find that really cute little 3-bet with King 8 suited versus Gambler, so fair play on that one too. But just feeling it out, just doing the right thing. Currently chip leading this Sunday Million, so yeah, he's obviously doing a lot right as well.
So, and opening the 3-4 suited. Probably going to get the job done.
Yeah, love it.
No actions on the blinds. Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, we got some nice big stacks at the table. Ovidius. Opening for 2.5x, and again, I think this is just going to get through uncontested. Unless Eric wants to step in? No.
Yeah. Speaking of Knuppel, though, our guy needs a double here. It's looking pretty shallow.
Yeah, Knuppel lost a lot of chips now.
Yeah.
I mean, being tight is right mostly, but then again, at the later stage of the tournaments, it can go quite fast that you lose most of the chips and then you get short. And in a PKO, being short is just a pain. No. And still folding.
Ace 4 off. That's going in the bin for me. Ace 5 off, same.
Yeah.
Kind of ugly hands here.
Go for it, Eric. Find that open race.
This is your moment. Yes.
Yes.
My man.
You can do it. Now, only Ovidius with the pocket threes might try to see a flop because they have the stacks to do so.
Yep. So definitely set mining stacks there, no problem at all, for sure. Easily have a good price to try and get something like spike. Is it 14% flick, something like that? You hit a set about 14% of the time, something like that.
Every 7.5 time. How much is that in percentage? Let me think. That's 8.5. 1 divided by 8.5. I'm bad at math.
Me too. I suck at
math.
math.
Chat is quicker. Chat. You can do it. I'll try. I'll run the numbers. $12%. probably, but I might not be right. Maybe Chet is better than me. Knüppel, that's your moment. Oh my God, pocket fives against ace king. Yes, this could be it.
Yep, this is the moment.
Come on, Knüppel. All the fives are still in the deck.
Come on, buddy. How many fives you want?
All of them.
How often is he gonna flop the set, Flix? Quick. How often?
Yes.
All right, we're going to the races.
Quads. He's just gonna make quads.
It's a good flop. It's a really good turn. And Knuppel gets the full double, up to 11 million right there. Congratulations, buddy. All right, yeah, come on, let's go team. Team GR&D.
He flopped the set, so that means he flops the set 100% of the time. The math is wrong.
60% of the time, it works every time.
Yes, exactly.
Here you go.
And he folded ace-9 suited. I think, again, that would have been a hand I would have probably gone
Yeah, with. I think ace-9's getting a little bit too strong now. But you know, like you say,
it's the Knüppel way.
It's the Knuppel. Give him the Knuppel.
He didn't flop it though. Yeah, that's right. Then maybe only 80% of the time. Making a set.
Okay, gambler here, like 8 big blinds with ace-10 off. Not been afraid to gamble in these situations. I think the shove here is probably totally fine.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think that seems pretty reasonable.
Now, Eric might consider a call. The bounty is over $1,000 bucks.
It's over $1,000 yeah, absolutely. We're down to 16 as well, guys, which means that we are also playing for $1,629 in regular cash prizes. Makes the call.
Oh, there's a queen. And a jack.
Oh.
And a king! What a sweat.
What a run out for ace-10 there. That was a huge spot. Up to 17 million now. Up to 17 big blinds for Gambler. That's very meaningful at this stage in the tournament, guys. 17 bigs is nothing to scoff at this stage with 16 remaining.
Never without a sweat. Those are the kind of sweats that you just love to see as the underdog on the flop.
That was a pretty savage run out, though. Damn. Eric Bolas obviously just like, yeah, cool. I'll take $1,000. Sure. That's okay. I'm all right with that. Yeah. I think I like the call, though. Oh, we got another all in here. Jacks for his 10s now, guys. And
Gambler.
And Gambler. Gambler just gambling super hard. Now up to 38 big blinds. Sorry, slightly less now. We're up to 600, 1,200, but 600,000, 1.2 million. But there you go. Works out for him, guys. That was a huge swing for Gambler after a couple ugly pots didn't going his way.
Ovidius now running into queens. Depending on what Eric does, but I don't think that's going to get very far. But who knows? Who knows? I would think that King-Queen offsuit is almost always a pure fold against a 3-bet in spots like these.
Yeah, I mean, his initial open was on the larger side, and obviously that invites a larger 3-bet from Eric Bolas as well. So, yeah, I like it. I like the fold.
Knüppel has a hand again. Ace-King offsuit.
Might get some action from Jack 10 of diamonds here. Seems pretty reasonable. I'm not sure if Eric wants to come along versus the open here with Queen Jack, though, from this position. Probably a lot more likely to call if directly on the button as opposed to the cutoff. If at all, though.
See what Knüppel does. Jams.
He's all in.
And now Raphael has to make a decision for the bounty. 1.1k. That's quite a juicy bounty. And it is a hand that retains some equity, even against a lot of hands that jam here. I mean, ace-queen, ace-king. Oh, he does make the fold. Wow.
Yeah.
That's the tough spots. Like, I'm not sure about these, especially with high bounties. I think these are really tough to calculate or to know what the right answer is.
Yeah, definitely tricky.
Drokos opening up with the chip leader right behind him.
Everyone's favorite Game of Thrones character. Drokos.
Yes, Drokos. What is the race from Khal Drogo called again?
The
Thinking about this.
Khaleesi is the name of the queen. Khalasar is the
Yeah.
name of the king. They're called.
What's
Yeah. What's the name of the people? I forgot.
Yeah, the people. It's probably one of them. So he's probably one of them, like a new leader or an old leader. And I think House of Dragons is probably right. It's before Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah.
So,
Right. It was. I think it was about the Targaryens.
Dothraki. There we go. Dothraki.
Dothraki. Very good, guys. Very good.
So Drokos is a Dothraki.
Oh man, King Jack, absolutely loving life, but they have no idea how close they are to absolute ruin on this river. Don't you know who you're playing with? This is the gambler, bruh.
He's the gambler on a warm summer's evening, on a train bound to nowhere.
You gotta know when to hold 'em.
Know when to fold him. Come on, gambler, you can do it.
Oh man,
Show us how the gamble works.
just if you could just peel the nine of clubs on this river, that'd be real juicy.
He'll honor his name. Yeah, he'll honor his name.
So close, so close.
Yeah.
Man, that was a lot of chips to put in the middle, though. I don't think he should be calling this turn, to be honest. It's a lot. It's a lot of chips to call on the turn to try and make that straight draw.
He would have gotten paid, but he might have gotten paid.
I think there's a really good chance he would have gotten paid, but I don't think because he's out of position, it's really hard for him to play the river in a cool way, right? Like, I mean, he probably still gets paid by 2-pair, but there's like a bunch of other combos where there's like weak top pairs that probably just check river. One's check 2, or he could lead, I suppose. That would be cool, but yeah. All right, that's a huge pot. Down to 24 big blinds now. Gambler is all over the joint here, and Ovidiusz. Now up to
Ovidiusz.
Ovidiusz. Up to 45 big blinds. What do you think, Flix? What do you think about the call on the turn? It's like, it's a lot. It's a lot.
What do you mean?
With the Queen 10,
Oh yeah, I mean it's too much on the turn. I think it's always it always sucks when your only option is to make your hand.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
you're just leaving it at the mercy of the bet size of your opponent and the cards.
Right.
And that's not enough control on my part, I think. So
Yeah.
I'd rather just give up right there.
Yeah, I think it's easier if you're in position against your opponent there, and you have some cards that might offer you an opportunity to bluff. So you go, I have a draw. I'm not getting quite the right price, but I definitely have some fold equity on the river if it comes a certain card or a certain color or whatever. And in that situation, you're basically just trying to make your hand, or you're you're going to get blasted off basically. So it's tough.
I think I wouldn't say that it's good, but I would even prefer to lead on the turn myself than to check call or to try and check call and hope that he just bets the right amount for me to call.
Yeah.
It would be his song, though. I mean, the lyrics is on a warm summer's evening, on a train to the final table. He met up with a gambler.
On a train to a
So who
final
knows?
table. Yeah, exactly. Queen 9 of spades on the button. Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely
Yes.
gorgeous.
And just 3 X's.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's
Interesting.
that's really interesting.
The thing is, like, I always wonder if people, like, if there's some plan behind it or if there isn't, or if it's just like a random size that some people just pick. But so far, what I've seen from Yarek was actually pretty good play. So I think he might have a plan here.
Sure.
Just sizing up. And he gets a fold. I mean, I think getting folds in that stage of the tournament is important.
Yeah.
And winning the pot.
Yeah, no, I've actually considered that exact thing a lot. Like, sometimes you see people just changing their bet sizings like that, or all of a sudden they have a 3x or a 4x open, and you're like, this seems kind of unconventional. But I can just think of opportunities where this actually might just be really cool, just when you want to get shit done. You're just like, I don't want to open the door at all. I don't want to give this guy any opportunity to outplay me. I'm just going to open big, and if I get 3-bet, I'm going to give up, and that's kind of the plan or something. And I think there is probably some really interesting situations where that could be used as a really effective kind of just alternative.
Yeah, I did a final table analysis with Ben at one point in my stream, and it was super interesting because he taught me that in some spots at a final table, especially with ICM involved, it makes sense to completely switch your open raise sizings and go from like 4x to 2.5x to anywhere that is really practical, that just serves the purpose of
Right.
getting a certain job done at the moment and applying the right kind of pressure. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I love
I
that.
think there's a lot
There's a lot to be
learn
said for
still.
that. That's so cool.
Yeah. And here we got Ace Jack again.
Yeah, but he did it wrong. He did it wrong. If you can't take it down
Oh,
pre-flop,
wait for the flop. No, he did it right. There you go.
somebody's definitely turning a set here.
Yes. No, I don't think so. I think I believe in Ovidius. I think Ovidius is going to play Ace Jack just the way it needs to be played. He's going to get like one call from Yarrick, and no, not now. Maybe later.
I mean,
he gets that's how he does it. Yeah, he gets the bet out of Yarrick.
I wonder if the flop check is just to do with like range expectation here. Like maybe he knows he's going to get action from some like weaker Jack X once in a while. Maybe he's like concerned about sets like, you know, sixes and deuces that might come along here. They're definitely stacked in a way where they can still have all the sets, right?
Yeah.
Well, not jacks obviously, but really, really interesting to see a check here. And I wonder, yeah, I mean, that's really interesting.
Now, if he gets all the money with Ace Jack on this board, I will just bow down.
Yeah. There's definitely, this is a really interesting line.
This is exciting. I think after time making so much, I would assume that's going to be a fold. Yeah. But he got the bet out of pocket eights. So
yeah,
he played it right, Nick. He played it right, Ace Jack.
He certainly won the pot, Flix. He certainly won the pot. Yeah, I think I'm on the fence, but I think that's kind of cool. I thought it was kind of a cool line.
Yep.
I mean,
Protect your equity, got some value.
Yeah, I mean, you got some value. You definitely protected your hand. I mean, I feel like you find out pretty quick if you're up against a set, right? So it's pretty cool too.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Right.
Interesting, yeah. Pocket queens for Drokos. Still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We still have 7 Brazilians in the running out of 16 remaining.
It's insane. Those Brazilians. I think it's... I'm pretty sure they're so good because of the passion for poker. It's just about the passion. Pretty sure.
They love it.
Being passionate just gets you so far. Gets you a lot. Like, get you really far.
Yeah. Very passionate people, the Brazilians.
But Ovidius is most likely going to fold. At least I would expect.
Yep. Seems good.
Ace 10 from our Dothrakian Drokos. But probably not going to get any action.
Was this when Canupo just comes out of the woodwork and just starts playing Jack 8 suited here on the button?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I would say, well, usually not, but who knows? Who am I to judge? If Canupo plays Jack 8 suited in that spot, he must have a very specific reason. Is Drokos from Romania? No, he's Dothraki apparently. Yes, I know that. I love it.
Drokos currently playing from Malta apparently.
Well, that makes sense. Game of Thrones was shot in Malta, so
there you
here
go.
we go. That's the connection.
There you go, guys. It's all coming together. Maybe he was an extra in the show or something.
Yeah. When I was in Malta, I was actually standing in front of that gate that was used for Game of Thrones
Oh,
in
cool.
Medina.
Oh,
That was
yeah,
nice.
right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
I didn't even know it was until somebody pointed it out, and it was actually not that amazing because it was just, I think it was the very first episode. It was just shown in the very first episode briefly, and everybody like, uh, you know, treats it like it's like the super special place.
Yeah.
It's not that special at all, but it's quite funny that okay, they took a shot here. So.
Sure, sure. King 3 off here. Definitely enjoying this open. I like the adjustment here. This is quite wide.
Yep.
And
pressuring the shorter stacks.
easiest C bet of all time on this board. King of Hearts is a great card to continue barreling when the hearts come as well. It's really, really nice here.
Yeah.
Like very, very, very nice.
And he's getting so many folds right away.
Look at the size. Flix, we were talking about this. Look how small he goes here. It's beautiful.
Yeah. It is beautiful.
Like just
would you have ever thought like years ago that you would say like the smaller the bet, the more beautiful it becomes?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, that's really nice, guys. He just goes slightly over one big blind. It's just like beautiful. Honestly, really, really nice.
Mm-hmm. So we got ladies. Knüppel. Oh, I mean, we know Knüppel. He might actually find the fold here.
Yeah.
We're talking about Knüppel. So. What did I say? What did I say? What? I mean, this is just Knüppel. This is just
He just knows what's up. He just knows what's up. He's like, he's got his hands on his computer and he's just like, energy's bad. Energy's bad.
Nah, he's got queens.
Yeah. I don't know why. I just feel like he might have queens here. I'm gonna let this one go. That's brilliant. I love that.
Yes. That is best. Knüppel only jams when the 8 is coming. Yes, you know when the 8 wasn't coming.
I love that. I love that.
I can see the Knüppel masterclass incoming.
Yeah, I would definitely pay for that.
Me too. Apparently we didn't see King Queen being folded in the big blind. Some chat is talking about someone folding King Queen in the big blind. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't see that hand either. Okay, Jack 3 makes the best hand.
It's something that I really enjoy about poker, and I still enjoy about poker. The older I get, or the more I learn about poker, is so interesting to see that so many people just have their firm view on how things should be played, and now they go ahead and sort of criticize people for, I think that was a bad fold, that was a bad call, and like by now I'm like, I don't even care anymore because everything can be correct in the right circumstance,
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah, and the people that learn poker in a rigid way are the ones that struggle to progress, right? Because they can't see things outside of their sort of their set mindset, and just it's the same in poker as in life, right? You need to be open-minded. And aces gets the 3-bet through.
Yes, Elias has to fold.
Yeah, the fixed mindset. That's the whole thing, right? Can't have a fixed mindset.
I mean, there's obviously a lot of things to be said in situations where, like, say there is an all-in and you have to call an all-in and you can run the numbers on the spot. Yeah. And if you make the fold, it's an incorrect fold because it's plus EV. So there's no real reason you can find the math is telling you this is a correct call, or this is a bad fold, or this is a bad call. But if there is post-flop play to be made with a lot of unknowns and uncertainties and then things that you can't factor in, I think, you can always find arguments for and against certain betting lines or for certain plays, given the situation, the stage of the tournament, the opponent type, whatever. There's so many factors and so many uncertainties.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely. Yeah, as you say, there's spots where you can look something up and you're like, yep, I can see that was probably a mistake and that makes sense.
Yes.
But
yes.
Even within that though as well, there's also so many situations where we're looking at sort of push fold ranges and stuff like that, And a lot of times the calling ranges are so heavily dependent on your opponents knowing and playing the perfect strategy as push. And if they're not doing that, then actually there's even the correct call that becomes incorrect against players that you know are just going to be extremely tight and not even understand how wide they should be shoving too. So even that you need to take with a pinch of salt, even though tons of that might be considered a GTO strategy, you know?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right, King Jack off, going for the open. Look at the size here as well. I guess it's like an effective all-in, I suppose.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's not just your bog standard open.
And I think it will work. No, it won't.
No, Gambler wants a piece, and he actually found a spot where he actually has the best of it too. To actually have the best hand in this situation is pretty spicy.
Surprising. Yeah, surprising, but it works.
All right, king high board.
Ah, there's a king.
Oh, there's the 4.
Ouch. Flop looked nice for Raphael, but he's out. And Gambler. Raphael and Gambler is on the train to the final table.
Yeah, Raphael exits in 15th position there, guys. Takes home $1,629 and $908 in bounties. So really chunky take home there. Congratulations to Raphael. Gambler back up to 33-ish, big blind, slightly less now, actually a lot less now. And we are going to our final 13, guys. We're getting close to the final now. Everyone's getting really short. Didn't see the blinds creeping up on me there, guys. 700 and 1,400. So actually, yeah. Still a pretty juicy stack.
I could actually also see Gambler and Knüppel in the heads up for this. It would be epic.
I would be down with that, yeah, for sure. Okay. We're swapping here, guys. Going over to table A. Table number 144, I should say.
Tios Zinze. Oh, picking up a gut shot, but still up against top 2. So let's see if he fires again. He fires again. Iljukovic. Now, does he just want to call or put all the money in, or
I don't know. I think I would be tempted to just shove the turn here, Flix. There's a lot of bad rivers.
Yeah, just to protect your equity from. Yep, a lot of bad cards. Well, he got 2 barrels out of 9-7, so.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. I mean, once he's actually put in the bet from Teozen, he doesn't really have that much behind to even, commit on the river if he does decide to flat, right? So yeah, probably just getting in and just protecting your hand, I think, is pretty nice there.
By the way, congratulations to Jules Poker, who just won the $11 heads up Zoom for 1.1K.
Hey, congrats. Nice work.
So Jack 10 suited on the button is most likely going to be an open.
Yeah, I think it should be. What a great spot to play such a pretty hand.
And I've seen Tiltless actually being really short at the beginning. Now he's made quite a comeback. Knüppel is still in, by the way. And that's an interesting flop. Flush draw for Tiltless and top pair for Iljukovic.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could go either way here. The thing about having ace high and the flush draw in this situation, oh man, look at that, beautiful.
Wow,
absolutely beautiful turn.
Yes.
The thing about having ace high when you're facing a button open is that you will just have the best time with hand with ace high a lot more often than if they were opening from earlier position.
That's right.
So I think people are very quick to just assume they're always going to check raise with these kinds of combos, but I don't think you really need to do it as frequently from this particular position, because you're just going to have an overwhelming amount of low cards that you're actually going to be beating with ace high, where you don't need to turn your hand into a bluff.
For sure. It's going to be exciting to see how Tiltless plays this turn card, if he's raising or just calling. He's just calling. And he checks. I love that.
Yeah, this is very
I think
trappy.
this might actually get the max amount of value from the Jukovic in that spot
Yeah, the
without him actually
absolute
knowing that he's up against a
nutsolas.
flush. Mm. Super disguised.
God, at this stage in the tournament, to find yourself on this river with the nuts and they're betting into you is just, oh, mate, he's going to get it all.
Ah,
Wow.
wow. What
Wow.
an insane hand.
All right, we have just seen another knockout, guys. We're down to 12. Jukovic exits with $2,285 and $2,845 in bounties, so over $5,000 there. Not too shabby for a take-home in 13th. But, yeah, some amazing, amazing traps there from Tiltless. Very, very brave just to try and take the showdown and get your opponent to commit the rest. And, yeah, I think Jukovic is going to be kicking himself over that one. But you can see where his head was at. He had a very strong hand. And, you know, sometimes you just got to slow it down.
Insane thing about poker that sometimes checking the nuts is the best play you can have. And to make your opponent pay the most amount of money, which is totally counterintuitive.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
All right,
in
guys.
that spot, I think he really got the most out of this.
Crazy, right? All right, so guys, we're going on a break. All right, so this is our third break of the day, guys. We are down to just 12 players remaining in this Sunday Million KO special, which means we are just 11 places away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $52,000 plus bounties. Currently, Tiltless, who we just saw win that massive pot with the nut flush, is leading the pack with over 100 million chips. That's a huge portion of all the chips in play. We're going to go on a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in just a second. Oh, Flix, how about that, mate? How about we were just giving the speech about, you know, different ways to play different hands and different scenarios, and the sort of counterintuitive nature of, you know, sometimes checking the nuts on the river is the best way to actually get all of the money in the middle. And and sure enough, right there, absolutely beautiful hand played by Tiltless. How do you feel about the three streets with the top two with Jack 10 in that situation?
I mean, you just know that on the river, you feel like your hand is too strong to check behind, but also you don't feel confident or comfortable to bet your hand in any case, right?
Yeah.
I mean, whatever you do, you can be exploited. If you bet all in, maybe somebody will fold a jack or a worse hand, so you won't get paid. If you bet too small, you might get check raised all in by something that, you know, he turns into a bluff. So it's a really tough spot to be in, like even for an in-position player. And that just goes to show how important it is to have all the different betting lines in your arsenal. No, not only just like check raising flops, or as you said, just check calling with the nut flush draw instead of check raising, so that you actually have the nut flush in your hand.
Yep.
If the flush
Yeah,
comes.
exactly.
It's insane. I mean, it blows my mind now and then. Back then, always, but like still now, all the time, how different the approaches can be.
Yeah.
That's super interesting spot.
Yeah, no, I think the really interesting thing about this I wish I could pull it up in a replayer, guys, but that doesn't work while we're doing the arena stuff. I think the other interesting thing about this hand in particular is that when the turn is the third club, when you're betting that turn, you will get a lot of action from one pair and a flush draw type kind of hand. So maybe he has like top pair with a king high flush draw, a top pair with a queen high flush draw on the turn, which is an incentive for him to come along, but isn't necessarily a combination that he's still going to call a river shove with in those situations. So I think it's really, really interesting whenever the turn is fills up the flush, and then you do get a second barrel, because when you get to the river, yes, you have a strong hand, and yes, you don't want to be checking it behind, but there are going to be so many cards or so many combinations that he's going to have where he's not going to be strong enough to call on the river, but was always strong enough to call on the turn because he had some sort of additional draw equity that he picked up when that particular card fell. So, you know, what kind of stuff are you targeting when you're shoving top two on that river that you're hoping to get called by? Like, you know, would King 10 still call, hero call that river shove? Probably not. So is it too thin all of a sudden? It's a really, really tough spot, though. I can appreciate how challenging that one particular combo is to play when you really feel like you're just too strong to miss a street.
I think it also comes down to him probably not believing that his opponent could have a better hand by check calling twice.
Right.
That's probably what it comes down to. And then if you feel secure enough, that just goes to show the power of sometimes playing the nuts like this. Because if you feel secure enough that your opponent doesn't have a better hand, then why not just shove?
Yeah.
You might get looked up, and it
Yeah.
might work out. But then again, I can imagine I can't, like, it's one of those spots where I said, like, earlier, I think I said that you don't feel good about the spot. You know there is a reason for it, but you
Right,
don't
right,
feel it.
right, exactly.
You know exactly it's bad, but on paper, like, this is something I've been thinking about recently. Is like, sometimes your gut already tells you what the best play could be, and then your head goes, oh yeah, but there's like tons of stuff that he could play this and this way, and you're trying to get to get your head to overwrite the decision that your gut actually makes. Because in my situation, in my gut would tell me, I think I should probably check back with top two here and just be content. And then my head goes, nah, I mean, he probably never had a flush
Oh no,
there.
for sure, for sure. Yeah, and obviously max respect to Iljukovic, because we're not talking about an easy, like, oh yeah, you got greedy with like third pair or something. We're talking about top two. So it's just a really interesting one to try and consider after the fact. And it's kind of like what you were saying about how you wanted to how when you watch stuff like this you learn something about other people's play styles and whatever. And if your assumption is that everybody that we're switching now, if your assumption is that people would always check raise with a nut flush draw there, for example, then you can cap people's ranges prematurely when you haven't heard somebody say before, like like we've said on stream just before the hand actually played out. I'm probably more likely to just flat here with a nut flush draw as opposed to check raise, like I would do if it was from a different position, blah blah blah. And just having those little pieces of information and why people consider different lines, consider playing them from different positions. All of a sudden, maybe he's thinking to himself, well, he always would have check raised me if he had a flush draw on the flop, because that's how I would have always played a flush draw on the flop, for example.
Yeah.
And then I think what you were saying makes a lot of sense, because then, hearing other people's opinions, and even if you feel like they're completely wrong, when you hear other people's justifications for the way that they play hands, you can get inside their head and you can start to sort of profile people and try and put people into categories of play and expectation.
And unless you see them progress, or they progress, you sort of know how to play their ranges optimally, or like with the decision that probably gives you the most value, or that costs you the littlest expenses in some spots. But if you play against a really top high class player, he's probably going to mix these things. Like, he's probably going to mix playing a nut flush draw in that situation as a check raise, sometimes as a check call. So you never really know where you're at. So this is what makes probably a really good player and separates them from the rest. But yeah, I mean, the best way to play poker always is to do whatever brings you the most value against a certain player type or tendency. And as long as you know that tendency is true 100%, then you should go for it.
Wow.
Right?
Speaking of ace jack off, this has been the hand of the day, right? Ace jack off and going for the check raise with the gut shot and the jack of diamonds. Gets looked up. Oh man, that's such a spicy turn, though. Both players picking up pretty considerable equity here, but obviously queen of diamonds is going to make the better flush. Oh,
I think I missed the table. Are we looking at the right table? Or am I looking at the right table?
I think so. Sorry, have I switched prematurely, guys? Sorry. We wanted to switch to table A anyway, but I was actually looking at a hand that was over here. Sorry about that, guys. We're switching to table A anyway. My apologies. It was it didn't really come to anything in the end, but
I was worrying. I was not seeing something. All good.
Sorry, guys. 1 second.
Oh, we got a re-raise here. Students with the open, pocket eights. Pioncince making a 3-bet and gets jammed on by pocket eights. Wow, nice move. And we got aces again. The joy of gaming. Are you all commentating the wrong table? Welcome to the stream chat. Say hello first. Thank you.
Thankfully, thankfully it wasn't the wrong tournament. Yeah, exactly.
Something that triggers me on my chat when people now that you can see people's first chat message.
Yeah.
When their first chat message is just something that is other than "Hi, I'm so and so. Nice to see you. Nice to see the stream" or something. Like, if it's something else, I just usually get triggered. because it's mostly stuff that, you know.
Loaded questions and
Yeah,
like
sure.
like first time viewer. Hey, is there any giveaways today? And you're like, oh god, here we go.
Yes, exactly. Or you played that hand totally wrong. Okay, thank you for the first time message. Oh yeah, I also saw something else that triggers me. Like I talked to Joe and James last time about how when people write ace, like a poker hand with a dash in between, like ace dash ace or ace dash 10.
Yeah, we get so used to our normal sort of poker, you know, conventions, right?
Yeah. So we got jacks against ace 10. This is gonna cost Tiltless probably quite a piece of his stack.
Yeah, just to clarify something, we get this question a lot. T Money in the chat is asking. So first place is fighting for $11. No, the first and second are essentially the same, but whoever wins the heads up will also win the bounties from the player that they knocked out. So I don't know if is it safe to say it's usually about double what first place is, Felix, something like that, right? So if it's a 50K score, it's usually about another 50K in bounties. So they're playing for a really big pay jump. It's just accounted for in the bounty value as opposed to actually in the prizes.
I think this might actually cost, like this turn is such a good card for both of them. So I think this is gonna see some action for sure. Okay, this might save Tiltless. Now, this is interesting. Is Sidon's gonna go for the thin river jam? I think he can. He's very likely to be up against the 10, so he does get value from King 10, Ace 10, 10, 9 maybe. Can he pull it off? And he does. Wow. I like that play.
Oh,
Sick.
wow. Wow.
Sick hand.
And I think that means we have a new first place runner here. Sidens is now taking the lead. 116 million, currently has $4,421 in bounties. Wow.
You know, since we just talked about that river jam with the Jack 10 where he had two pair, it's so interesting. A lot of people don't see the difference. Like,
yeah.
when you jam with two pair on a flushy board, it might look like, yeah, you know, that looks just about right. You got top two, so he's probably not going to have a flush. And in that particular instance, there is a queen, and you only got second pair, and you're still going for all of it.
And it still felt like a much clearer value river bet, right? Than the top two. I was thinking the exact same thing. It is so funny how things change, right? You're sort of your perception of hand strength and your perception of, you know, what's the word, like relative hand strength in different boards is just so incredible how much it can impact decision making.
That's right. Wow, and Gray flopping a straight and a straight flush draw, a street flash draw, sorry.
All right, Ace King, what are you gonna do? Okay, putting it in. So this is less than 10 big blinds now, guys. I mean, Ace 5 of hearts might be tempted here, Flix.
I wouldn't blame him. 1.5K bounty. Tough spot. Goes for the call.
Oh, it's a big flop. Oh, there's a
and
5.
There's a 5. Oh boy.
Oh boy. And then there were 11. All right, so that means John Silva, however you pronounce that, from Brazil, exits getting $2,285 and $2,911 in bounty value. Congratulations. We're going to keep saying it, guys. We're down to 11 now. Knuppel currently in the hot seat, currently in 11th place. Can we see our friend get another double as we head towards a final table? So
and another. Wow, what is happening here? Jack's just flatting in the small blind against the button open. Okay.
Yeah, in a bounty tournament as well. That's pretty unusual.
That's very unusual.
We're down to 11, by the way, guys, which means there has been another pay jump. $3,206 for the next player that's eliminated, either 10th or 11th. And look at the low board. This is going to be really, really interesting because Queens is going to feel pretty great about their hand here, and I think Jacks will probably too.
Just calling again. Okay.
And then just rips the turn. And just like that. Big double.
Huge one.
All right, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to get around and do the switches for you here, but they're coming fast, and I'm the one pressing all the buttons today. So we switching now to feed B.
Ace Jack winning again. We saw that one.
Managed to arrive just in time to see that. Yeah, we're just joining this hand now as we see Knuppel in the big blind with Ace-4 of hearts. And Ace-5 is going to put it in.
I think Knuppel will fold.
Makes the call.
Here we go.
There's a 4.
There's a 4.
He just knows.
Doubling up.
He just knows. He just knows, Flix. He just knows. Every time Flix is like, yeah, he'll probably go for this. Nope, not interested. Nope, not today. Every time he's like, no, this is definitely a fold. He would never call in this situation. Just instant 4 on the flop. Full double for our friend Knuppel. Well done, buddy.
Well, he called before because the 4 was coming. He knew it.
He just knew it. Pretty unreal.
It is. Definitely is. Eight, 9 offsuit tanking for quite a while here. Thinking about any 2 call maybe. And I think Ovidius is gonna win Ace Jack again. It's my prediction. It's just, I don't know. I have a feeling Ovidius knows how to play Ace Jack.
I mean, against Deuce 3, you know.
Yep, and again, he shows us how Ace Jack is being played. Watch and learn, chat. This is how you play Ace Jack. You just know. And Knuppel.
It's the only way.
Has a hand. Knuppel. It's interesting if he's going to get a call with King 10 suited because of his huge bounty or not. Nope.
All right.
He makes more trips.
Chipping up. Blind v blind, pocket 10s. Pretty chunky size, but they are deeper, so can appreciate that for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there comes the all-in. That was expected.
Yeah, I like the 3-bet though.
Yep.
I think this is a good combo to use.
That's right. Also in a blind battle, you have a lot more fold equity. And you fold out better hands. You fold out all the better king X that are opening.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I dig it a lot. Ace-5 on the button. One of the big stacks just absolutely ripping it in here, shredding it in fact. That's some serious power poker at this stage.
Yes. But it's nice when you can do things like that as a big stack. That's exactly the type of plays that allow you to just chip up nicely.
I mean, he might just push it. He might just push ace-8 here as well. I mean, it's not that dissimilar of a spot, really. I mean, he's got one more additional player to go through. But if he was happy to just chip ace-5 into Eric Brolis' stack, it's not that different in the big blind here with Knuppel, and he's going to get much stronger hands to fold too. I think I prefer this line anyway, but I'm just saying, just as a point of reference, we could see his tolerance for risk, given the fact that Eric Brolis was 28 million effective when he shoved ace-5.
And we got pocket fives for Knuppel in the small blind. I think Chibilzinho will probably jam his queen-9 offsuit on the button. Has a high card hand that has some connectivity, so it's decent for.
Yeah, I dig it.
5 bigs.
Oh,
Knuppel.
Knuppel could do it. He could do it.
He could do it. No, he just stays tight. He knows it's not coming.
He just knows. He just knows.
Queen-9 is probably gonna have made a straight or something. He saw it. But I must admit, I think it's not a great spot because the big blind also has a similar stack size. So
yeah,
it's sort of like a little bit threatening to be in there with pocket fives, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. It's feels like a spot where you can gamble, but I appreciate it's not going to be super high value, and you can get yourself into a lot of trouble once you've called so much.
Yeah. Not a lot of great hands at the moment. And big stack against big stack, blind on blind.
Yeah, I think Jack-8 suited could go either way. It's probably 50-50 open or limp, I think either one would be cool here.
Now we got some action. I think this is gonna put our friend Chibilzinho at risk.
Yep, I mean, pretty dreamy spot. $1,127.53 if you win this booty.
Also, 1 ace is out of the deck.
I think a flat here is probably fine. I think 10 million is enough of a deterrent. I don't think you're going to get a lot of people coming along, so super cheaply. Sometimes you'll trap pocket 10s and stuff like that behind you as well.
And you still have some call and folds, for instance, against brokers. Oh, nope. Chibilzinho stays alive.
Ace 10 full double. Congrats. Not the ideal run out when you got queens, but Chibilzinho, still from our friend from Brazil, still sticking in there.
Bless you.
Thank you. So Jack-8 does decide to defend their big blind here. Ace-10 with a pretty easy c-bet, I think. Yeah, c-bet and take it. Again, that small sizing, very effective.
I wonder when the trend will go back to bigger sizings on the flop, or if there ever will be a time when there will be bigger sizings again, or
I
if
don't
it's
know.
just like everybody doing it. And I
Oh
mean,
man,
I mean, if you face like a 4/5 or pot size flop bet, what are you gonna do? Like you're confused. You're not expecting this anymore, right?
yeah, yeah. I mean, I just think the we were talking about people adjusting and using larger opening sizes later. Like I feel like there's going to be a lot more examples of that being useful than because like if you can bluff super effectively for a tiny size, I just don't know how that could ever get better like by going bigger again. You know what I mean? So
That's true.
it's I appreciate what you're saying. It's like it's really interesting to see how the meta changes over time, but I feel like we're headed closer and closer towards, just very effective, flop bet sizes and stuff. So I'm not sure if it will ever swing the other way, but you can certainly confuse some people once in a while for sure if you can pick the spots really well.
Yeah. So we got another pair versus ace king situation. Let's see how that turns out. This might go in. Min raise from Eric, jam from Gambler maybe. Or open jam from Eric and maybe a call from Gambler because he covers him.
I mean, Gambler definitely hasn't been afraid to call these spots, but as you say, I don't know at this stage. I'm not sure if this is as good as it might seem. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
Although I would have loved to see him gambling because that's what he's doing.
That's what he's been so good at so far.
Yeah.
He certainly did spin up a stack pretty quickly there, didn't he? That was pretty wild. Just two or three really nice hands.
Now this is the type of hand that's really tough to play with Gambler stack size from the button, I think, because this is the type that, I mean, your stack size will get jammed on quite frequently, and Queen Jack suited, it's just the type of hand you don't want to call him all in with, right? Or you don't want to be forced to. So I'm going to be curious to see how he plays this on the button, because I don't know what I would do. Maybe open limp or open jam. Yeah, open jam.
I mean, I can't see this ever being the jam ever being bad with Queen Jack of Hearts. In fact, like very often those are the combos that actually start to become closer to pushes just because they are so high value, like as push fold, So like,
and you get better hands to fold, obviously.
Yeah. So it might be like if we were to actually run that sim, it might be that like Queen Jack is always the open, and then Queen Jack suited is always the jam or something like that, right? Because they both have very similar value, but having the suited combo just means you're doing it a little bit less with that one particular combination. Obviously, there's fewer combinations of Queen Jack suited, and then also just not being bullied off a hand when you're just going to have a ton of equity playing push fold too. Yeah. Really interesting spot.
So we see a flop. Oh, Eric flopping top pair, and I don't see him get away from this unless the board texture changes drastically.
Yeah.
Because this could get big.
Yeah, I mean, man, he's so hard to get away from top pair in these situations just because your opponent is, oh my days. It's got to be a call with king queen, right?
Yeah. And Eric needs a 7, or he will be bamboozled. Yep, that's it for Eric. So, final table bubble, right?
Final
8-handed.
I think we are down to we're down to 10 guys. So Eric Brolis exits winning $3,206, excuse me, and $3,018 in bounty. So just over $6K for an 11th place finish. Congratulations. Oh, 9-10 suited being shoved free here versus Jacks. And a call.
9-10 suited, just like that. There's a 10. And that's close to it. Now everybody's... Oh, this is going to be the hunt for the bounty boss. Just 2 million, and everybody will go crazy on this one, I think. 5x open, the good old. I mean, this is insane. And the guy that he's gunning for actually folds. So we are at the final table bubble.
Hand for hand is now in progress as well. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. Sidens. I mean, everybody will probably think Sidens is going to be light here, which is great because of the bounty of Teosin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Tilt is actually chipped down. He had like close to a chip lead after the
Yeah,
after
yeah.
the last break. Right?
Yeah, he was just over 100 million after that, after the nut flush hand. Now all the way down to 20, just over 20. Wow, he is tempted to come along here. Picks up a gut shot. Wow.
Sets for everybody and a gut shot and a
Yeah.
vector flush.
Oh my days. A five would just be an absolutely disgusting river.
Well, maybe Sidens decides to check one more time. That will be giving out a free card for the 4-3. No, he bets. And Tiltus folds. And Tiotsi needs a 6. He's out. $3,400 bounty. That's yummy.
All right, guys, that means we are going to a final table now. And we are down to the final 9 players. Can we find a winner today? Sure enough, Knuppel makes it to the final. Let's get back to the action. All right, so here we are, Flick's final table.
And Knuppel is on it. I can't believe it.
Yep.
Insane.
Yeah, this has been
What a run.
This has been quite the run. So Knuppel, our guy we've been following from the very start, obviously friend of Felix's and supporter of the GRND streams. He came to this final table with 5 big blinds. Day 2, excuse me, with 5 big blinds and managed to spin his way up now to a final 9. Whoever busts next, guys, is going to be taking home $4,599.12 as a prize, and of course, any bounties they collect along the way as well.
And we got Ace King, but no other hand that will contest it, I think.
Oh man, this is where it really counts, Flix.
Yeah.
Honestly, anything could happen in PKOs. This is just absolute madness. Like, think about how many players we've seen here just with massive, massive stacks, and now just swinging all around the place. Even in the last 2 tables that we've had, we've seen so many of these players just run up massive stacks and just, you know, punting them away. Both good and bad punts.
And also, we've got a sort of different story to each name. We got Knuppel coming from just 5 big blinds. Chibilzinho, who's been quite, I wouldn't say crazy, but sort of some loose plays. Drokos from the, Dothraki culture. Tiltus going up and down the roller coaster, up to chip lead, down to just 10 big blinds. We got Ovidius, who knows how to play ace-jack. And we've got the gambler. And Yarrick, I think I remember Yarrick. From Students and Gray, we haven't seen too much, I think.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I pronounced their names correctly, but always the same thing with screen names and Twitch names. Try us, chat. I will definitely mispronounce your name for sure.
All right, guys, so we're going to do a run here. We're going to go around and we're going to take a look at all of these players now. So Tiltless, obviously, our Bulgarian friend, currently playing from Bulgaria. We have Yarek, who is playing from Ukraine. G. Gray, Brazilian. We do have a few of them on the table. Sidon's also from Brazil, directly to his left. Ovidius in Romania, Year of Romania. Gambler 4444 from Austria. Knuppel, of course, from Germany. Chibilzinho, as you might expect, from Brazil. And Drokos playing from Malta. And, of course, of the Dothraki culture, absolutely.
And Tiltless still min-raising with 10 big blind stack. That's interesting. I'm always interested in seeing players what they do with 10 big blind stacks, so they're just open jamming or min raising. Because I've seen some high stakes, high stakes players sometimes open min raise fold from like a 7 big blind stack.
Right.
And I'm always wondering, so what are they doing there and why?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there's a lot of scope to, because it looks so strong when you play, when you're on a final table, like, you know, opening from a small stack starts to look so strong, and people do tend to just play much tighter on finals. So there's so much to be said for that. It's just when do you employ it, and if you're really not super confident about those spots going into the final table, do you really want to start mixing in that stuff when you're not even really sure if you're doing it appropriately? You know, you're like, okay, cool, Sunday Million final table. I'm pretty sure I saw some pretty good players like, you know, min raising this before, and you just kind of are just guessing in the dark, you know. But who knows?
Yeah. So we got gray. Happy is asking if Knüppel is allowed to restream our stream. I don't see a problem with that. Streaming content. I think Knüppel is live right now. And fading King 10 covering. Yeah, there you go. 8 big blinds, 10 big blinds, open min raise, and King 10 folds in the big blind. Didn't defend. That's right. And thank you for the nice words from Ren Honhu. The best poker commentary I've heard on Twitch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ren. That's very kind of you, sir. We're trying.
We appreciate that.
We're trying to juggle all the buttons at the same time.
It's the first nice message we've heard in years.
Oh man, Queen Jack of Diamonds. Yeah, this is a very nice hand.
And they're both big stacked, so they can play some post-flop poker. And Ovidio hitting top pair. I was just fishing for compliments, Team Money.
It worked. And it worked.
And it worked, yeah.
Meshuggah says, throwing some bad dad jokes once in a while, otherwise 9 out of 10. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Also, Meshuggah might be one of the best bands of all time, so I appreciate that.
Oh, I actually missed that too. This just got into the pot with pocket fours.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was like, where is he coming from?
Straight setup here. Queen Jack with the opportunity to win a bounty.
The force is with him.
All right, makes the call.
We get a call, a video. Oh, just quad.
Just the quads.
And Tiflis is riding the roller coaster again. That's a key pot. I mean, that's nice. We love to see it.
I mean, you're on the final table of the Sunday Million. You're like, how am I going to win this tournament? Oh, cool. Just give me a set. Full double up first hand. No big deal.
Yeah.
Easy game.
And seal it with quads on the turn.
Easy with quads.
Knüppel goes all in. Will he get a call? That's the question. No, not Drokos. Not Yarik. Yeah, that looks like a lot of garbage, except for pocket fours.
I mean, he's stacked in a way where he could definitely get that in the middle if he wanted to. King 4 could just rip this in on him too. This is my line. This is what I would do.
I think he has to.
And
Gray has to.
Yeah,
it's a tough spot.
Yeah, it is a really tough spot. I mean, oh man.
There's 2 stacks that are shorter than him, so he might actually want to get that pay jump, right?
Yeah,
and it's probably a correct fold.
I think it probably is. Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's funny because the chip EV behind that is so different from the ICM, right? Like it's like, like if you were playing just strictly chip EV, then obviously the call is pretty much mandatory with 4s plus, I think. But in the context of the final table with the ICM pressure, I think I mean it might be like 8s plus or something. What do you think,
Flix? Yeah, I think it might be a spot where Yarik probably has close to an any2 jam.
Yeah.
because of the ICM pressure you can put on him.
Right.
And for grades, yeah, as you said, probably 8s plus, maybe even 9s plus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe even stronger than that.
Because there is 2 players that can bust before him, and that will give him another 2K. I mean, this is a lot of money right now for him.
Yeah.
For his position.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, with pocket fours, you're really not dominating much. I mean, even all the garbage that jams there has 2 overcards against pocket fours, so you don't really have that much. I mean, you have equity, but it's never going to be dominating equity.
Yeah, it's it's like fours in many situations are kind of like the. It really depends on it depends on a lot of things, but fours are special because obviously you heavily dominate deuces and threes, which are combos that lots of people like to just play as a jam pre-flop at this effective stack depth. But and especially in the context of a PKO. But yeah, I just think that the pay jumps are so much more important at this stage than just getting it in marginally, break even call or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about the pairs, right? If your opponent can have a lot of small pairs, obviously the middling pairs become a lot stronger because you have some of the best equity in the game pre-flop if you can get it in against an under pair, 80-20, something like that. When you get a pair and pairing against a higher pair and against a lower pair, so that goes a long way towards making those calls better. But yeah, just the ICM stuff.
Yep. Also, seeing that 7s is just a flat from big stack to big stack, I think this shows just how.
Yep.
I mean, you can try to pressure the shorter stacks, but once it gets to that stack depth, it really threatens.
Yep.
It threatens a lot of playability for your 7s.
Yep. Totally agree.
Aces, no action though. Probably.
T Money's asking about the next time I'm streaming. So tomorrow I'll be doing more kickoffs with Croaks. If you guys haven't watched any of that, we're doing our little kickoff challenge thing that we've been going on with, where me and him gamble. We made our own little mini game where we play kickoff side by side, and we get points for different accomplishments that we go as we go. And then we've kind of got a running tally of who owes who what. I think at the moment, I think I owe him $200 or something like that. So hopefully trying to win a few tomorrow. And then I'll be doing spinning goes probably Wednesday and Thursday of this week as well. So join us now. Join us then. I usually stream from midday onwards. Ooh, here's a good flop. Top set, and your opponent actually has second pair.
And a backdoor flush draw, and a backdoor straight draw as well.
Yep. Again, look at the size, guys. So we've seen people using this size as a bluff. And now we're seeing them use it when they've actually got top set. And look at the turn. Look at the turn. Just keep it small. He doesn't have to bet that big.
Some more hope.
he just has to bet enough so that he can shove the river for less than pot, right? Just bet like 5 million, something like that.
4.8 million.
4.8 would be beautiful.
Yeah, that would be my size.
Okay.
A little bit more.
That's fine.
I mean, the thing is, on a 4, he will actually get paid. Or he might get paid. I know.
Fair enough. T Money, if you do miss the streams, obviously you can watch them on catch up as well. All the streams here on Stars are saved, and then you can watch them as past broadcasts.
Knüppel.
He's in.
Does it.
Gets called.
Goes all in. Gets the call. And will he hold? He holds.
It's just
it's just the Knüppel way of life. It's unbelievable.
He is simply the short stack master of the universe. That was it. That's awesome. Congratulations, buddy. What a time to double as well. What a hold.
Yes. That was important. That was really important.
Amazing. Nice work, buddy. Yeah. Who here is Team Knuppel in the chat? Get your claps in the chat if you're Team Knuppel.
Yeah. Knuppels in the chat.
Knuppels only.
I probably would have not defended ace deuce offsuit in that situation.
Yeah, me neither.
I think it's really too tough.
There we go. Look at him. Look at him.
There comes the Knuppels.
All the gang. The whole gang is here. Good job.
Yeah. So many Knuppels. So ace-5 suited from Ovidius against the Rokos.
Oh, wow.
Flopping just trips. Easy.
What a flop.
Yeah, just making a full house. That's how it works. But I don't think he will get any action, unfortunately. Huge bet, but I don't think it's going to get called on a board like this. Nope. And that's it. Next hand. We got King Jack offsuit for Ovidius. Come in with an open raise.
Yeah, he really has picked his spots, hasn't he? That's so funny. Like, just getting away from all of it. Just pre-flop. Just knows how to avoid him.
He's just under the radar, just waiting for his spots. Not even a defend from tildes.
Final table pressure.
Yeah. So Knuppel, come in with the race. King 10 suited. Come on. No, not even King 10 suited. And maybe it's even correct. Who knows? It might just be correct, you know, as a mid stack. Maybe it's just the right play against all the other big stacks.
Martin Samuel, yes, I am. I was actually, I just came back from Italy, but I still reside in the UK, yes, and I'm currently back in Brighton. All right, let's see if he plays King Queen suited now, because this'll be the real telltale right here. Come on.
All I want to say is, do not question the Knuppel.
Never question the Knuppel.
Do not question the Knuppel.
This one's gonna hurt me if he doesn't play this one. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm not questioning it. I'm not. Which is just gonna hurt me personally. Oh my God.
He knows it. I mean. So all of you guys who are gonna be like, yeah, I mean, what the fuck? after he has won it, you'll all be sitting there thinking, rethinking your life. I should really fold King Queen suited.
Yeah, I need to rethink my whole strategy here, mate.
Yeah.
Hippie, yeah, of course I do. Yeah, I don't play there frequently, but I actually used to work at the Rendezvous as well. I was a poker dealer. We do have an all-in player at risk, pocket tens, and queens behind the wake up.
Oh wow, huge pot.
Oh my days, this is massive. Oh
There's
no.
A 10.
Oh!
The last
is
queen.
that the run out? The last queen left in the deck. Double knockout. That's huge.
What a hand.
That's a huge pickup. Oh my days, can you imagine that guy sitting at home right now? He's like, oh, this always happens, final table.
That's sick.
Wow.
Insane card.
Wow.
And Yarrick will be like, okay, that's my time.
That is unreal. That is unreal.
See, and Knuppel knew. That's why he voted.
He just knew.
He knew. He knew something like this was coming. And that's 5K for Knüppel. He just is secured $9,100 across his bounty.
He goes, I'll fold king queen now. There's gonna be a double bust out next. Oh man, that queen river is just so magic. Can you imagine? This guy is getting his money in so good here, and the guy just flops the set, and oh mate, unreal run out.
And I gotta agree with Amsterdam. I think Knüppel would have open folded tens in that spot. It would be good.
Oh mate, that's so cool.
You just gotta love Knüppel. Knüppel is such an insanely nice person. He's a mod. He's been one of my first mods also on my channel, and he's coming to all the live events that we do. You just see him everywhere, and he's just so nice. He's just a core member of the whole community. It's just so good. Just love to see him run deep. Ace Jack again, and we're being taught how to play Ace Jack today. It's going in. Here comes the jam. Yeah, and I don't think Knüppel is gonna call this. No way Knüppel ever calls with pocket deuces.
This would be pretty out of character, yeah.
Yeah. But I think it's not. It might not even be correct to call with deuces here, even though the bounty is very small.
I think this is almost definitely a fold.
Yeah, I think 235 as a bounty is also just so low. How dare you come to the final table of the Sunday Million with just the $235 bounty, Gray? Chat at its best. Don't think he can call when small blind folded a deuce. Yeah. It's like, he's probably just gonna ask his right neighbor, did you fold a deuce? Yeah, then I'm folding. Oh, and this is gonna be a clash. Gray against Drokos.
Yeah, I feel like nines probably is a call here, especially when we got chips to spare.
Yeah.
I mean, like we were saying about just pair over pair, like adds so much value here. I don't think he'd be shoving like deuces necessarily here, but he'd probably do fives and sixes.
And maybe a lot of suited aces as well.
Sure, yeah. And then, like ace five suited might be in there when you dominate all that stuff too, so. Seems good.
But banking, he's taking some time.
He's got plenty of time bank. Makes a call.
Ace 10. There's an ace and a 10.
All right.
And great doubles up.
Yeah, I think I like that call, though. I think that seems reasonable.
Yeah. Punished for slow roll. I don't think it's a slow roll necessarily at that stage of the final table. I think I think when you're in a situation like this, once in a huge tournament like the Sunday Million, you're at the final table, I think it's every situation needs some time to think, and nothing is like a snap.
Yeah.
Or it shouldn't be. Like if something is a snap, I think you're probably even doing something wrong. Maybe you're not taking factors into consideration enough.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, as you see, the result of the hand is now he lost a decent bunch of a stack, and stacks are evened out again. So his situation has sort of made it really worse. So future implications are also something to consider, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so second pair for Ovidius. And tiltless hits an 8. Yeah, that makes things worse for both.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to go check.
Yeah, both players have showdown, and I think they're happy to just get there. I don't know. I don't know if 10-8 ever wants to try and bet here, really. Maybe a blocker bet on a final table might make some sense, but check, check, pocket jacks, pick up a decent-sized pot there.
Mm-hmm.
Not too shabby. A couple of you guys asking in the chat about why first and second are so close. Don't forget, guys, this is a PKO, so whoever wins first place will win the bounty from their opponents, and they get to keep the bounty that's on their head as well. So the difference between first and second is going to be something like 50K. We won't know exactly till the end. Depends who wins the bounties in what order. But they're still playing for a considerable amount of money for first. It's just going to be locked up in the bounty value that they win, which we won't know till the end. Aces, no action. Knuppel there with the aces, just having a great time. Still gets no action.
Well, I think he's just fine with taking chips, winning chips.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, you know, on a final table is probably what you want to be doing.
Yeah, at this stage, I'm like, okay, I don't get my aces sucked out. I'm good. I'll just take the chips. You know, what's also funny is like what I realized at some point when I played more live poker is how valuable like these small pots are where you just win the blinds.
Yeah.
Like how insanely huge the gain of your chip stack is. You see when you see the real chips instead of like an online. Online, of course, you see the numbers, but when you see how big your stack gets when you just win the blinds and the ante, that's sometimes.
Absolutely. So the queen's opened here, guys, and the 6-4 completed. So they got kind of like a second pair in a gut shot situation here. Makes the call. That's a very, very nice two pair to make in this situation. And your opponent is not going to have a 3 that often in this situation, opening from that position. So effectively, you have a very, very strong hand here on the turn. Leads the two pair. I think this lead is really cool. I'm a huge fan of this lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the thing is, though, like, the big blind will have a 3 here when they defend the blinds here. Like, you know, a lot more often than you're going to have a 3 with the queen opening from under the gun. So this would be scary as hell for me. I might just fold the queens on the turn straight up. I mean, that's not to say your opponents won't have any bluffs or anything like that, but I just think that that's a very strong line to take, especially on a final table. I don't know about you, Flix, but
yeah. So many two pairs and straights possible now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of busted draws as well. Of course, there's clubs and spades, but then again, I think the amount of typically big blindish straighty hands with a 3 or like a 7-8 or a 6-5 or a 6-4. And wow, yeah.
I mean,
good play.
I mean, the lead is so interesting because it's definitely, we were talking about turns where opponents are going to slow down a bunch, even with stronger hands. And how to actually get max value when you turn a hand as strong as this in the context of, you know, under the gun open versus call in the big blind. But, yeah, the lead is so special, and I just think he sets himself up perfectly to get max value from exactly these kinds of combinations, sometimes even sets and stuff like that too. If he did have the 3, I should say. Not obviously, he's not beating sets with 2 pair, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
This would be a huge, huge call.
He's taking all the time bank, and he needs it. I mean, it looks like there's some natural bluffs like clubs and spades, but then again, like, not enough, I think. I think the amount of 2 pair straight type hands, and he knows exactly that the Ovidiosh guy, that Ovidiosh can't really have like a 3, or probably doesn't have 7-8, very likely. So he's very safe to just bet into a range that doesn't have any straights.
Yeah.
And that makes it so dangerous.
Yeah.
but I can understand the tank.
Oh,
And call.
boom.
That's it.
That is a huge KO. Ovedish exits now in 7th place, taking home $9,104 and $4,438 in bounty value. So something in the region of 13,000 US dollars for a 7th place finish. And that also means our boy Knuppel gets a double. Oh, man, this could actually get messy. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Against 8.
Oh, the flop.
Oh, it's a sweat. That's an 8.
Oh!
Oh!
No! No, not like that. It was the perfect setup. It was the perfect setup. It was the perfect setup. How can you do that?
Boy.
Oh, no, my man. All right, Knuppel, commiserations, buddy. He comes in 6th place, taking up $12,922 and $2,214 in bounties. That was a sick run. Coming back from 5 big blinds at the start of the day to make a final table. Guys, claps in the chat for Knuppel.
Yeah. $12,000. $13,000 plus bounties.
Crazy.
That's insane. I mean, he played it just. I'm still amazed. He plays it like a boss. He just, you know, he holds himself very well, just like at every poker table. And I think, yeah, he got it in good. That's all that counts. But right now, I think he's gonna feel a little sad. I can definitely understand. And when I saw that turn, I was like, it's never coming. It's never coming. That turn is just
too many outs. Too many outs every time, huh? Oh, bro, that's so sad. Oh, man, honestly, what a sick run for him as well. The 10s versus the 8-6 suited. I mean, that's one of the reasons why 8-6 suited is such a beautiful hand to play push fold there in that situation, because it actually does considerably better than, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff that, you know, you obviously don't want to be running into an overpair ever. But anyway, there you go. All right, guys, going to a break. All right, guys, so this is our 4th break of the day. We have exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players remaining in this Sunday Million KO special, which means we are only 4 places away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over 52,000 US dollars plus bounties. Currently, our chip leader is Sidens, who's been that way for some time, with 205 million chips and about 11,000 in bounties thus far. We're going to go on a short break, and we'll be back in a moment. So there you go, Felix. Is there anything you'd like to say to your dear friend Knuppel, and any words of wisdom when you get absolutely trashed like that on the final table of the Sunday Million? Such an event as well.
Well, Knuppel has had his runs, and he just shows again and again how it's possible to just get to so close towards the finish line by just playing solid poker. That's what he does, and I just appreciate him so much. I think I'm really happy for him. I just am genuinely happy for his deep runs and see him run deep like this, because I think he deserves it. And yeah, I mean, that was painful to watch, because I really think, like, every time I see Knuppel go all in, it's like, he's gonna be fine. He's just gonna be fine.
I wish I had that same kind of faith in my own game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too. Yeah, Nick, exactly. But yeah, I mean, this just goes to show how much of a great guy and great character he is. So you just root for him all the time.
Yeah,
so,
I think if you want to be a good MCT player, you got to have heart, and he's got plenty of that, right? So
yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I love that. So, guys, I'm just getting some notes here behind the scenes. So, as I said, we do see a decent ladder there for Knuppel. Obviously, 10s versus 8-6 suited. Very, very unlucky. It was a pretty awesome setup for him against one of the chip leaders to try and get a double there and remain in the tournament. He's going to take home around 15K, as I've already mentioned. That's his 2nd best online score. Do you know what his 1st best score was, Felix, by any chance?
Just around 110K.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Mostly together, yeah. That's been like 2 years or so.
Yeah.
This is funny, you know. Actually, last time I watched him make that score, the 110K, I was also packing up, because I will be leaving for Road to PSPC Valencia tomorrow. And last time I was watching Knuppel run deep like this, I was also packing for a holiday. So there's no coincidence. There's no coincidence.
Yeah, we just need to make sure that you're packing a bag whenever he wants to go on a deep run. Yeah, there's something to that. You're his lucky charm for some reason.
It seems like this.
That's amazing. Yeah, well, anyway, commiserations to our guy. We still have a lot of action to follow, guys. We're going to jump back on the table in just a moment. We have 5 remaining, as I've already said. Fifth place is going to take home $18,929.89. And, of course, any of the bounties that they've accrued at this point. At this stage, Sidens is not only our chip leader, but also the bounty daddy. His knockout is going to be worth about $5,623 as we speak. But as we condense those bounties are going to get a lot bigger going down to the final two. So let's get back to the action, guys. We're going to see these guys kicking off in just one moment. And, yeah, stick with us. Still lots more poker action to come. Short break with only 5 left. We haven't actually heard anybody talking about any deals at this point, Felix, but I think also in bounty tournaments, I feel like my experience doing commentary like this for PokerStars is that we see a lot less bounty discussions for PKOs and TKOs and stuff like that generally. Would you agree with that statement?
Sorry, say again.
No, that's all right. No, I was saying that generally speaking, well, we haven't seen any discussions of deals yet for this final table, but also I feel like in PKOs and TKOs we see less discussion like that on final tables anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Just because there's so much money naturally already built in, you know, already sort of cooked and baked into the actual bounties themselves. So it's a bit of a convoluted thing to try and, you know, to try and work out how you're going to do that after the fact, right?
Yeah, I also think that there's more incentive for maybe the chip leading players to not go for any deals and just be able to exert their pressure even more. And yeah, I think that's a good point. I think it's a good thing that there's not too many deals. Although I like deals, I think deals are fine. Deals are part of the MTT poker play. But yeah, as you said, I think because of the bounties and the structure, it's less incentivizing to go for a deal, you know.
Yeah, and we are back off. Sorry, yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah, and I think that's kind of my feelings about the topic as well. And we're back off to the races here, guys. Pocket 8's going to open.
And just a call from sevens. And Yarrick is disconnected. What's happening?
Uh-oh. No DCs on finals. Come on, guys.
Oh, that will be bad.
Yeah, that's not ideal, is it?
Oh, actually, we just got a raid from Knüppel. Knüppel raided over here.
Hey.
Welcome, Knüppels.
Welcome, buddy.
And Knüppel, GG. And oh, wow, huge pot again.
Man, this guy just keeps flopping sets. Tiltless has already got the full double really early on in this final with the 4s. Or was it 6s? Can't recall. Knüppel, thank you very much for the raid, buddy. And I'm sorry that we had to witness that exit because I thought you were doing so fantastic, and what an ugly way to exit today's tournament. But congratulations, buddy.
Congratulations.
Oh, look at the turn. Flix, look at the turn.
Oh, huge one.
King of Hearts, so important in this situation. If it comes oh, okay. So at this point, Pocket 8's probably not loving their hand as much.
A lot of outs for Yarrick still. Every heart, every king, every queen. By the way, this might go in completely. Right here or on the river.
Okay, still clean.
So again, we got a top 2 spot on a flushy board.
Oh, this is so sick because, like, you know, sevens, king, queen thinks that they just have like this super like slam dunk value bet, you know, and obviously blocking the hearts as well, feeling a lot more confident about having the 2 pair. Goes check. Okay, nice.
Oh, he checked it back.
Wow, that's really interesting to see the check there, but obviously making the right decision in this case. Saving himself a few bucks. Yeah, I don't know. That was a very different setup, wasn't it, Felix? When you've got top 2 and the King of Hearts blocker in your hand, you're feeling pretty confident about that spot, right?
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Knibble is quite fine with the 6th place. He has a mindset of the steal. Corey is one of my mods, and she was probably in Knibble's stream, so she knows. Knibble probably handled himself again, just like we know how Knibble does.
Awesome.
He's just such a nice guy. Well, still, I feel it, Knibble. I feel it.
Yeah, as they say in Spanish, lo siento. Lo siento.
Lo siento? What does that mean?
I mean, you say lo siento when you're saying I'm sorry, but it literally means I feel it.
I feel it. Oh, that's cool, actually. I like that much better than saying I'm sorry. Because you don't want to be sorry. I feel it. I feel it. Lo siento. I'll keep that in mind. That's cool. Learn something new.
Okay, a little bit of a bet here from the ace-3 of spades. Not a lot Sidings can do here with 6-7 of clubs. It's not exactly a tiny sizing. Oh, never mind. Take it back.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my days! It's
Well,
gonna work.
3 for a spade flush.
It's good. I was gonna say okay, eight of clubs on the turn, and then you can commit the rest. No big deal.
Yeah. I think Jarek knows something is going on here. Something is off.
He's like,
But he can't really.
you know when you have a feeling and you're like, I just know this isn't as strong as he's trying to make out, but you're just trying to figure out a way to make a bluff, and you just can't figure out how you're gonna do it with that combo.
I just can't continue.
I can't figure out what street I'm supposed to make my stand on, or if it's supposed to be a check raise, or I'm gonna float and hope that he slows down. And yeah, sometimes they're just too good. Sometimes they're just too good.
Oh. Huge one again.
Yeah, man.
Flush draw against bottom 2. Oh,
that's gonna slow him down. It's definitely a scary turn for Queen 10. Well, for both players, really. Although 8-7 of diamonds obviously still has a pretty clear catch up here.
That's a pretty good combo to bluff, I think.
Yeah.
And it will probably work.
Yeah, I like it too.
Jarek, really impressed by Jarek's play so far. I mean, they're fighting hard.
Yeah, I mean, even when we were down to 3 or 4 tables, we were still following the action with Jarek, and lots of really solid poker for sure.
Yeah.
So who's going to get the chips here, Felix? That's the thing. I feel like PKOs in particular are very prone to having one player just have a runaway, you know, like get to the final and one person just runs away with it, just absolutely stacks up, and then just becomes this like unstoppable boulder rolling down the hill, sort of snowball just rolling down the hill, collecting more speed.
I think it could happen any single time here. I think Students is a good candidate.
Yep.
But yeah, Tiltless and Jarek, I think those are the 3 most aggressive and most active ones, I think, so far.
Yeah, I would say so too. King Jack is like, I know where I'm at. I know I'm winning. I know I'm winning right now. I'm just gonna come on. You want to keep going? You got a queen? I like this size a lot. Does get the call, and now on the river, obviously the club. Potentially a scare card for Jarek. Might want to slow down here again. The 8 of clubs is pretty scary, to be fair.
Yeah, I can't really bet anymore, right? I think this is probably just a check.
Yeah, I mean,
But who knows? Who knows?
oh, it's just scary. The eight of clubs, you know, for a couple different reasons here. Obviously, complete some straights and some flushes, and even some weird two pairs as well. That might get really sticky here for whatever reason. So I think the check is. I think you want to err on the side of caution there. I don't know if that's going a bit too thin. It's close though. Close.
Mm.
Pocket jacks in the big blind. This could be a straight
like
push.
Yes.
Yep.
And 2 aces, not one.
And the turn is just a killer as well. The jack's no good anymore. All right, so we have lost our 5th place finisher there, guys, taking home $18,929.89 and $421.88 in bounties. So just under $20,000 for a 5th place finish there. Congrats. Blind v blind, King 10 ripping it in. Does Drokos make the call with ace deuce here?
Tough spot for Drokos, I think.
I mean, I think you're calling. I think you're supposed to call here.
Oh yeah.
Especially as the shortest stack.
Oh, and there's the king.
The king on the river.
Does it all. Unbelievable.
All right, 2 hands in a row. We had a double bust out. Drokos exits in 4th place for $26,953.20 and $1,300 in bounties. So just under 30 grand for our 4th place finisher. Congratulations to Siddons in that hand, and congratulations to Drokos. There you go. Just like that. It really is that easy. So 8-6 suited all in pre-verse 10s. Scooped it. We got ace-king all in versus jack, scooped it. King 10 versus ace-deuce, scooped it. I think ace-deuce is the right call there, though, Felix. I think at that point, you're by far the shortest stack. The shove is going to be like almost any 2 cards, like you said. Once you include bounty value, he can literally shove like
any 2.
Literally any 2.
Yeah.
So I think that's a pretty clear call.
And we're down to the 3 most aggressive or most active players.
Sure.
Just
ones. Like that.
Jarek, Tiltless, and Siddons. Sidens. So he's got 2 overcards and the king high flush draw, so he's definitely going to stick around. 10 is an interesting card.
Yeah. 10 of diamonds doesn't necessarily get people excited when the board pairs like that, does it? King Jack is. If I have King Jack here with the King of Spades, I'm just going to try and get to showdown a lot. Like you're winning so frequently on this texture. Takes it down, 281 million. I was just saying about snowballing, and Sidens just absolutely scoops up 3 opponents, 3 players.
Yes. First place is almost the same price as first. Nice. No, it's not quite the same. First price is 52,783.41. No, it's not factoring in the bounty. You're winning the bounty of your opponent and your own bounty, so that is added on top. So you will win a lot more than $52,783 if you get first place. But yeah, thank you for the comment.
Thank you for your comment. Oh man, yeah.
I just love this. We have to steal some James and Joe quote lines.
Yeah. We didn't get a chance to do any more chop pots, so there's that.
Oh, that's right. We didn't have any chop pots.
No, we didn't
anymore. Like only the one that I butchered.
Well, I didn't do you any favors either, so definitely not.
Blinds are going up. Okay, so everybody hits a piece.
Everyone's got a little piece. If you're going to have Trey Deuce in there, I think you got to be calling at least 1 street here.
Yeah.
Big chunky bet on the turn here. Jarek is definitely not afraid to protect his hands.
No, and I think it's a good card because he probably will get some value from hands like Queen X or
Yeah.
Jack 10 or Jack
Sure.
9 or whatever.
Yeah.
Sort of gut shoddy hands that stick around. And we got Ace Jack again. Teach us, Sidens, how to play Ace Jack in that spot. Just call. Okay. Noted.
Oh, chat. Oh, Twitch chat. I love you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so this time Yarrick going in for a little bit less than 1/3. But
And that's how you play Ace Jack in that spot. That pre-flop.
This is how you play Ace
check
Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's an extremely spicy turn. both players making 2 pair.
Okay.
The fact it's a club might slow him down, but Sidens does have the ace of clubs in his hand, so probably not. I think he's probably just going to go ahead and bet small again. Oh
This
man,
could actually end that.
That I was going to say something in the region of half pot seems pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is that enough to get the rest? It should be enough to get the rest in the river, right?
If the river, that is the river that probably will
save Yarrick.
Will save Yarrick, yes.
Yeah, I think at this stage you have to commit because your opponents will have the king of clubs, the queen of clubs, that kind of thing, and they'll be very tempted to call.
Go for it all.
I mean, I don't know, maybe, but then you still want them to call with like the 10 of clubs and stuff like that too. So, what if you did like a faux blocker bet? No, I don't think so. I don't know. I think it's probably more important that you go big against the clubs that are made than try and convince him to bluff.
Well, Sidens goes for all of it.
Yeah, I think this is probably the best line.
The whole shebang. I don't think Yarrick is considering a call. He's probably just. Well, maybe. Who knows?
And the rich get richer. He's absolutely turning the screws on him now.
Yeah, crushing it now.
Yeah, absolutely crushing it.
I would be surprised if it's 7-7-5 offsuit now in that spot. Yep. Here we go.
This is how you do it. Turn up the heat.
The question is, will Yarrick fight back? Well, he calls. That's a start.
Yeah. Sinister is asking about how much Sidens has made in bounties. So far, it's over $12,000. So already got a very considerable chunk just from the pure bounties, not including any of what he's about to be winning. If you guys did just join us, we're playing for at least $39,310. You guys can see the payouts down there, obviously, by our table. But everybody's going to be making at least about 40 grand here. If not a lot more, if they can take down the entire tournament.
Wow. River bet with ace high.
I mean, when the board... Yeah, it's blocker bet, right? I feel like... Oh, my God. 10% pot river bet, just like getting through. Love it. The blocker bet works.
Okay, this is interesting. Ace Jack offsuit raising from the button and King Jack offsuit in the small blind.
Yeah, this one could go either way for sure. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, he's the mid stack. He's the mid stack, so he probably is correct to fold a lot of hands here, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think King Jack off is definitely one of the hands that I think people perceive it to play a lot better than it does from that position. I think it's actually a lot tougher than people know, and there's lots of situations where it just is a fold. Like I feel like in my time streaming, there's been a lot of King Jack off folds in small blind, and everyone's like, how can you fold King Jack? How can you fold King Jack? But it's not as hot as people think there.
This is also super interesting. Sidens using ICM pressure to his advantage and 3-betting and really going for the pressure.
I I really like the combo king 5 here as well. I think that's having these sort of weak kings that you don't mind folding to a 4-bet that just have that sort of blocker effect is really, really nice. Sort of high card removal.
Nice. But still, this finds the jam. He's just limping small blind.
Yeah, it's just one of those classics, isn't it? limp small blind, check, board becomes super dry, just bet small, take it down. It's an absolute classic.
And another hand. Ace queen for Yarrick. Just jams. Siden's fake tanking. As if he would be considering a call.
Okay, that was pretty chunky.
Now let's see. Silence could actually apply some pressure here, right? And 3-bet him. Instead just decides to call.
Wow, interesting flop. I think blind v blind, you know, the 6 of hearts is just going to be the best hand a lot if you can make your flush here.
Yeah.
So,
especially in the...
yeah, it's tricky. I mean, he probably should be floating here with the heart, like every time for this size. Plus, you know, ace high just could still be the best hand here as well. There's no reason why blind v blind that's not going to be the case.
Yeah. Great size on the flop by Yarrick, I think.
Yeah. The 8 is a bit of a complicated card, though. Sort of like some straight draws, some sort of combo straight draws will get there, and now you're going to be not going to have the best hand anymore. But very confidently bets turn. And getting raised on this turn would just be so heartbreaking when you got king of hearts in your hand, right?
Getting a fold.
Summer, yeah. When we set up stream, we have to create the Photoshop file that has the payouts. That's how that works. With the names, no, we never update names. We just have the payouts like that.
So 7 still strong.
7
for queen deuce.
93.2%.
Yarrick really still keeping up the pressure and just being aggressive as he should. I think I like his playing style.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely not afraid to get in the mix there. Seems very confident in his, especially in his turn bets. He seems to have a good grasp on where he is in the hand.
Absolutely. Small C-bet again, less than a third pot, quarter pot.
This is definitely the kind of size where you're going to get some action from Jack 10 once in a while for sure, trying to spike the gut shot. Given the pre-flop action, I think probably betting twice here wouldn't be completely unreasonable, but maybe he just wants to pot control turn.
That check just gave Tiltless the straight, but I mean, you can't really blame him because he just doesn't give too much equity out on a board like this. Either he's still going to be fine on the river or...
Yep. Now, if I was Jack 10, I would go big here. I would go big, given the pre-flop action. I'd make it like 35, maybe more. Yeah, cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah.
31.
I dig that.
And now, is Yarrick gonna find the hero? No.
Okay, betting to take it.
And Tilted gets a walk.
Easy game. I really appreciate this. 10-6 off open here, I think is really nice. Just keep pushing your advantage.
Yes.
Keep that pressure on. And ooh, what a flop for King 10 of Hearts, though.
Flop, good flop. Can work with that. Still a lot of people from the Knüppel crew coming in and checking in on how Knüppel did. He placed.
Oh, what a turn! What a turn!
6th. What a turn, yeah. But
Yeah.
Sidens is maybe Sidens. No, this is gonna take away a chance to make it play at this, I think.
Yeah. I think that is the right lead, though. Again, I think that's definitely the kind of turn where, you know, definitely the kind of turn where your opponents are just going to have a piece and they're going to continue, or they're just going to slow down a bunch, and that's not what you want when you just turn the king high flush. So I think, again, that lead is really interesting.
Oh, another interesting one coming up. I think this is going to get a 3-bet from Sidens. Most likely.
Yeah,
Just
I think at this stage, Sidens can just apply so much pressure by 3-betting a lot of his range here. So I think, based on his lines so far, I don't think he's folding. I think the flat was minimum, but I think the 3-bet definitely was a possibility there too.
Thank you, Youthful Drake, for the nice feedback. Appreciate that. Why lead there? Yeah, I mean, we were probably expecting a check as well to make Sidens fire again. I think that would have been my play as well.
Ooh, never mind. He was going to be aggressive, but, you know.
And here we go. This is probably going to be another jam. Yeah. Here comes the jam.
Here comes the jam. Boo-doo-doo-doo.
Can't help that at some point just get some words just trigger a song in my head.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that's a pretty spicy check raise with the 9-10 as well. Sidens and Yarrick, I would say all three, as you said, were probably the most active going to the final table anyway. But
yeah,
these guys are definitely here to play, and it's great to see.
Oh, interesting flop. Double gut shot for Sidens and second pair for Tiltless. Oh, now this is really spicy. More outs for Queen 10 and trips for Tiltless.
Yeah, that's a really spicy turn. Street flash potential.
Mm-hmm. Street flash.
Street flash.
Street flash.
Street flash. Street flash. Street flash.
7 hearts on the river one time. No.
Tripperino cappuccino. Tom says, this is really spicy. Now I want wings. I would murder some wings right now. I'm so starving.
I'm super hungry too. Yeah.
Oh,
but we will have to watch this unfold.
Yeah, Queen 10 actually tries to go ahead and put another bet in, but not successful. Tiltless calls it. Now up to 135 million. Okay. This is interesting.
This could get some action.
Yeah, this is definitely another one of those spots where Sidens is so incentivized to be aggressive on these kinds of textures, and you can't really be folding top pair or you get exploited a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Making top pair when your opponent has a stronger top pair just doesn't happen that often. You're just going to have the best hand an overwhelming amount of the time, and your opponent has a lot of reasons to want to bluff you here, so it's a tough one. 24 million goes in the middle here on the turn. Still the best hand, 86.4% to hold up with the 9 kicker.
Yeah, you still beat so many draws like Queen Jack, Jack 9, you know, 9-7, all the backdoor diamonds, even though you block some of them. But this could actually get all the chips in, right? If Sidens finds a jam, but I don't think he's. I mean, right now they're playing kings with 10s, kings with 4s and a 10 kicker, so it's not really making any sense.
Yeah. We might have an opportunity to sing the Chop Hot song, but as you say, I think there's probably going to be more aggressive action here.
Who knows? Maybe Sidens is going for the jam.
I think he might. He does.
There is the jam.
Oh, mate. This is so tough.
Wow.
Oh, man, put yourself in Yarek's shoes here. It's just like the big stack can just blast off so hard on you here if they feel that way inclined, but you're just going to be in a whole world of pain against 2 pairs. And, you know, even aces, I think aces would obviously go for this, especially when the board pairs like this on the river too, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, this just feels so strong. Obviously, in a situation where you're calling for a chop for your tournament life, it's pretty disgusting.
This is so tough to be in that position. I don't want to be in it. I mean, you beat a lot of draws. You block a couple with the 7 of diamonds. And then, I mean, it is 3-handed. You're playing against the chip leader.
Yeah,
a lot of things to consider.
Oh, no.
Disconnection.
Oh, no. Not the DC as well. Oh, no, mate. No, 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 no. So if he DCs, he's going to have all the rest of his time bank, and then how much disconnect protect does he get?
Good question.
I mean, it's been a long old tournament. He's probably been accruing some DC protect, right?
Yeah, you should have. Oh God. It's better to time out than to make a bad call. Maybe it's bad call protection as well. Or good call. We don't know.
Oh, man. Absolutely monstrous disconnect bank now.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, mate. on the final table of the Sunday Million, and you're disconnecting. This is not the moment. This is not the moment.
Can't help it. No. Here we go. Come on.
Oh man, now this is content, you guys. This is what you came here for. This is true content.
Yes, day 3 tomorrow. And fold. Wow.
Wow. Okay, and still obviously
Wow.
DC'd.
Oh, this is so bad.
Oh,
damn.
No, this is not what you want to see, is it?
So they're waiting for him?
Yeah, I guess so. So, oh man.
Oh God. Just imagine you sit at the final table of the Sunday Million and your internet.
Oh mate, honestly. Hashtag content, guys.
Yeah.
A couple people saying maybe you should connect on your phone. I guess so. Okay, looks like they're going to give him a lot more time bank here, though, at least.
Oh God, Twitch chat. Vogelsang at the table. Oh God. Okay, that was in fact funny.
All right, not messing around. Coming in with the 3-bet with ace-king.
That's an interesting spot. I mean, this could look like Science is just trying to exploit the fact that, you know, he knows that Tiltus knows that there's one player probably sitting out. So now he goes, okay, my 3s could be good here. No, he folds.
Okay.
Okay, we're waiting.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Content. Okay, well.
Here we go, next hand.
Okay, wait, they said something here. Tiltus says, if a mod wants to pause, I'm okay with it. Oh, okay, wait, he's back.
Yeah,
He's back. He's back.
Wow, okay, good.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's some. He says, you good?
Oh, so nice.
Yeah, that's kind of him to say, though. Okay, okay, we're back. We're playing poker.
What a sportsmanship like conduct from Tiltus.
Yeah,
though.
we're back. We're back in the game.
This is class.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, that is nice. That is a kind thing to do for a fellow poker player.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, back in the mix. I mean, we still won't know. I mean, if Yarek was sitting there with like a full boat and he got bet on the river and then he DC'd, I feel like we'll never really know if he was going to make the call in that situation. But obviously, it was just for the chop anyway. Still a big chunk of his stack and still a lot of value that potentially is lost if he was still going to make the hero call. But I don't know. I don't know, Flix. It's a really, really close one.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I never like to call for chop pots.
Yeah.
And it's just the worst feeling. I mean, all you beat is all the bluffs, and
Right.
literally, like, sometimes not even people tend to bluff a run out like this when the board pairs on the river, because it's too obvious, you know, by now that this might be a bluff, or that I mean, when the obvious draws bust and the top card doesn't change, I think it's always tough for people to find that bluff on the river.
Right.
They always feel like they're gonna get looked up. He just didn't want to hear you sing. I felt that, yes. So true.
Okay, so the pair of tens here, still the best hand. Sidens does decide to take a shot.
Well, this could get interesting. I was gonna say, actually, I was expecting Sidens to fold, but actually he folds out all the better hands, so all is good. I'm taking everything back. And here comes the jam with the
ship.
Sidens is he calling or is he folding? That's a good question.
Damn, I don't know. It's pretty close, isn't it? I mean, Queen 10 is a call, right? Well, sorry, Queen. If we were playing pure push fold, right? But Queen 9 with the bounty value, I mean, it's pretty significant, and it's not going to hurt him that bad. He's got 300 million if he loses this, and Queen 9 is going to do pretty good.
Yeah, and there's a huge bounty, 3K.
Yeah.
Nope, still folding. And Sidens cutting through the others.
Yeah, I mean, I would just keep up the aggression. Just keep raising the button. As you say, you win so much. If you can just take down these from position, you just do so well. I like the shove from ace-5, though. That's cool.
Yeah. Gets caught by Yarrick now.
A little bit of blind v blind action. Don't know why a raise wouldn't be. I think 9-6 off is totally fine to raise versus limp. That seems good. Yeah, again, kind of
and
to be expected. Yeah.
just applying more pressure. Oh, this could. Oh no, he's finding the fold. Still finding the fold.
Yeah, I don't know. 8-7 here, I think, is cool to steal as well. I mean, just you got 350 million chips. You know, you can do a lot, but I think also the steal here is pretty good. 8-7 off doesn't have the greatest playability, but it doesn't suck either. And then once you've taken the aggressive action pre-flop, there's plenty of flops you can be c-betting at.
Yeah.
Seems good to
I
me.
think Tilda's gonna rejam. Oh no, just call. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I mean, he might be thinking, you know, looking at Yarrick being the shorter stack and just thinking maybe he wants to play this one slower. Ace-9 suited is a hand that plays nicely in position anyway, so, you know, not necessarily hating, you know, going to a flop. Maybe Ace-9 off is a better hand to push, and Ace-9 suited is a better hand to call with. I don't know.
Yeah.
Although I think the push would be totally cool, too.
Oh, this is an interesting turn card.
Yeah, I think with Sidens picking up additional equity on the turn, you know, the gut shot, I think he might be very tempted to fire 2 bullets here for sure.
Yeah. And he does fire another one.
Yeah, probably too cheap to fold ace-9 of diamonds here. You're just going to be winning a lot just with ace-high, plus
Yeah.
you have the diamonds, plus you obviously can still spike the ace, and it's going to be good a lot of the time. And you got a pretty awesome price to just continue. Sure enough.
Now this is going to be interesting. Like, what is Silence going to do now?
Yeah.
Is he going to bluff with 8-high?
Yeah, I
No
don't know.
checks. And ace-high wins.
Yep. Yep. Feels good. King, queen on the button. We might see a raise and another ship. Do you remember? I feel like it wasn't that long ago. We saw the ace-5 shipping. I think Sidens will call it off with king queen here, though. He does make the call.
Pretty sure.
Oh, and the flop is so beautiful for king
flop.
queen. And the king
And
is going to do it.
The king. Yeah.
All right,
That's
so
it,
GG's.
Yarrick. GG.
Yeah.
Yarrick.
Yarrick, buddy. Yeah, lo siento, buddy, lo siento. In the situation where you got the DC and that was such a costly chunk of chips, very, very unsettling and difficult to watch when those kinds of things happen. But he's going to go home with third place money, which is $39,310.36, and $6,409 in bounties. So just shy of 50K. 50,000 US dollars for a third place finish. Not too shabby from a 109 buy-in. What do you think?
That is a really nice score. I mean, even thinking about the jumps from 39 to 52, I don't think it's that huge. So I think placing third for 39 plus the bounties, it's just, I mean, I can feel the disconnect problem, or the disconnect situation.
Yeah.
But either way, maybe we don't know if we would have called or folded, and I think he hasn't missed too many hands, so it's all okay, I think, but still has a bad taste to it, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, congratulations to Yarrick. Very well played. I think he played extremely solid all throughout today, today's session, and now we are officially heads up. Who's gonna take it? Yeah, those of you asking in the chat, the winner does get to keep their own bounty. That's why first and second are almost the same, because first place will get the benefit of their own bounty that they've won, which is going to be chunky at this stage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, so we are actually quite shallow now, guys. Effective stack is something like 22 big blinds.
Yep.
Something in that region. So it's definitely in my wheelhouse, playing so many spins. This is definitely the heads-up stuff that you could expect. The play with ace-9 there, obviously pretty standard.
Now I'm curious how they play these hands, like these middle-ish suited, sort of like high card hands, where for 20 big blinds, even in a heads-up situation, I mean, you're pretty much with your spin and go expertise. I would say you're very
I mean,
right?
I think it should be at this point. Yeah, Jack 3 of spades definitely. I like the open. King Deuce of hearts. I like the flat. King Deuce of hearts, actually, King Deuce King 3, the King Deuce King 3 King 4 suited can be 3-bets as well, for sure. Like maybe they actually will make up a lot of your 3-bet non all-ins.
Right.
And then that means you can balance out when you're going to 3-bet non all-in with aces and kings and queens and that kind of thing here too, 10s plus kind of thing.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So yeah.
So what size do you pick there? So if the small blind min opens, or 2.5x's?
So I believe if they min open, it's supposed to be something in the region of 7, between 22 and 25 big blinds effective. And then I think that, and then once you get sort of under 20, I think you're using closer to 6, and then once you're under 18, it's going to be closer to like 5.
Right. Yeah.
So something like that, sort of steadily decreasing. Obviously, you want to have some 3-bets that are cheaper for you, that are just still a big chunk in relation to your stack.
Mm-hmm. Super interesting. Look how hard they fight in the heads-up battle now with the bottom pair.
Yeah.
Just the check raise.
Ooh, sixes. Now, this is actually a really good candidate to just limp with. The cool thing about limping these small pocket pairs is that your opponents will try and isolate as a bluff very frequently, and then you can just ship it in their face. Once you've actually min raised, they can be a little bit trickier to play in larger pots. So it kind of saves yourself. You know, you can play sixes in a smaller pot when they check behind, or when they raise, you can just shove it, and you're always going to do really well in those situations. Sixes plus though actually have fairly decent playability, right? It's actually better to have some of the smaller pocket pairs in that, you know, taking that line. But sixes, I think, can go either way. Like eights, nines, tens, obviously, those are hands that play a lot better post flop once you've raised. So can just go ahead and min raise those at this stacked up.
Yep. I gotta pay good attention. This week I was streaming just twice because I'm coming back from live poker, just trying some online poker again for the first time in 2 months or so. Even made it to the heads up in the Battle Royale in the afternoon edition, and got smashed in the heads up because I had such a nice chip lead and I gave it up. And like, I feel really bad about my heads up game at the moment.
Yeah, heads up. It's just one of those things. You have to kind of be in practice, you know, and there's so much changes just between 16 and 15 big blinds, you know, effective heads up. Like, things change so quickly, and like if you don't have them all memorized, it can be really tricky to try and get it right every time. People love to check raise gut shots on these kinds of textures. So probably 10 deuce of spades is going to go ahead and c-bet here, but 6-4 off very frequently will just check raise to like 2.5x here or something like that. I see a lot of players doing that. There you go.
There we go.
There we go.
You said it. Obviously. Oh,
damn.
Wow.
All right, smashed it. That is really interesting play there.
Gutsy.
Yeah, very, very gutsy. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're going to be running into a lot of gut shots and stuff like there that like to check raise. You will be running into bigger flush draws once in a while too, but not as often as you might think, given the sort of range capping effect they have. When there's been aggressive action pre-flop, a lot of the ace of spades would have actually just shipped pre-flop versus the aggression, so you're not going to run into too many like ace high flush draws there, I guess. Yeah, Jack 7 here, feeling pretty confident even after the spades fall, I think. Puts in kind of a smallish bet. Queen 9 of spades could raise this river though, for sure. You are blocking the 6-9 straight, but I can appreciate the fold as well, of course.
.5x's. What's your take on open raise sizings in heads up?
Almost entirely min raising. The only time where you ever really deviate from that is if you are blind v blind, but it's also somewhat different as well because I haven't studied, like my heads up knowledge will be really, really good, but obviously I've studied at games without antes.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, I don't think it makes that much of a difference, but there might be some sort of argument that you need to make it slightly bigger because there's antes involved, but I don't really know it. I don't think it makes that much of a difference really once you get to this stage. If you are much deeper though, if you're playing, you know, greater than 25 big blinds effective, you probably do want to have a slightly larger size in general, just because you want to play bigger pots from position and stuff like that. So that would make sense, but I think kind of the normal rules would apply in that case. Once you get under 25, I think min raising is totally cool.
Well, this is an interesting river now. What's gonna happen here? We'll tilt this follow up and just bluff jam this river. His deuce is no good, but he has the club blocker. Gotta hand it to the man. What a gem.
Oh, mate. Yeah, that is ballsy. King of clubs blocker. I love to see it.
Wow, and Silence is actually considering. Bless you.
Thank you, buddy.
Would be insane, an insane hero call.
Yeah, it's probably. I mean, because he does have the straight blocker in his hand, right? The 7 does change things somewhat. If it was the 7 of clubs, he'd probably feel a lot more confident about it.
Yeah.
But this is really tough. I mean, any random 3 is going to put you in a world of pain here, and you're just going to hate your life. So, I'm not sure if that's. Not sure if this is a bit too bold.
He's really considering it. Oh, there's the fold. Wow. I don't want to be in Tiltless shoes and just feel the heartbeat like, oh my God, please fold, please fold, please fold, please fold.
That's great. Yeah, I think you can just shove 4s here. That seems good. I don't think you mess around at the stack depth. I think pretty much any pocket pair you're just going to ship over the open.
Yeah.
Well, any of your low ones. I mean, obviously your bigger ones, you might want to do something else, but. Easy C-bet. Okay. Looks like we are going to go on a break here, guys. I'm not sure if this is one of the situations where they can agree just to continue, but in any case, all right, let's do it. All right, guys, so that's another break. We are heads up. There are only 2 players remaining in this Sunday Million KO special, which means we are now 1 place away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $52,000. And don't forget about the bounties. There's going to be a lot of money in those too. Currently, Sidens is out in front with 348 million chips, but Tiltless has managed to come back and is now sitting at about 150K. Going to take a very, very short break, and we'll be back in just a moment. So, Flix, what kind of games are you playing the most on stream recently? And obviously, for those of you watching today, if you weren't already aware, Flix has been making content for Twitch and YouTube and pretty much every major social media platform that there has been for a long time.
Yeah.
But I know at some point you made the transition and you were going to focus a lot more on tournament poker. Is that kind of what you've been focusing on now, continuing? And what kind of times do you usually play?
Yeah, I usually stream tournament poker. I've been streaming tournament poker the last 3 or 4 years, I think, entirely. I've been switching back to cash games a little bit, and since I've got one of Raise Your Edge's own coaches, Jan, aka Cold Smile, he's a really, really good guy.
Yep.
Love him a lot and love the input and the passion that he has for cash games. So he brought back a little bit of that fire for cash games that I used to have starting out as a professional poker player before I created content. But now I've been switching more to live poker MTTs again. Like, I've been playing live cash a lot also, but streaming mostly MTTs because it's more fun. And now streaming live poker MTTs, which has become a lot of fun actually. And I've really gotten more of the hang to live poker and really enjoying live poker a lot recently, just because there is so much more to it, so much more to explore. So I feel, not that I'm thinking, I'm nowhere near to being anywhere accomplished or solving MTT poker for me online. But I just found live poker to be really interesting at the moment. There's like lots going on.
That's really cool. Like, what would you say are the biggest adjustments that you found have been beneficial, or what are the things that you feel like you've had to focus more on making adjustments for live players versus playing online?
Yeah, I think, as I said, I would best would be the Knüppel example. Like, imagine somebody like Knüppel sitting at a live poker table, and he's gonna be reasoning to you the plays that an online player would usually make, because he thinks they're plus EV and they're standard, so to say, or they're good plays. And sometimes they don't take the spots because it's not necessary, or because they have some other sort of information from the table that they pick up that they can use to, enhance the EV of their play, or make it a somewhat close call or close bet, a clear check or a clear fold. Which is really interesting, because there's so much more information available at the live poker table. And I think by just being observant and actually allowing, like, this sort of the thing that we were talking earlier, allowing this sort of like gut feeling that you have to take over more in a live setting is really important, I feel. Because sometimes you just get the vibe from persons by the way they bet, the way they handle themselves, that you just know they're going to be strong. And you can argue with blockers all day and GTO and whatnot. You can say, well, I got good blockers to his value hands. All the bluffs are busted. All the draws are busted. I have to make this call. But you look at the guy and you just know he's not bluffing in that spot. So this is the thing that really is the struggle in live poker. And I think if by just being observant and just like trying to not be on your phone, which I have a tough time with.
Yeah, sure.
It's the toughest thing for me.
Yeah.
But that's where streaming helps. I just put my phone down and stream, so I can't use my phone anymore.
Right.
And then I'm focused on the table action. And it's just important to be present. That's the main thing about live poker.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's definitely really good advice. And I think that, I mean, like you and I working in the industry we work in, there's obviously always a demand for us to try and like sort of like, vlog or, continuously be sharing, the things that are happening and like, doing hand updates and stuff like that. But really probably what people want to see more is you be successful at the poker table and actually win big events. And probably it's better if you're just like focusing on, what you're doing at the time rather than trying to be distracted by that, constantly. So yeah, that's great advice. I think that's really interesting. Any World Series of Poker for you?
Not this year. Not this year. I would love to go sometime, but like I think I've been going to the World Series like every single year since I've started playing poker, except for the last 3 years. So it's come to an end for me. Like not that I'm tired of it, but I just like I don't want to do it at the moment. So maybe sometime in the future again.
I mean, Vegas is a lot though. It's very intense, isn't it? So it's like it's in some ways maybe just doing the European regional events is more accessible, especially coming from Germany, especially traveling from the UK or something like that. Vegas is a whole mish, isn't it? But I can appreciate that too. All right, guys, so let's get back into it. Final 2 players. We are playing down to a winner tonight. Let's see if we can't crown ourselves a champion.
Making that heads up interesting again. Summer says Vegas sucks.
Summer's actually on our way back to Vegas as we speak. So yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, seeing people, playing World Series and all my friends putting up stories, it makes you want to go there. But then I'm like, when I'm there, I just know I'll be there for a week and then I'll just want to be back. I just want to go back.
Yeah, it definitely takes that out of you. Vegas has a certain appeal, but it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Ace from Space, yeah, I don't know if you saw, but Nick Spin in the chat, !Nick Spin. You can see the screenshot of my biggest spin and go. Some years ago now, though. Anyway, back to the action, guys. Ace Queen going to go ahead and put in a C-bet of some variety.
Ooh.
Wow.
Bottom pair check raise. Fancy schmancy.
Yeah, Ace Queen does decide to come along here.
And what now?
What now, indeed? On the river, yeah, okay, yeah. Ace Queen get to showdown, sure.
I wasn't expecting that. I was actually expecting some more action.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tricky one, right? Because Ace High can still be the best hand on that run out, but also, I don't know. Yeah, it's another one where you got to feel it out. Is my opponent likely to check raise me with bottom pair here, or is it going to be more sort of semi-bluff draws kind of jazz?
Yeah.
Jack 7 again. This could be a check raise. I think actually on these textures it's better for it just to be a float because you're telling a more believable story when you're flatting here with a 10 or an 8. I think a check raise here is going to be a lot more bluff heavy because you're not really going to check raise with a 10 or an 8 all that often. Yeah. That's not to say nobody ever does, but I think the float in this case looks more believably strong than the check raise does in that scenario, which is very different from the previous gut shot we saw the check raise come.
Yeah, makes sense. So Sidon's going to jam the A6 of clubs here. No, just calls.
Okay, that is interesting.
Peace for everybody.
Yeah, it might be maybe A6 off might be the jam, and then A6 suited might be like a 3-bet not all in or something like that. It's kind of goofy how the playability of the hand dictates the line. Obviously, like we were saying earlier, you know, suited aces have far, far, far infinitely better sort of equity realization than their offsuit counterparts, especially when you can't make the straight ace to 5 or something like that. So a6 off, a7 off, we all know, really, really hard hands to play well in many positions.
Wow. What a turn. So, is this going in? Most likely. No, he checks.
Wow. Still the best hand with a6 though. I think when tiltless, excuse me, checks this turn in position, a6 is just going to be the best hand so often. The 8 does kind of change some stuff, but again, I feel like a lot of the straight draws on the turn where the 8 actually completes would probably bet to try and take the pot. So you can start to really cap your opponent's range as soon as they check that turn, like quite heavily. You know, you can start to make some pretty big sweeping assumptions about how often they're actually going to have draws and stuff like that. Unfortunately, he just had one of those hands where he had showdown, you know, just had showdown trying to get to showdown.
Yep.
Sometimes I find that in heads up a lot is quite interesting. There are situations where you almost wish that you didn't improve just enough for it to be showdown because your intention was to bluff. Like you're queuing up this big old bluff and you're like, okay, I'm gonna 3-barrel this all day long, and then on the river you kind of make a second pair and you're like, oh no,
might just be good enough.
Yeah, it's just gonna you check and then you see their hand and you're like, oh, see, I knew 3 barrels was gonna work, but I had to slow down because of that, because of what happened, you know.
Oh, this is gonna get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, potential to bluff here on the river with Jack 10, and he's gonna go for it, committing all the rest of it. It's a slight overbet here as well. The effective overbet. Oh man. Oh man, you have to be so brave heads up sometimes, you know. Like the 8 in this situation is actually quite strong, really. I mean,
he has a really bad blocker, right? He has like the 10 of spades for the
Yeah.
flush draw blockers and the Jack 10 blocker,
yeah,
which sucks. But I mean, it's heads up, so
yeah.
we're gonna see some time banks here. Oh, and he gets the fold. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. There's a jam and a call. Jack 10 against ace-6.
Could this be it?
A lot of outs. Wow, this is it.
All right, that's it. All right.
Silence is the winner.
All right, guys, and just like that, that's it. It's over. A new Sunday Million champion has been crowned. Congratulations to Sidens on that first place finish, and congratulations to our second place runner-up, SK Tiltless. Tiltless indeed. Very fearless. Played very well, and of course, we're going to talk about the money in just a moment as well. All right, so there you go. Another one in the bag. Flix, how much did you enjoy that?
I enjoyed it a lot, especially the last 3 players was really amazing to see. I think they're really, you could see there's some high-class players. There's just some amazing action. Good plays, sick bluffs, good bluff catches, timely check raises. You know, they know where to apply their aggression. It's just beautiful to watch. Like, it's an art form, you know?
Yeah.
And you can learn a lot by just watching this, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was really, really great. Yeah.
No, absolutely. All right, guys, so the final totals here, just to wrap things up. Sidens, who is our champion, our Sunday Million 109 PKO 2-day event winner, took down first place, which was $52,783.41, plus $33,315.26 in bounties. So his actual final total prize was $86,098.67. And Tiltless taking second place, which was basically the same first place, but $2,536.78 in bounties instead. So a total of $55,309.11 for second place. But claps for both of our players and all the players on our final table. And honestly,
and
very, very, Yeah, and for the Knuffel as well. Extremely well done, and very, very unlucky finish there, guys. But that's all for today. I hope you guys have enjoyed today's stream. As per usual, I would love if you guys would go and check me and Felix out on our social media platforms to keep up to date with the stuff that we make. PokerStars pays us to make stuff for you, so help us to help us to help you. Help us help you. Help us help you. Help us help you.
Yeah.
Okay?
That sounds like a good plan.
And
exactly.
yeah, if you guys want to watch any of my streams this week, I'll be here on the PokerStars channel from midday tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday and possibly Friday. It's going to be spin content. There's going to be KO stuff with Croaks tomorrow. And Felix, when is your next stream?
I'll be streaming all next week from Valencia, live at the table. So if you want to watch some more live poker action, Road to PSPC is coming up. We're trying to get a platinum pass, and I'm getting my crew over to Valencia and streaming directly from the live poker table. So that's going to be fun.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me, Felix, today. Honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure to be rejoining you in the commentary booth. And thank you very much to everybody who came out and joined us. I really love you guys. We couldn't do it without you. Very, very grateful to be a part of such a fantastic community. So, guys, from Felix Schneiders and from me, Nick Walsh, that is good night from the PokerStars Arena.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Chad. Bye-bye.
Ciao, guys.